Okay, so let's see. I hope that that fixed it. Looking at my stream manager, it looks like it did. I don't know what the hell was going on there. That was so fucking weird. However, it looks like resetting it, and it looks like we reset it just the right time because it is now 9 o'clock. So that means it is time to play. However, now I gotta double check and make sure that everything is not lagging. Okay, so the game is pulled up now. Please let me know how the audio is. There is voice acting in this one, so I will not have to voice act the characters. So that's why I have the voice set to max. Audio good. All right, awesome, good to hear. So yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and get right into this. So this is 999. There is kind of a playing this game is a little bad timing. But I don't really care. I fucking love this game, and this was the last game I wanted to play before we got to play Raincode, which comes out on Friday. So we're just gonna go ahead and get right started. You're gonna see immediately why playing this game now is bad timing. The second I hit start, you're gonna see it. Or the second yeah. Alright, here we go. This game is fiction. All names, characters, incidents portrayed are fiction. You can play 2 modes, novel or adventure. I still haven't decided whether or not we're going to do novel mode. I think we should, because it does add a little bit more context to some of the actions that are happening. But adventure mode makes it go by a lot faster, and you still fully understand what's happening. But yeah, I think we'll start in adventure mode, and if it seems like we're going a little slow, then we'll switch to novel. Or sorry, we'll other way around. We'll start in novel mode, and then if it seems like we're not making progress, we'll switch over to adventure mode. So you let me know if the character voices are loud enough. Oh, it starts us in novel mode. A loud noise startled Junpei awake, and his eyes snapped open.
What the?
As he adjusted to the light, he realized he didn't recognize his surroundings. The crack Junpei's head connected with something metal. He rolled over and threw out his hands to steady himself, but he found himself groping at empty air.
What? Whoa!
Alright, cool. Awesome. His balance lost and his still fuzzy mind struggling to understand what was going on, Junpei tumbled down to the cold gray floor.
Ouch! God damn it! Ah, what the hell?
Junpei glared around the room, still trying to determine where he'd woken up. The fall had shaken the last cobwebs of sleep from his mind, and he finally understood where he'd fallen from.
A bed?
A 3-level bunk bed, in fact. Junpei had fallen, apparently from the topmost bunk.
I fell pretty far. That really hurt.
His shoulder hurt, his knee hurt, his hip hurt, his back hurt, his neck hurt, his pussy hurt. Everything hurt. His entire body hurt. He could feel a bump forming on his forehead where he'd slammed it against the low ceiling.
Damn, my eyesight's kind of blurry. Must have hit my head. No, wait. That's not it.
At first he thought the tremor that ran through his legs was just another effect of his rude awakening, but as he looked around he realized it was real. The whole room was shaking.
But it's shaking too fast for that.
And then again, Junpei had no idea where he was, if not an earthquake.
Anyway.
Junpei rubbed the growing bump on his head and gingerly climbed to his feet. His balance regained, he finally took his first good look around the room. He muttered to himself.
Where am I?
His pain moment... Damn it. Okay, so auto's not going to work because it's going a little too fast for me to catch up. Minutes passed while Junpei struggled to get his bearings. Then, as suddenly as that had begun, the tremor ceased.
Wait, it stopped?
A cold silence fell over the room. From somewhere far away, Junpei could hear the sound of metal squeaking.
What's that sound?
Yeah, you're gonna find out, like, immediately why I consider this bad timing to play this game, but like I said, I don't care. In an attempt to distract himself, Junpei looked around the room once more. There was a stove that looked more antique than functional. The 3-level bunk bed had mattresses that were so thin that they were little more than blankets. On the other side of the room was an identical bed, and set in the wall between the beds was a slightly dirty iron door.
That's...
The first thing Junpei noticed about the door was the number roughly emblazoned across it. On the surface of the door in red paint, someone had written 5.
5? What's this 5 mean?
Suspicious and still utterly confused, Junpei approached the door slowly. Standing at last in front of the door, Junpei grabbed hold of the L-shaped handle. And push yielded no movement, and the pull a same result.
It won't open.
It didn't matter how much he pushed and shoved, the handle wouldn't budge. Next to the door was an odd-looking device that reminded Junpei of a card reader.
What's this? Is this keeping the door shut?
Junpei knocked hard on the door.
Hey! Hello? Is anyone there? Open the door!
There was no response. Junpei threw his left fist into the door and stopped.
Huh? What the hell is this?
He wasn't really sure what else to say. This game was originally a DS game, yes. On his left wrist was a bracelet of a sort he'd never seen before. In the center was a large LCD display.
A watch? It doesn't look like one. 5. That's the same as the door.
True, the numbers were the same, but he had no idea what that might mean. All he knew was that it was a strange and new, and he wanted it off. Junpei flipped his hand over as if to remove a watch, but...
What? How do I take this off?
The other side of the bracelet was solid, no buckle, no clasp, no nothing. He sighed and flipped the thing back over. There was a number of rivets around the rim of the face. Perhaps...
Maybe pushing something on this will work?
On a watch, they might be dials for adjusting date or time, but on the bracelet they did nothing.
Nothing. Damn. Guess I'll have to force it off.
Yeah, so just let me know if like any like audio desyncs or anything happens during the stream. I can see the that OBS keeps like every so often it gives me the encoder overload issue, which I don't understand why it would be doing that. Thanks. However,
no good. This stupid thing won't come off.
the steel ring ran from the face and around Junpei's wrist and back into the face. He wouldn't be pulling this bracelet off anytime in the near future.
What the hell is the deal with this thing?
Frustration and desperation were beginning to mix as the reality of the situation began to draw fully on Junpei. So much was happening and none of it made sense. Junpei felt as though he were about to explode.
Where am I? And why the hell am I here? Why? What the hell happened to me? My head.
Pain ballooned, but he did his best to shake it off. He raised his head.
Huh.
It was at that moment that he noticed the window.
This is...
The window was round, rimmed in rivet brass, like a window from an early 20th century ship.
Hold on. Am I on a ship?
Junpei walked slowly towards the window. He could see nothing beyond it but thick, impenetrable darkness.
I can't see anything. If only it wasn't so dark outside.
Junpei squinted, trying to see something, anything. It was at that moment.
Huh? What the... Oh, you gotta be kidding me. What the hell is going on here?
The crack split the glass of the window, and for a moment Junpei stared at it. Then the window burst and water began to pour into the room.
What the hell? God damn it!
Junpei yelled and spun around, his feet slipping on the water already coming through the window. He ran for the door.
Hey! Anyone! Is anyone there? Come on, if you're there, say something!
There was no reply. As Junpei screamed and pounded on the door, the water began to rise. It was now ankle deep in the floor and rising quickly towards his knees.
It's not stopping. Not good. Not good at all. I need to find a way out, and fast.
Junpei ran a hand across his forehead, brushing the sweat out of his eyes, and looked around the room. All right, puzzle time. There are items and hints in the room that will help you escape. Use the cursor to select a location you find suspicious to search the room. Use L1 or R1 to walk around the room. Left stick controls with the left stick during the seed. Use the cursor. Press square to speed up movement. Press X to search where the cursor is placed. Okay. Once you obtain an item, you'll be able to go to the item screen. Pressing triangle will take you to the item screen. Item visible to the lower left is an item currently in hand. When you close the item screen, the last selected item will be in hand. If you hold an item while investigating the room, you may trigger a reaction. Try switching out items in hand and search different places. Press up on the D-pad to quickly change between items. Blah, blah, blah. Thank you. Oh, it's also a mystery whether or not this stove has been in use before. Damn, nothing here. Picture of a ship in it. There's screws keeping the back on. Okay, so screwdriver got those screws off easily enough. Here's the picture. All right, let's see here. So it's the first one is 0, 2, 0, 2, 6, 3. 0, 2, 6, 3. 0, 2, 6, 3. 0, 2, 6, 3. 0, 2, 6, 3. 0, 2, 6, 3. 0, 2, 6, 3. 0, 2, 6, 3. 0, 2, 6, 3. 0, 2, 6, 3. 0, 2, 6, 3. You're gonna make me forget it if you keep doing that. 0, 2, 6, 3. All right, let's open it up. Looks like there's something in here. What is this? File? File screen. If you find, well. All right, let's see what's in this file. Digital roots. Let's see here. Compute a digital root with the following steps. First, add all numbers in question to one another. If you end up with something greater than a single digit number, add the digits to one another. For instance, if you have a double digit number, add the number in the tens place to the number in the ones place. Keep adding digits in this manner until you have a single digit answer. That final digit, single digit, is your digital root. EX, the digital root of 678 would be 6 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21, 2 plus 1 equals 3. Therefore, the digital root of 678 is 3. We get all that, class? Example, digital root of 1, 2, 3, 4 would be 3, 6, 10. It would be 1. Aha! I do remember. I see, so I just keep adding numbers till I get a single digit number. Oh, looks like there's something on the back of this thing. Notebook, a pen, a calculator, and a stack of key cards. Well, I hope you get used to it. That digital root shit is going to be prevalent throughout the entire game, so... New materials been added to the file screen. Calculator, and no one, I do not need a calculator for... I'm not good at math, but the digital root stuff I fully understand, so we're okay. Okay. Oh, I guess we need the red. All right. Give me.
I should probably hold on to this key. Huh.
Junpei grabbed the key and shoved it into his pocket. He intended to leave immediately, but something stopped him. His reflection stared back at him in the mirror, but he had scarcely recognized himself.
Oh, what's up with my face?
His confusion was well
I
justified.
look like a zombie.
His face was drawn and pale, like in the dark circles under his eyes made it look as though he was nearly dead.
Man, what the hell happened to me? How did I end up here? I left work, headed back to my apartment, and...
Even if he said it, something in his mind opened and a memory bobbed to the surface. It's the last thing Junpei remembered before waking up in this strange room. It was past midnight when he came home. Junpei shuffled up the stairs and opened the door to apartment 201. Inside was his apartment. A small one-bedroom affair that ran him about $630 a month. He moved into it when he entered college, and so far he'd been there for 3 years and 7 months.
I'm back. Not like anyone will respond.
He stepped inside and turned on the lights. The fluorescent lights on the ceiling blinked and flickered slowly to life as if waking from a deep slumber.
Man, work was rough today.
A cold light illuminated the landscape he'd come home to so many times before. Everything was as he had left it. The magazines piled up in the corner, the textbooks collecting dust, CD cases covered on the floor, the jeans and t-shirt he'd worn the day before, then tossed onto the floor. There was one thing that didn't belong, however.
Huh? A breeze.
The white curtain framing his window swayed gently in the cold wind.
Huh, that's weird. Did I leave that open?
Junpei walked towards the window, trying to remember if he'd closed it or not before he left. One of the panes was hanging open. He stuck his head out and looked around.
Everything looks okay. I must have forgotten to close it.
He closed the window. Then it happened.
What?
Junpei turned and found himself face to face a mask with a man dressed in all black. The man wore a deep hood and a bulky gas mask. His face was entirely hidden.
Who are...
Suddenly, he couldn't finish. Junpei tried to yell, but all he could manage was a strangled croak.
I can't...
Junpei collapsed to the floor in a crumpled heap of limbs, like a discarded puppet. Too late, he noticed the white smoke that was quickly filling his apartment. If only he hadn't closed the window. A small object shaped distressingly like a grenade sat on the floor in front of his face, hissing. The white smoke poured out of it at an incredible rate. The smoke had grown so thick that the details of Junpei's apartment began to fade into a white haze. I feel his mind began to fade as well, a white haze that was not the smoke creeping into the edges of his vision.
Consider this a privilege. You have been chosen.
A rasping voice warmed its way out of the gas mask. It was cold and harsh, and distorted in some way Junpei couldn't put his finger on.
You are going to participate in a game, the memory game. It is a game where you will put your life on the line.
That was the last thing Junpei remembered. The white smoke overpowered him. The masked man faded from his vision, and he felt his consciousness fall away into the white mist.
That's right. That guy with the gas mask. That son of a bitch must have taken me here. When I get my hands on him...
He ground his teeth in frustration and strained to remember anything about his attacker's figure.
Well, I guess there's no way to know if that was a man or not.
The voice had been cold and mechanical, likely passed through a voice changer, and the body had been covered in a thick cloak.
Just who was that? They said, you have been chosen.
What it might mean, that was beyond him.
What the hell is going on? Why me?
There was only one thing from his memory that seemed important.
You are going to participate in a game. The memory game. It is a game where you will put your life on the line.
The nonary game. Huh.
Oh, also, just curious for anyone that's in chat, did you guys have to click through a warning message to get into the stream? Because when I set the game to this, when I set the game category to this game, my all this stuff was giving me the warnings like, this is a game that's mature and meant for adults, so you didn't have to. Okay, so that means that you probably have it in the past. You might have had to do that for one of my streams, and then you just don't have to do it a second time. Good. Because that would be a pain in the ass if you had to click through every single time.
What the hell is a nonary game? God damn it!
You with the yell jump. Junpei drove his fist into the mirror. Yeah, if I end up having trouble reading, I'm switching it back to adventure mode, because I'm not gonna... Oh, I don't need a calculator. Okay. So we have the red key now. So, let's see here. Oh, here we go. Oh, we gotta figure out the other code. 1 second here. So, let's see. So, the code for the red safe is going to be 7485. 7485. Seven, 4, 8, 5. Sick. I unlocked it. Let's go. It's opening and cards. All right. Cards with numbers on them. I'm pretty sure this is where I'm supposed to use them. All right, let's side these cards and see if they work. And huh? It's not working. Why? Damn it. No, that's right. I still have cards I haven't used. Damn it, not again. There aren't any more cards in here. I've only got one other hint. The files. The file said something about a digital root. Digital root. The digital root, huh? What am I supposed to do with... There's a 5 on the door. I have to get a digital root of 5? Not really sure about this. Whatever, it's worth a shot. Let's see if this works. I'll just slide the cards to give me the digital root of 5 through the reader. Okay, so digital root of 5. So we need 14 is what we need. So 6, 7, 1. Alright, I think this is going to work. There we go. It's a new noise. Huh. Did it just unlock? Well, that light was red. Now it's blue. No doubt about it. There's nothing keeping me in here now. Time to go. Accompanied by a wall of angry water, Junpei shot out of the room and into the opposing wall.
Ow!
The water tossed and turned him like a washing machine, and he had only stopped rolling when he hit his head on the wall.
good. Wait, is it over? Whew. That felt too much like being flushed down a toilet. Damn.
How would you know what that felt like? Junpei struggled to his feet in the still rushing water.
Well, better than drowning, I guess. Am I in a hallway?
Are you still, like, sliding down the hallway in the water? Also, the water, like, this looks like an actual picture, like disturbingly so, like the water splashing. Like, the water looks like it's just taken, like, a picture of, but you can tell the doors are definitely, like, rendered. The water that had followed him out of the room was rapidly pouring out of the door. It flowed quickly down the hallway and slammed into the foot of short flight of stairs.
Oh.
Just 5 steps, in fact. It did not look like this on the DS version. I did play this on the DS. Not when it first came out, mind you, but before. I was fucking pissed. Because I originally emulated this game on the DS. Casper Rain, the VTuber, does not condone piracy of any kind. Alright, I had to put that in there. So I when I played it on the DS, I was pissed because not like 2 weeks after I played the DS version, they announced the remake, or I guess you could call it a remake, because they added like voice acting, and they added like the novel and adventure like switches and stuff like that. So yeah, I was pretty frustrated because there's no voice acting in the original. Just 5 steps, in fact, and at the top of the short staircase.
A door. Another door.
Oh, yay!
Damn this water. Ugh. Let me go.
Junpei left on the stairs straight for the door.
Oh, yes, it opened.
The door burst open and Junpei exploded out of it, only to freeze in his tracks. What other possible response could there have been to what he saw?
What the hell?
His voice trailed off, and all he could do was stare. A polished floor stretched out before him, ornate staircases rising up from the edges, each one of them equidistant from the others. I hope I said that. I'm pretty sure equidistant means indistinguishable, I think. It's a pretty big word. Actually, there's a couple pretty big words in this fucking little paragraph here. The stairs and pillars were solid wood, and Art Nouveau was embellishments and decorations covered the walls and pillars. It looked nothing so much as, oh my god, I can't read. It looked like nothing so much as the entrance to a luxurious mansion from the early 1900s. So you know how Pokemon games have the little warning on the backs of the old like GBA boxes that says you must have basic reading skills in order to fully enjoy this game? I wonder if this one had this on the back of the DS box.
This is the inside of a ship?
Oh no, don't tell me. Junpei couldn't help but wonder.
Well...
The water quickly filling the hallway behind him suggested that yes, he was. As he looked, a fresh wave rolled out of the room he'd been in, gathering speed as it moved toward the stairs.
Yeah, that's what I thought. This is totally, Wait, what the hell? A wave? Oh, shit! Shit! Okay, I gotta get out of here.
Junpei spun around, his wet shoes squeaking in protest on the polished floor, and ran toward the tremendous staircase in front of him.
C deck. B deck. Hurry! Hurry!
As he ran, he glanced quickly at the plates mounted on the wall, denoting the decks of the ship.
A deck's next.
He took the stairs 2 at a time, not entirely sure where he would find himself. Just as he began to wonder where, in fact, the stairs did lead.
What?
Junpei saw another person out of the corner of his eye.
People.
He stopped short, nearly tripping over the next stair, and looked. It wasn't just one person he'd seen. On the landing to the left of the stairs, there were 4 people staring at him. And on the right side, 3 more.
A lot of people.
All told, there were 7 of them. Looked as though they had been on their way down the stairs. They had stopped short when they saw Junpei, their eyes wide. He'd done the same, of course, and now they stood there staring at one another. Junpei didn't move, one foot placed awkwardly on the next step in the middle of the stride. Who were these people? This entire interaction lasted only a matter of seconds. The woman spoke to Junpei and time began to move again.
I guess it's another one of us now.
A dancer?
The woman was dressed, Junpei thought, rather like a dancer. Her clothes covered very little and her prodigious jewelry little more.
No, I'm not. You better get moving.
With no further ceremony, she ran straight past Junpei and towards the doors behind him.
Okay then.
The sudden proximity of a woman in such striking access left Junpei momentarily stunned. But the others wasted no time and quickly followed the strange woman.
Silver hair? Huh?
First, the past Junpei was a young man with silver hair. He threw a quick glance in Junpei's direction as he ran, muttering,
One of us, huh? What? Nothing.
Following him was an older man, his face calm and without fear. Soft wrinkles sprouted from his eyes, and he came close enough as he passed for Junpei to see wisps of gray in his hair. His composure and shock of his hair struck Junpei as like that of an elderly lion.
Going up won't do you any good. There are 2 doors, but neither of them will open.
Wait, hold on. The doors won't open?
The next to speak to Junpei was a girl with pink hair and a high voice.
Come on! Aren't you coming?
Her small hand was wrapped around the wrist of another man. His eyes were closed, almost as though he were sleeping. His features were graceful, almost serene. Dressed rather elegantly for someone his age. Something about his posture seemed very refined, and Junpei couldn't help feel he was noble and dignified somehow. He's certainly never seen one, but this man seemed like what Junpei had always imagined a prince would be like.
That's 9 of us then. All of the cards are in hand.
What does that mean? Junpei opened his mouth to ask what the other man had meant, but the girl with pink hair rushed past him.
Wait! They're gone. Just what is going on? There's an old man like a lion, a girl with pink hair, and a prince, and I have no idea what they're talking about.
He turned just in time to see 2 more people running toward him. One of them had hair like a bird's nest and looked as though a stiff breeze might topple him, and the other was a veritable mountain of a man.
Huh?
A scrawny one scuttled past Junpei as though he were running from something.
What's that all about?
Hey! What the hell are you just standing there for? Didn't you hear him? The doors on A deck are no good. We gotta check the doors on B deck. Got it? Now...
Before he had a chance to respond, the man laid a massive hand on Junpei's shoulder. With no more effort than Junpei would have used to brush aside a fly, the man shoved him out of the way.
Oh.
Thrown off balance by the man in recent events, it took Junpei a few steps to get his bearings. He finally regained his balance and looked up at what the other 7 had been running toward.
Hey man, that was dangerous! Huh?
There were 2 pairs of large iron doors set into the wall in front of him. They looked quite sturdy, and each had handles jutting from them. Written across the surface of each of the doors in red paint was a number. The door on the
4.
right.
And this one says 5. They're the same.
The guy Junpei had decided to call Silver was mumbling to himself.
The room I woke up in had a number on the door just like that.
You too, eh?
With an arched eyebrow, the lion looked over at
My
Silver.
cell was the same. A number upon the door. I opened it, ran down the hallway outside, and found myself in a rather grand room full of stairs, as I suspected the rest of you.
It was as though the floodgates had been opened. They all began to talk at once.
Me too.
Same for me. There was a door with a number on it.
Soon became clear that each of them had awoken in a room with a locked door and solved a puzzle to escape. They all ended up in the same room. Almost as though they'd been guided there.
Yes, we all saw the same thing. That's not important. We need to hurry.
You think I don't know that lady?
Before the dancer had time to finish, Silver was already running.
Open! Damn it!
He grabbed hold of the door labeled 5 and pulled. However,
Fuck, it's not opening. This damn thing won't even budge.
Out of my way.
the mountain grabbed Silver's shoulder and tossed him aside. His path cleared, he took a few steps back and then threw himself at the door. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. The door shook as his body slammed into it, but showed no signs of breaking or opening. The mountain threw himself at the door again.
A body slam from a guy that big didn't even budge it. There must be some other way.
Junpei turned towards door 4. Next to the door on the wall was a small box.
This looks just like the device next to the door in that room earlier. So that means this door is probably locked too. But still...
He had to check. Junpei grabbed a handle and threw all of his weight into it. It was locked as tight as the door next to it, as he suspected.
Damn it!
Junpei punched the door. It did not respond.
Are there any other doors?
He'd barely finished the thought when the C-deck plate he'd passed on his way up sprang unbidden into his mind. His body moved before he had time to think. Junpei turned and ran back towards the stairs. He had scarcely taken a step when, at the top of the stairs next to an ornate clock embedded in the wall, he saw a person. It was a girl. She looked to be the same age as Junpei. He froze, unable to look away from her face. He wasn't confounded by her beauty or something equally silly. No, there was another reason he couldn't take his eyes off the girl. Junpei had seen her somewhere before. Couldn't quite remember where, but he knew. He knew he'd met her before. That girl, too, stared at Junpei, similarly stunned. Her response suggested she'd seen him before as well.
Huh?
Without saying a word, Junpei walked slowly towards her. She didn't move. It was almost as though she was held in place by some sort of magic spell. As Junpei stepped onto her landing, the spell broke. No sooner had he set his foot down, the whole ship shook a second time. Anime moment. The quake caught the girl unprepared and she fell.
Watch out!
Moving on instinct, Junpei leapt to catch her, or so he thought.
Oh.
Her face was far closer than it should have been, mere inches from his own.
Yeah.
He was flat on his back, and she had landed squarely on top of him. The girl seemed as confused as he did, and her face suggested she still hadn't fully recovered from seeing him. For a moment that seemed to stretch for a very long time, they stared at one another. The ship stopped shaking. Everything was quiet. Water could be heard from the bottom of the ship, lapping faintly at walls and ceilings, but eventually that had faded as well. The silence was complete, a thick, muffling blanket. At last, the girl opened her mouth.
Oh my gosh! Is that you, Jumpy?
Jumpy? Jumpy? Her words echoed through Junpei's head, and suddenly his memory returned.
Akane.
Why hadn't he realized it before? The girl was Akane Kurashiki. She and Junpei had been friends in childhood. They'd gone to elementary school together for 6 years. But what was she doing on the ship? Soft eyes were only inches away from his own. He could feel the warmth of her face. Feelings he thought long forgotten began to work their way to the surface. He could feel his face heating up. At that moment, a speaker crackled to life and a cold, eerie voice filled the room.
What?
What's that voice?
They hurriedly untangled themselves from one another and struggled to their feet. Their 7 companions had heard the voice as well, and many of their faces had gone pale. They looked around frantically, desperate to locate the source of the voice. At last they found it. A speaker set in the ceiling. The voice was harsh, obscured occasionally by the crackle of static.
This is...
Junpei recognized it. How could he have forgotten it?
That guy in the gas mask! Hey, asshole! What the hell is this? Come on out here. I want to get a look at you.
What do you mean to do to us?
Nonary game.
What the hell's that?
The voice continued blah, blah.
What is he talking about?
Hey, there's something in my pocket. Check this out.
Silver reached into his pocket and pulled out a small slip of paper. The rest of them reached into their own pockets and pulled out similar slips of paper. Junpei followed suit and dug into the pockets of his pants. He felt the telltale crumple of paper, slightly damp from his earlier ordeal.
Hey, I got one too.
Then it would seem Zero has seen fit to grace us each with a letter. Would you mind terribly reading it to us, young man?
His request had been delivered to Junpei, who, after a short moment of surprise, did as he was told.
On this ship, you will find a handful of doors emblazoned with numbers. We will call them the numbered doors. The doors in front of you are a pair of the same. The key to opening these numbered doors are the numbered bracelets that each of you possess. Should you total the numbers on your numbered bracelets and find that the digital root of that number is equal to the number of that door, the door will open. Only those who have opened the door may pass through. There are, however, limits. Only 3 to 5 people can pass through one numbered door. All those who enter must leave, and all who enter must contribute. So this thing on my arm is a bracelet.
He glanced around and looked at everyone else. It looked like everyone else had one as well, and had come to much the same conclusion.
The purpose of the game is simple. Leave this ship alive. It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
And there it is. There's the bad timing moment right there. The game takes place on the Titanic. The voice finished and the speaker went silent.
I hear a bell.
I think it's coming from over by the stairs.
It's the clock telling us the time.
Everyone had their eyes on the antique clock embedded in the wall. Sound of the 9th bell faded away. The 10th never came.
It rang 9 times, so 9 o'clock then?
Man, imagine if I was able to fucking time the stream just right so that my stream had hit 9, like it had hit 9 o'clock right as we got to this moment.
I think it's 9 p.m. I couldn't see anything when I tried looking out the window earlier. It has to be nighttime.
If that is the case, then we would need to escape by 6 a.m. tomorrow.
The speaker went silent and did not speak again.
Hey! You bastard! What do you mean by that? Come out here, you asshole!
That guy won't stop shouting. And the others. Whew.
Junpei too was consumed by his thoughts.
I have way too many questions. Who is Zero? What's the nonary game? Is he some nutjob just doing this to mess with us, or does he have some other purpose? And why pick me to be part of this insane game? And the others? Why are these 8 people here? And the most confusing of them all. Why is Akane here? I haven't seen her since elementary school. Why her? Coincidence? No. There's no way. There has to be a reason. I don't know what exactly, but there has to be.
Very well.
The lion's voice seemed oddly loud in the silence.
Standing around here won't do us any good. Best we get moving, don't you think?
Get moving?
Are you planning to open the numbered doors?
Hey, wait! Wait, don't tell me you're actually gonna do what this zero says.
No, that's not what I mean.
The lion shook his head, mildly annoyed.
I'm saying let's find another way. After all, we haven't really examined this place yet.
What?
Where have we not looked? Everyone searched A deck already, right?
Yeah, we were kind of in a rush though, so we probably missed some things.
Why don't we check out the lower floors first? We should see how deep this place goes.
I can work with that.
Then let's go.
Whoa! What the hell? It's completely submerged.
Damn. If the water level keeps rising like this, we're all gonna drown.
No, I don't believe that's something we have to worry about.
Prince knelt down and gently drew his hand across
See?
it.
The water's not flowing. That means the origin of the water has been stopped. Perhaps this Zero fellow has used some sort of remote control to seal a watertight door lower down. He said that our time limit was 9 hours. In other words, this water won't rise for 9 hours.
Then you're saying we won't sink till then.
Well, that may be a little too optimistic. No point to wishful thinking.
Nope, see, I'm panicking already. You telling me I'm just waking up and there's a chance I only have 9 hours left to live when I was just living a completely normal life, like what felt like 10 minutes prior? Yeah, I'm freaking the fuck out.
That's depressing.
If we don't determine a way to advance from this point, we are stuck on A deck and C deck.
Looks that way.
Hey, hold on. How about we check C deck before we jump to any conclusions? We might find something there.
Huh, you're right. I think we should look at the metal doors by the big staircase, too. They're pretty suspicious.
You know, as far as doors are concerned.
No numbers on either door. And I don't see an authentication device either. Nope. It's locked.
This one too. Damn, none of the doors are opening.
Hey guys, over here. There's another door behind the stairs.
Sorry, reaching for a drink. Ah.
This one doesn't open either.
We'll see about that. Hey, old man, give me a hand.
Using force, I see. Let's give it a try. It won't budge.
Even as the man I call Mountain went Super Saiyan, even he could not break the impenetrable door.
Could you not just start shouting out of nowhere? You almost gave me a heart attack, you know.
In this situation, didn't?
Oh, sorry.
It doesn't appear to have moved even with two of us trying.
Idiots. Try using your brain first.
Oh, and if you're wondering what the difference between this mode and this mode is, this mode makes it so we don't get like the descriptive text. That's why we're on this screen here. Pretty much, if I have it set to this adventure screen here, I wouldn't have to read a single fucking word. But I think the descriptive text makes it, like, gives you a lot more insight of what's happening. So we'll stay on this for now. Like I said, like, this just gives the game, like, and all the actions, like, way more meaning and way more description and stuff. So that's why it's like we have it set to novel. There actually is a difference. So it's not that it's just text covering up like the character models and stuff. There's actually more text. The game is actually longer if we play on the novel screen.
Take a closer look.
A keyhole.
Taking that drink just absolutely Doki Doki Literature Club myself.
Right. It's obvious what we need to open this door.
A key, huh?
You got a problem?
No, I just really doubt we'll find a key that easily.
I need to see if there's a way to make it so that my neck can't bend that far. I'm pretty sure there is. But I don't want to, well, It's not that I don't want to, it's just that I just don't have the funds for someone to fine-tune my model, you know? Like, everything you see on this model, other than the assets that I use from Booth, like, all, like, the parameters and all that shit that are on the model, like the wiggliness of the ears and shit like that, and how the eyes work. Also, I just realized I forgot to activate my blinking. 1 second. There we go. Whoops. I was just looking at my model for a second, like I'd brought attention to my model and I forgot to turn the blinking on. I have it set to auto blink. And I think I've explained why before. It's because I have natural resting eyes. So if I have it set to where my model like detects when I blink, my model would have its eyes pretty much closed all the time, and obviously I don't want that. Ignoring the tense air between the two, Junpei moved in closer to examine the doorknob.
What's this?
Just above it was a strange mark in the shape of a circle surrounding a dot. It's a booba.
There's a mark on it. Does it mean something?
Booba.
Hey, look! Over here, too!
Hmm?
Pink Hair was looking at double doors they hadn't examined yet. It's at this point that I'm like, damn, you guys still haven't asked for each other's names yet? Like, holy shit.
More doors.
I think they're elevators. There's an inverted triangle button by them.
May as well try pressing it.
Huh. Boop.
Nothing.
Maybe the power isn't on.
Or we need to do something with this card reader. And there's a strange mark here, too. What is this? It looks like a lowercase h with a dash drawn across the upper stem of the H.
Junpei stared at it for a while.
This is the symbol of Saturn. It's an astrological symbol.
Then the mark on the other door.
I think that was the sun symbol. We saw the same symbols on A deck.
We did?
I don't remember that.
A deck, huh? I haven't been there, so I wouldn't know.
We may as well check again since we're talking about it.
Lion's words urged them on, and they took the stairs up.
There! The two doors next to the stairs. The one on the left had a keyhole with a similar symbol engraved on it.
She's right. It looks similar to what we saw downstairs.
This is an Earth symbol. The horizontal line symbolizes the equator, and the vertical one represents the prime meridian.
I see.
You an astrologist or some shit? Junpei looked up at the ceiling.
The ceiling. Metal plates. Huh. It's as if it's covering something up.
Yes, a window, if I
Perhaps
remember
it was
correctly.
a dome of some
Yeah.
kind.
I wish we could get out through there.
Who here's old enough to remember that the Titanic was on 2 VHS tapes?
Be realistic. We'd need a lot of explosives to open that up.
The windows, too. Huh. They're all covered.
Huh, this is starting to really remind me of another game I like.
In other words, we're trapped. All the exits go nowhere.
Junpei was not happy. The girl with pink hair spoke up.
Well, I'm sure they go somewhere. We just can't open them.
Then the mountain spoke.
You don't know that. For all we know, they just open into walls or take us in circles.
Prince did not agree.
No. I'm sure they go somewhere. Otherwise, what point would there be? And we can open them. Well, 2 of them at least.
Oh, you mean the numbered doors.
All eyes turned toward the doors with the numbers on them. The atmosphere in the room grew tense.
Hey, wait a minute. I think I said this earlier, but I don't think we should do that.
The answer moved in front of the door as if to block them.
We'd have to be crazy to open these doors. If we do that, we're doing exactly what Zero wants us to do.
Suddenly, everyone began to speak at once.
May as well give it a shot. We can't stay here forever.
Yes, I'm in favor as well.
No, I'm totally against this.
But shouldn't we at least try?
We don't know what'll happen. We should stay here.
We don't have time for that. In 8.5 hours, this ship is going to sink.
Clamor of voices made it next to impossible to determine who was saying what. Their arguments grew more and more intense until people were shouting and screaming at one another.
Hey, shut up!
It fell silent and all eyes turned to Junpei. He felt each stare burning into him, but he refused to flinch.
Before we try and decide where we're going to go, there's something else we ought to do.
What's that?
We need to exchange information. We don't know anything about each other. I want to know who you guys are. Who you are, where you came from, why you ended up here. Don't tell me you aren't curious too.
They were silent. Some of them looked the other way or bit their lip, or crossed their arms and stared at the ceiling. But one of them spoke up. It was Akane.
I agree. I think Jumpy is right.
Jumpy?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking about him. I just call him Jumpy. His name is Junpei.
She ported towards
We're
Junpei.
childhood friends. We went to the same elementary school.
Wait, stop. Don't tell us stuff we didn't ask you about. Zero's probably watching us right now. What are you gonna do if he's listening in?
Look, I know that it's like an anime trope for the big doopy characters to be stupid, but are you this stupid? You really think that this guy who set up this huge elaborate plan chose all of us completely randomly without knowing who we were?
Oh, would that be bad?
Hell yeah, it would! We don't know how much that bastard knows about us.
No, no, that's not his name. That's the descriptor Junpei gave him because he doesn't know his name.
Maybe he just picked a bunch of random people to kidnap.
Oh, he actually does think that. Okay. Okay, dude. All right.
If that is the case, then it'd be dangerous for us to let him know too much. If Zero knows who we are, he could go after our families. Maybe he'd tell us he had them to get us to do stuff, you know?
But we still need to know what our names are. It's going to be hard to talk to each other if we don't have names.
All right, then why don't we have code names?
To him, apparently, it seemed like the obvious solution.
Code names?
Yeah, we'll each pick something. Like, I'll be 7.
7? Why are you 7?
The mountain stuck out his left arm.
Because this bracelet number says 7.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, that's a good idea.
He smirked.
All right, I'm gonna be Santa. Any of you chumps know Japanese? No? Well, san means 3. So, I'll be Santa. You know, like Santa Claus. Fits, don't you think?
Then your bracelet number.
Yeah, it's got a 3 on it. Good job, Grandpa.
Just like the mountain had done, Silver thrust out his left hand. Sure enough, the face of his bracelet read 3.
Very well then. I'll go next, shall I? My bracelet number is 1. Given that, I think Ace seems appropriate.
I'll be Lotus then. As I'm sure you all know, it has 8 petals, which means, of course, that my bracelet number is 8.
I would appreciate it if you would call me Snake. My bracelet number is 2. Since Ace has chosen cards, then I choose dice. Snake eyes, clearly. Which is particularly relevant given that I am blind.
You can't see?
I knew it.
That is typically what blind means, Ace. He'd kept his eyes closed during the entire ordeal, which had suggested something strange, but to hear it said so casually, it was something of a surprise. Everyone seemed a little nervous at the prince's proclamation, but no one seemed to know how to react to it.
Me next!
I know, right? It's fucking insane, right? If you're blind, you can't see? Oh my god. There was one person, however, who didn't seem to be surprised in the least. The girl with the pink hair.
I want to be Clover. You know, like a 4-leaf clover. Good luck, right?
Looking almost bored, she had held out her left hand. Base of her bracelet showed the number 4. come around to Junpei. He held out his bracelet.
All right, my number's 5. So my code name is gonna be...
Why have one? It's not like there's any point to it now.
Dancer cut him off
I
mid-sentence.
mean, we all know your name already. You're Junpei.
Oh, yeah.
They all nodded. Akane stepped forward nervously.
Then you should all call me by my name too. Because, I mean, it doesn't seem...
It doesn't seem fair to Jumpy.
You're thinking it's not cool for you to hide your name after you told us his.
Akane fidgeted awkwardly. Junpei decided he had to do
What's your
something.
bracelet number?
It's 6.
She hesitated for a moment, then held out her left hand. As she'd claimed, the bracelet's face showed a 6. Junpei looked at the moment and
All
thought,
right, then. Why don't we call you June?
June?
Yeah, you know, it's the 6th month of the year. So you're June.
Jumpy?
Tana kneaded her hands and looked up at Junpei, uncertain. He smiled back at her
Are
reassuringly.
you good with that?
Yeah.
She thought about it for a few more minutes, then seemed to come to a decision and gave Junpei a small
Okay,
nod.
then.
Their names decided, Junpei ran over them quickly in his
So
head.
this is how everyone breaks down. 1 is Ace. 2 is Snake. 3 is Santa. 4 is Clover. 5 is me. 6 is June. 7 is 7.
Loser.
And 8 is Lotus. That means 8 of us have revealed our bracelet numbers. The only one left is...
That glasses guy with hair like a bird's nest.
You know, the guy who hasn't said a single fucking thing this entire fucking time. Be
You
honest.
haven't said a thing so far.
Be honest, you fucking forgot that he was even here, didn't you? Yeah, he was here the whole time. Like, he's just been kind of hanging out. He just hasn't said anything. His skin was pale, his breathing was heavy, and he was soaked with nervous sweat. His behavior seemed very suspicious, or perhaps simply emotionally unstable. It was difficult to tell. Whatever the case, it seemed clear that he only had a fingertip's worth of a grip on his insanity. Honestly, his reaction to the situation is probably the most realistic. I would be having the same exact fucking panic attack that he is. The girl with pink hair, Clover, walked up to him slowly. She put her hands on her hips and eyed him suspiciously.
What number are you?
He didn't answer. His bloodshot eyes twitched from person to person, and his breath came in hot pants.
Hey, I'm talking to you.
The man licked his dry lips with a shaking tongue and spoke with a voice like old paper.
Isn't it obvious? There are 9 people here. And you know who numbers 1 through 8 are. I'm the only one left.
Like Zoinks, like Scoob, they don't know my number.
So you're 9?
Yeah.
He extended a trembling arm. His bracelet did indeed say 9. Clover looked at him contemptuously.
What's your code name?
Code name?
What do you want us to call you? We all made up names. You should too.
I don't need one.
Why not?
Because I am not gonna stay here with you.
Took a shuddering breath and exhaled. Clover looked at him with something very like disgust.
You've got some sort of plan?
I do.
Yeah? What's that?
You sure you want to know?
Yeah?
All right, let me show you. I'm gonna do this!
By the time they realized what he was doing, it was too late to stop him. The man's body moved like a snake's. In a blink of an eye, he had slid around behind her and wrapped his arm around her waist.
Hey! What the hell do you think you're doing?
Silver, Santa, leapt forward toward Clover and the 9th man. He was halfway there when...
Stay back!
Suddenly, the man's hand dove into his pocket.
Ah!
He held it to Clover's pale, quivering neck.
If you get any closer, I'll cut her open! Yeah, that's right.
The man's smile was neither friendly nor reassuring. Sweat poured down his neck, soaking the collar of his shirt.
Clover, are you all right?
But Prince Snake's voice sounded oddly concerned.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Her voice shook, making her words even less convincing.
What the hell are you trying to do? I told you. This is my plan.
What are you gonna do to her, you sick son of a bitch?
Don't worry. I'm not gonna do anything to her. If she just does what I tell her to, I'll let her go.
He started to move backwards, slowly keeping his grip on Clover.
Slowly. That's right. Just follow me.
Keeping their distance, Junpei and the others followed. Eventually, the man reached the wall. He gave a start as his badge touched it, then glanced around and quickly and spoke.
Here. Verify. The left. Look on your left. Do you see the device on the wall? Place your hand on the scanner panel, the round part.
What if I don't?
The man's nostrils flared and looked like he was about to choke.
Are you an idiot? What do you think? I could slit your throat right now. I'll kill you if I have to. All I need is your bracelet. Just do it. Do it now.
Pressed the knife against Clover's neck, hard.
Okay,
Slowly, she stretched out her left hand towards the device.
like this?
Her back was to it, and she had to feel around for a moment before she found the circular panel. It made a cold electronic noise, and on the display above her hand, an asterisk appeared.
So that's how it works. He called that round part of the device the scanner panel. If we put our left hand on it, our bracelet number gets entered into the device. Then, should you total the numbers on your numbered bracelets and find that the digital root of that number is equal to the number of that door, the door will open.
Junpei shifted his eyes to the door itself. The number on it was 5.
Door 5. But why does this guy know so much about how this thing works? It's like he knows exactly what to do.
Good. Good. You're done. Next.
His bloodshot eye crept from person to person until finally they stopped on Lion,
You,
Ace.
right? You're the one with the number 1 bracelet, right?
Yes, I am. So?
Then you're next. Just verify your number like this little brat did. What are you doing? Do it! Don't you care what happens to her?
Okay, just calm down.
Ace held his hands. Ace held up his hands, palms out. The ninth man jerked his chin toward the device.
I'm coming over.
Slowly, cautiously, Ace moved toward the device. After what seemed like an agonizing eternity, he reached it.
Now, verify.
All right, this is what you wanted, right?
Now the device has both Clover and Ace's numbers, 4 and 1. 4 plus 1 is 5. It's the same as the number written on the door, but it won't open yet. Only 3 to 5 people can pass through one numbered door. One more person. If what Zero said is true, he needs one more person. Who? Who does he need?
Get back.
His voice shook, but the knife he held to Clover's throat made his words a command. Ace took 2, then 3 steps back.
No! Farther! More than that! Go all the way back!
Okay.
Slowly, Ace did what he was told. Ninth man's lips curled into a cruel, twisted smile.
Wait, don't tell me.
That was when Junpei understood his plan.
Clover's 4 and Ace's 1. Added to the ninth man's 9. 4 plus 1 plus 9 is 14, and the digital root of 14, 1 plus 4, is 5. In other words...
Thank God you were all so cooperative. Now I can get out of this nightmare.
Pressed his own hand against the scanner panel. A third asterisk appeared on the screen. He dropped his hand to the lever on the side of the device and pulled. The door opened with a heavy metallic groan.
Good! I don't need you anymore.
He let go of Clover.
Wait!
Junpei left toward the ninth man, but he wasn't fast enough.
Here! She's all yours.
The man shoved Clover and hopped through the door.
Okay. Have a good one, guys. I'm going off ahead now. Well then, goodbye.
He raised his hand and waved, a twisted smirk on his face. Then he was gone. The door ground shut with a dull clang of metal on metal.
Clover, are you all right?
Snake ran to Clover's side as she lay on the floor.
Yeah, I'm fine.
She climbed unsteadily to her feet and, once there, leaned heavily on Snake's shoulder for support.
Damn it!
Junpei ran to the door.
Bastard!
The others followed him. Several pairs of hands grabbed a hold of the handles and pulled.
Open, damn it!
Grunted and strained, but
Shit! It won't budge.
that was when Lotus, the dancer, spoke. Her voice was quiet.
Do you hear something?
Like, what?
Like some sort of beeping.
Junpei pressed his ear against the cold metal of the door. The others did the same.
You're right. I can hear it too.
What is it?
Then they heard something else. It was the ninth man.
Why isn't it stopping? God damn it! You lied!
Lied?
This wasn't supposed to happen! This is wrong! This is wrong!
His voice shook with fear. Safe on the outside, they stepped back from the door and looked at one another.
What is happening in there?
Open the door, please! I'm begging you! Help me! Please get me out of here! Get me out of here! Ah, God damn it!
Junpei grabbed hold of the device. He slammed his hand on the scanner panel. Nothing happened.
Why? Why won't it work? Engaged? Is it because it's occupied?
Oh my god, oh my god! There's no time left! Listen, I was lied to! He lied to me! He put me in here! It was him! He killed me! It was him!
The explosion rocked the room. Instinctively, they ducked and then stood up slowly when they realized there was no danger. No one spoke. Silence filled the room.
A beep?
All eyes turned toward it.
Did that thing just make that sound?
The display changed from engaged to vacant.
Let's see if we can open it.
7. The mountain swallowed hard.
Okay.
Junpei nodded and placed his hand on the scanner panel. A red asterisk appeared on the LCD.
Well, it registered my bracelet number, but it won't open with one person. We need at least 2 more people.
Okay, so it was door number 5, so we need to get to 14 again. So we're 5. So Snake and 7, I believe, because 9 plus 5 is 14.
Snake, 7. You think you could give me a hand here?
Pun was a little too on the nose, but the move was still grim. Both Santa and June lifted their left hands silently. Yeah.
5 plus 2 plus 7 equals 14. The digital root of 14, 1 plus 4 equals 5. This should do it. Now we just need to pull the lever on the side. You guys ready? I'm gonna open it.
Junpei grabbed the lever and looked back over his shoulder. They stiffened and nodded. Junpei nodded back and set his mouth in a grim line. Then he slowly lowered the lever. There was a metallic groan and the door slid open. A breath of air drifted out, carrying a stench that nearly made them gag. Junpei grimaced and put a hand over his mouth.
Oh my god.
Good God.
Lois and Ace shuddered. 7 grunted.
Whoa, that's pretty bad.
Even Santa's voice shook.
He blew up.
It appeared that Santa was right. The hallway on the other side of the door was splattered with chunks of torn flesh and dark red blood. The shriek echoed across the room. It had come from June. Then her strength left her and she dropped. As Junpei turned to catch her, the door groaned shut. She crumpled to the floor.
June, are you okay?
Junpei dropped to his knees and put his arm around her shoulders. That was when he noticed her whole body was feverish. She was radiating intense heat.
What the hell? Where'd this fever come from?
June didn't answer. Her face looked like wax and her whole body began to shake.
All right, okay, let's just rest for a minute, okay? You think you can walk?
She nodded weakly. Junpei lifted June to her feet and guided her to a nearby chair.
Here we go.
Gently as he could, he sat her down.
How are you feeling? Are you all right?
She nodded as she did. A single huge tear rolled down the side of her face.
Why did this happen?
Her voice cracked, broken by misery and grief and choked by sobs.
Why did this happen?
Junpei spun around.
Do any of you know what the fuck is going on here? Who's Zero? What's this nonary game? Come on! Anybody? Anything? What the hell is going on? What are we doing here?
No one spoke. Ace, Snake, Santa, Clover, Seven, and Lotus. They simply stood there, 7 pairs of downcast eyes and 7 grin lines from mouths. June's body shook with silent sobs. They slowed as the minutes ticked by, and eventually they stopped. And suddenly, in the cold, heavy silence that had enveloped them like a thick fog, a bell began to ring. Clock in the central hall. 7, 8, 9, 10 times. We've already wasted an hour. And then on the 10th ring, it stopped. The sound of the bell faded away into silence.
It's 10 o'clock then.
Ace said what each one of them had been
That
thinking.
means it's been an hour since Zero's little announcement.
Seven's deep voice echoed across the room.
Fuck! I've had enough of this crap!
Santa leapt to his feet, his fists
How long are we
clenched.
gonna pussyfoot around like this? We've only got 8 hours until this time limit Zero is going on about is up. Let's get going already!
Santa's outburst fell on deaf ears. No one seemed to agree with him. They stared back at him, their eyes blank and their faces tired. Finally, Lotus spoke.
No, I refuse. I'm not going to end up like him.
Him? You mean the 9th man?
Of course, who else?
In his mind's eye, Junpei saw the corpse again.
Blood and pieces of flesh.
Yeah, that's exactly what Zero was saying. He said that he made sure that it was going to take less. He said it was going to take more time. The scattered pieces of flesh, organs strewn across the floor like the blossoming of a grotesque flower. The explosion that had torn through his body had been powerful.
There's no way for a person to die.
Ninth's neck had been twisted at an odd angle. Junpei suspected the detonation had thrown him against the wall. Half of his face was crushed and the other half was covered in blood. See, had we been in the other mode, we wouldn't be getting these descriptions. Most of his abdomen had been emptied either by the explosion or by gravity. He had landed on his back, and stark white ribs jutted up out of his chest like the legs of some sort of macabre crab. Junpei felt something flip in his stomach.
I think he just screwed up.
Eyebrows went up and Santa continued.
He probably set off some sort of trap, and that killed him. I'm not gonna screw up like that. I'm getting out of here alive.
Whatever Snake was laughing at, Santa did not find it particularly humorous.
What's so goddamn funny?
Oh, my apologies. You were just, so very confident. I couldn't help myself.
What the fuck?
I think you've mistaken the situation.
Huh?
The 9th man's death. It had nothing to do with the trap. Or at least not the sort of trap you imagine it did.
Then?
He broke one of Zero's rules. That was why he died. Quite simple if you think about it.
Huh?
You still don't... All right. How about you take a moment and think back to what Zero said? Specifically, what did he say about the number of people?
He said only 3 to 5 people can pass through one numbered door, right?
And after that? You've forgotten the relevant part. What did Zero say?
Santa furrowed his brow in thought. Junpei thought back. Zero had said that everyone who verified had to go through.
All those who enter must leave, and all who enter must contribute, right? I think it was something like that. Whatever it was, it means that groups of less than 3 or more than 5 can't go through.
That is correct. A gold star for you, Junpei.
Snake inclined his head towards Junpei.
The 9th man, however, broke that rule. He tried to pass through a numbered door by himself. That was why he was executed.
And Zero's watching us from somewhere, making sure we don't break any rules.
Oh, I'm not so sure of that.
Why not?
Because this execution system is entirely automatic. You didn't notice? There's no need for him to monitor us.
What do you mean?
Snake looked at Seven with what could only be described as pity inside.
Very well. I see it must be me who tells you. I've waited long enough, I suppose. I had hoped Zero might spare me the trouble, but that seems increasingly unlikely.
Couldn't see them, of course, but perhaps Snake could sense the confused eyes upon him. When Ace spoke, he gave words to everyone else's thoughts.
Do you know something?
Well, I know a great many things, but yes.
What is it you know?
Here.
Snake removed a card from the pocket of his jacket.
Card? What does it say?
See for yourself.
The flourish, he presented it to Ace, who took a close look at it and spoke.
Come on now, what's the point of giving me this?
Give me that.
Santa snatched the card from Ace, but his expression of disgust quickly turned to one of confusion.
Huh? The hell is this?
Seven tugged it out of Santa's hands.
I see.
The card went from Seven to Lotus, from Lotus to June, and finally to Junpei. He looked at it and understood.
This is Braille.
Braille, the written language of the blind. The card was covered with small embossed bumps. Junpei could recognize it, but he certainly couldn't read it.
Sorry, guys, I can't read this. Here, have it back.
Junpei handed the card back to Snake, who nodded at him with a small smirk.
Okay, that was fun. What's so important about that card?
I found it in my pocket. I can only assume it is a message from Zero.
From Zero?
A message?
What does it say?
Suddenly, everyone was crowding around Snake, desperate to hear what the message said. Santa especially looked as if he were about to grab hold of Snake and shake the answers from him. Snake raised his hand.
Calm down now. No need to panic. You don't need to force me. I'll read it.
Junpei swallowed hard and waited for him to start. He was not the only one. Presently, Snake began to read. His voice calm. His fingers glided over the tiny bumps as he spoke.
Bracelet number 2. Since you are not blessed with sight, I shall bless you, and only you, with information. I shall tell you of the function of the red, of the dead, and of the bracelet.
The red is the recognition device. It will verify your number. Beside every numbered door, you will find a red. The dead is the deactivation device. It does exactly what it says. Once you have passed through the numbered door, you must use dead to stop the detonator in your bracelet. But perhaps you are wondering, what does this detonator detonate? I am afraid this might be something of a surprise. I have placed a small bomb inside of you, and people who you are about to meet. You swallowed it while you were unconscious. I have no doubt, by the time you read this note, the bomb will have passed your stomach and found its way to your small intestine. In other words, you will be unable to regurgitate it. I suggest you do not try. As I mentioned before, the bracelet on your left hand contains a detonator. Think of it as a remote fuse, or timer, for the bomb in your body. There is only one condition which will cause it to detonate. That condition is that you enter a numbered door. Once you have done so, the timer will activate, no matter who you may be. You will have 81 seconds.
I get it. Square root of 81 is, or the digital root of 81 is 9.
If, after that time, the detonator has not been deactivated, it will send a signal to the bomb in your body, instructing it to explode. In order to deactivate the detonator, every person who verified their number at the red must also verify their numbers at the dead. Once all numbers have been verified by the dead, you need only pull the lever at its side, and the countdown will cease. Anyone who does not verify their number at the red will find themselves unable to verify their number at the dead. That is to say, if you should pass through a numbered door without first verifying your number at the red, in 81 seconds, you will be dead. You must also keep in mind that the numbered doors will close automatically after 9 seconds have passed. So long as the doors open, the dead will not function. You would do well to remember this. Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1. You escape from this ship. 2. Your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship, or the exotic wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically. There is no other way to remove your bracelet. If you attempt to force it off or disable the detonator, the bomb within you will immediately explode.
This is all the information which I can impart to you. How you choose to use it is for you to decide. If used wisely, you can eliminate those who might be a danger to you. For a time, you would be able to control your fate. I wish you the best of luck.
Snake finished reading and carefully returned the card to his
So
pocket.
it's saying only those who verify their numbers at the red can pass through the numbered doors. Teams can't add or subtract people after they're scanned in. The reds, deads, and bracelets enforce the rules. They're judge, jury, and executioner.
Oh, shit! A fucking bomb! Come out! Come out, damn it!
Defiance is your suggestions. Both Santa and Seven put fingers down their throats to begin to gag. The rest stiffened. Some touched their stomachs. Some simply stared at their bracelets. Junpei gingerly touched his stomach.
Bomb inside me.
The thought of it made him queasy.
Oh.
His stomach felt oddly hollow and his legs were weak.
What made Zero think creating this horror show of a game was a good idea?
Junpei looked over at the others.
All right. I'm gonna ask one more time. Do any of you know anything about Zero?
They were all silent, each person waiting to hear what the others would say. Finally, Santa spoke.
Actually, I saw him. I saw Zero when I got grabbed. I didn't see his face, though. Son of a bitch was wearing some kind of gas mask. What the hell? Come on, guys, give me something. You know, like surprise or something?
Said it was Santa who looked surprised. There was a moment of silence and everyone spoke at
I
once.
saw that too.
Right.
I did as well.
Me too. I didn't see inside the mask, though. That mask, it was really scary.
Huh?
Oh, so all of our abductions were the same. We were taken from home at midnight. The person claiming to be Zero had a mask on. There was white smoke, and then each of us passed out. We woke up to find ourselves on D-Deck, in a room with a 3-level bunk bed.
How about you, Seven? Did the same happen to you?
Only Seven's stories seemed to lack the detail of the others.
Oh, me? Yeah, well, mine was just like the rest of yours.
That was all he had to say. It occurred to Junpei at the time that it sounded somewhat strange, but he didn't press the issue.
Okay, that's good enough for now.
He hadn't done so because there was something that struck him even stranger.
So, I have a question.
And that was the mystery of the relationship between Snake and Clover.
Snake and Clover, you were both kidnapped from the same room, and you woke up together.
Junpei looked at them thoughtfully.
So, what's the deal with the two of you anyway?
It was Clover that answered. Clearly, she felt she had nothing to hide.
We're siblings.
Siblings?
Yes. Snake is my older brother, obviously. That means I'm his little sister. That really so hard to understand?
Junpei was taken aback. The other seemed just as surprised.
She is correct, of course.
He laid his hand on Clover's
Are
shoulder.
you, surprised?
Well, yeah, but...
Why? There are other people here with connections to one another. Those two, for instance.
Snake pointed at Junpei and June.
Oh, you mean between Jumpy and me?
Ah, yes. You did say you were childhood friends, didn't you?
Wait, you went to school together?
Yeah.
June glanced at Junpei, uncomfortable with the sudden attention.
Well, yeah.
Junpei felt somewhat nervous as well and tried to scratch his head as casually as possible.
Hey, you think maybe we could figure out who Zero is this way?
Yeah, you're right. You connect the dots between the victims, and that leads you to the perp.
Junpei, June, does any of this ring a bell?
Ring a bell.
Ring a bell?
Looked at one another, and it was like it was staged. They both tilted their necks at the same time.
Well, perhaps you went to school with the son of a multimillionaire.
A millionaire?
Son?
Well, someone bought this boat and set up all of this. Whoever Zero is, they must be incredibly rich.
Well, we can't be sure of that. To me, this seems as though it's the work of an organization, not an individual. Most likely, Zero is simply the representative of a larger group.
What sort of organization?
It could be a number of things. An army, perhaps, or a research group. Perhaps this is all some sort of psychological experiment.
If it is, then it's a pretty fucked up experiment. I mean, come on! A guy's dead!
True. The word dead hung in the air, heavy and ominous. The room went quiet again.
I don't know who the hell this Zero asshole is, but I know for sure he's gotta be pretty fucked up in the head to do all this. If this was all one guy, then he's got some serious issues.
Even with the specter of death hanging over them, their discussions continued for some time. Bro, how much time are we gonna fucking waste?
I thought we were finished with that topic.
But then what should we do?
We should talk it through.
Oh my god, enough! All we're doing is talking!
Thank you, Santa. Santa threw his hands up with his voice filled with irritation.
Talking won't solve anything! It can't help us find our way out of here! You're really sure you want to just sit around? We've only got 7.5 hours left. We already wasted 1.5 hours of our 9 hours.
Everyone there was already on the edge of panic. What Santa told them only made the feeling more intense. No one was willing to argue this time.
You're right.
Very well then. There's only one way for us to proceed.
Sure not gonna be fun running around knowing we gotta jump when Zero says jump.
Well, it's stupid to just sit around here doing nothing.
Ah! Yeet!
Thanks to Snake's card, at
Thank
least
you
we
for
have
the
some idea
yeet.
of how this all works.
Correct. And so long as we all follow the rules,
Ah, we're spinning.
We will most likely.
No! Not the double! Oh. Shit.
But
When they get fucking stacked on top of each other, it's the funniest thing. Yeah.
But what?
who's going to go in which door?
June looked back at the numbered doors.
Oh yeah.
Thank you for the
that's right.
sippies.
We can't have any more than 5 people in one door. All 8 of us can't go in the same door.
Thank you for the treats. I really need to get like a bag of snacks or something just to put next to my computer.
Then it would seem we will have to split up.
Wait,
Lotus looked terrified.
I'm telling you now, there is no way in hell that I'm going into door 5.
Bitch, look, you're gonna go in through the door which we tell you to,
Come on
okay?
now. Don't be selfish.
This is a group effort. You aren't running the show.
Call me whatever the hell you want. I'm not going in there.
Damn, did she fucking hear me?
If I'm going to have to walk through all that blood, then I'd rather stay here.
And we were doing so well.
Were we?
Sorry, but I ain't going in there either. Someone else can go into door 5.
Oh, Santa, not you too.
Out of everyone here, I thought Santa would be the one that's like, yeah, I'll go through door 5. It's whatever.
Hey, man. I just bought these shoes.
Oh, he's petty.
If you think I'm getting some creepy dude's blood all over him, you got another thing coming.
That was the last straw.
What the hell, man? Weren't you the one who kept saying we should get going?
Yeah, so doesn't mean I wanted to go into door 5.
Oh, God.
There's an awkward silence. Finally, Seven spoke.
Fine. I'll go into door 5. I can't go in there alone, though. Anyone else willing to come with me?
How did you not get them dirty already? Didn't they get, like, soaked with water earlier? Another long silence. This time Snake was the one to break it.
I'll go.
What?
Don't worry. You'll be fine. We may part now, but I'm certain we'll meet again later.
How do you know that?
Because I do.
That's not an answer.
True.
If you're going, I'm going too. I'm going into door 5.
What am I going to do with you?
There's nothing you have to do. If I join you, the problem is solved, correct?
Yeah. That's how I played it the first time. Was on the DS, but the PC and like Xbox and PlayStation versions actually have like voice acting and stuff.
7 is 7 and Snake is 2.
If you play the DS version, it's like the Ace Attorney thing where it's all like beeps and boops like for all text and not just text inside of the puzzle rooms.
And if you add Clover's 4 and my 1, the digital route will be 5.
7 plus 2 plus 4 plus 1 is 14. The digital root of 14. 1 plus 4 is 5.
Oh, it works perfectly.
Yeah, I think VLR probably has the best voice acting in the series.
The 4 of us can go into door 5.
Wait. What about the other 4? What's their digital route gonna be?
Junpei did a quick mental calculation.
Lotus, Santa, June, and me. Our bracelet numbers are 8,
3, 6, and 5.
8, 3, 6, 5. What would our digital route be?
Let's do math real quick. 11, 17. It should be 22, right? 11, 17, plus 5, 22. It's 4.
8 plus 3 plus 6 plus 5 is 22. So,
Disgusting.
the digital root of 22, 2 plus
It's
2
4.
equals 4.
Bingo.
It's 4. Add up our 4 bracelet numbers and the digital root is 4.
Then we can go into door 4.
Yeah. Huh. That worked out well.
So the team assignments will be like this. 7, Snake, Clover, and Ace, they would go through door 5. Lotus, Santa, June, and me will go through door 4. Are these really the teams I want? Beyond door 5 is what remains of the 9th man. I never want to see that thing again, but something's telling me that it'd be a good idea to examine the corpse, even just a little closer. Of course, if I went through door 5, I wouldn't be going with Lotus and Santa. I could bring June with me through door 5, but that means she'd have to see the body in there. Should I stay silent and go through door 4? Or should I stop them and insist on door 5?
He turned his options over and over in his mind. Ace spoke up.
All right, then. It seems we've reached a conclusion. Shall we go?
He began to walk towards door 5.
I'm going through door 5.
Clover and Snake followed, with 7 a short distance behind.
We're over there too, right, Snake?
The door's not going anywhere. Slow down.
Which door?
Right. Yeah, we're sticking with door 4. Side of the door 4 would be fine.
I'll go through door 4 with Lotus, Santa, and June. There's nothing to worry about. I just need to stay by her side.
Akane
It should be
Karashiki.
fine. It's no problem this way. I should see the other 4 off.
He made no shows of affection, but Junpei saw her as something more than just a friend from his childhood.
Looks like Ace and the others are going.
He watched the other 4 walk towards their door. Ace, Snake, Clover, and Seven. Junpei said nothing as they left. Before long, they had reached the door. They talked to one another for a few seconds, saying things Junpei couldn't hear, and then laid their hands one by one on the scanner panel of the red.
Now then.
Ace grabbed the lever, his face tight with determination. He turned over his shoulder, then looked at Junpei and his companions.
Be careful.
As Ace pulled the lever, the door swung open, the mouth of a great hungry beast.
So horrible.
Beyond the door, Junpei knew lay the sad remains of the 9th man. It did not surprise him that Ace, Clover, and Seven hesitated. The body was not a pleasant thing.
What are you doing? We need to hurry.
Snake had no such problems, as his blindness made him immune to the horror. He stepped through the door, his feet making a wet splash in the pool of blood.
Snake, your shoes.
It's fine. Hurry! Or are you planning on dying with everyone else? I assume you haven't forgotten the door only remains open for 9 seconds, have you?
Sorry, Snake.
Let's go.
The 3 remaining steeled themselves and stepped through the door. Door 5 swung shut, closing with the heavy finality of metal upon metal. Junpei and his companions scrambled to the door.
Hey! How is it over there? Did you find anything? Please say something, will you?
Something's beeping.
It's just like before.
Probably the sound of the detonator on the bracelet.
Do you think they're okay?
June's face showed her concern more plainly than her words ever could. Almost as though in response to her question, a voice rang out from the other side of the door. It was Seven.
Hey, there it is! That's gotta be that dead thing! Come on, get over here! We gotta authenticate!
The beeping stopped.
Sighs of relief were audible even through the heavy door.
Looks like it stopped.
Junpei and his companions leaned away from the door and breathed a collective sigh of relief of their own.
Hey, guys! Are you doing all right over there?
It hurt Seven's voice, but it wouldn't hurt to be sure.
Yes, we're fine.
Despite the recent danger, Clover's voice was as bubbly as ever.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you about this whole dead thing, okay? The dead is just like the red, but the color's different. You know how the red was red? Well, the dead is blue. Other than that, it's just like the red. Authenticating is the same too.
Awesome! Thanks. That helps a lot.
Well, we should probably move on now. You be careful out there.
Roger that.
Roger that! Hey, got me. Alright, Junpei and the others left door 5 and head toward door 4.
Now it's our turn. I'll go first.
Stood in front of the red and placed each of their hands upon it. Four asterisks appeared on the screen. Junpei grabbed the lever and turned around.
We ready?
Yeah.
Sure.
Let's go.
None of them looked particularly optimistic, but their faces were set. Junpei nodded to them and turned back towards the red.
All right, let's go.
With strength and determination, he pulled the lever.
Run!
The moment they had passed through it, each heard a cold electronic sound coming from their left wrist.
Oh, damn.
In the center of each bracelet, a red skull appeared and began to flash. That is not red. That is clearly pink. Come on.
It's counting down.
Snake's blind, not you, Junpei. The detonator's countdown had begun. In the long moment that each of them spent staring at their wrists, The numbered door behind them closed, the sound of the metal reverberating down the hallway.
We can't go back!
We need to hurry and find the device.
Hey! Where the hell is the dead?
How would I know?
Don't give me that crap! Start looking!
I already am!
They began to run, eyes looking frantically for the device that was the key to their salvation. The hallway they found themselves running down was a long one, easily 300 feet in length. On the right side of it stood a series of wooden doors, all nearly identical. If they had taken time to think, they would likely have discerned that the doors led to cabins.
Don't tell me the dead is in one of those rooms.
Oh no! How many rooms do you think there are?
Junpei was too frightened to count properly, but at his best guess, there were 7 or 8 of them.
Ah, fuck! We don't have time to count.
Junpei ran to the nearest door,
Need to open them.
grabbed the knob and shook it.
It won't open.
Didn't feel locked, more like someone had hammered an iron plate over the other side of the door. Junpei turned around and found another door and saw that his companions had already run to doors of their own. They did not seem to have any more success than he had. Their own words confirmed his fears.
Shit, this one's no good.
Same here.
It's not moving!
June was the last one to speak up. And as Junpei looked at her direction, his eye caught something he hadn't noticed before. A small red blinking light.
There it is! At the end of the hallway! Run!
Even as he yelled, he ran. He grabbed Santa, Lotus, and June and pulled them toward the light. Santa called out to them as he ran.
Hey, how many more seconds do we have?
How would I know?
Our time limit is 81 seconds!
I know that, goddammit! I'm asking you how many seconds we have left!
In all likelihood, Junpei figured nearly a minute had already passed since the door had closed behind them. If that was true, urgency foremost in all their minds, they had arrived at the end of the hallway. The dead sat on the left wall, blinking almost tauntingly at them.
Hurry! It's the dead! Get over here!
Junpei grabbed hold of the machine, his hands slick with sweat and shaking. Slammed his hand against the scanner panel.
Everyone.
The other 3 quickly followed suit. With a grunt, Santa yanked the lever downward.
Looks like it stopped.
Sam beginning to steady. Junpei wiped away some of the sweat that had beaded on his forehead. As they caught their breath, the 4 companions began to look around.
There's another door at the end of the hallway.
You could see a heavy-looking set of double doors. Set into the walls of the hallway on either side of the larger door were 2 smaller ones.
Let's try this one first. And of course it won't open.
How many times had he come across similar doors with similar results, he wondered. Or perhaps he corrected himself, more lack of results. Whatever the reason, the door remained firm and unyielding and refused to allow Junpei or anyone else to open them.
A keyhole.
Above the keyhole was a small symbol engraved in the brass.
What's this mark?
He wasn't quite sure what to make of it, and stared at it for a moment of confusion. It was June that corrected him.
No, not exactly. That's probably the symbol of Mars. Well, technically, they are the same symbol. But I saw a number of similar symbols near the main stairway. The symbols of the solar system.
Oh, that's right. The Sun, Saturn, and Earth.
At least that's what I'm assuming.
So this isn't the man symbol. It's a symbol for Mars?
I think so, yes.
I see. Wait, where's Santa?
While Junpei and June talked, Santa had disappeared. They turned to find him some distance down the hallway. He had gone to check the other doors. Eventually, he reached the last of them and jogged back. It took him only a moment to catch his breath again.
Yeah, so, I looked the place over. Here's the deal. None of the other doors open.
Then that must mean...
We only have 2 more doors.
Lois examined the doors on either side of the larger double door. Each one had a metal plate attached to it.
Maybe it's the room number.
The door on the left has a B92, and the one on the right says B93. All right, let's open them.
Okay, I'll get B93 then.
Jimmy put his hand on the doorknob, and Santa moved to the other door. They had made it through the numbered door alive. There was nothing more to be afraid of. Junpei and Santa looked at each other and nodded.
1, 2, 3!
In unison, they pushed against their respective doors and promptly found themselves in a new room. June followed Junpei as he threw open his door. They turned around and saw that the door on the other side was open as well. Though through the door was another person, his mouth agape. Santa.
Hey, it opened.
Yeah, it did.
Junpei and Santa looked at each other.
I didn't expect that.
It was so easy.
Lotus's calm voice broke into their thoughts.
Maybe this is all part of Zero's plan. I can't say I enjoy being treated like someone's puppet.
She headed for room 93, Lotus continued.
Well, now we have these 2 rooms. I'm sure there's something in there that will help us get out of here. Let's find it. Santa and I will search this room. You 2 take the other one.
All right.
Okay.
Puzzle time, baby! Let's go! Vase looks expensive. I wonder how much we could get for it. Are you gonna steal it? Oops. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Junpei looked down blankly at what he was holding, then up at June.
Oh yeah, how's your fever? You feeling better now?
Yes, I'm fine.
June certainly looked fine.
Let me see your forehead.
Junpei held his hand to her forehead for a few seconds.
Guess it really has gone down.
Are you worried about me?
Yeah, I guess I am.
June blushed and giggled.
By the way, Jumpy?
Hmm?
How did you end up here?
What do you mean? I told you earlier, didn't I?
There was a man with a gas mask when you got home at night. You inhaled some white smoke and passed out. When you woke up, you were on D-Deck.
Man
Damn
symbol.
straight.
But is that really the truth?
What?
Jumpy, are you hiding something from me?
No, why would I?
Well, if you think about it, this is awfully suspicious. I mean, why would 2 childhood friends bump into each other in a place like this?
Hey, I could ask you the same thing. Are you hiding something?
What would I hide?
Well, I don't know. Anything. I mean, you're hiding it. How would I know?
You mean like the number of men I've dated?
Junpei's heart stumbled over
Do
itself.
you want to know?
I had to admit, he was a little
Don't
curious. She
Only
smiled at him.
18. Times 0. Yeah, I guess I just haven't met Mr. Right yet.
June looked a little embarrassed and scratched the back of her head in a desperate attempt to seem nonchalant.
Yeah, I see.
Junpei coughed quietly in much the same way.
Anyway, I'm not hiding anything. Just like you, Jumpy. When I woke up, I was on D-Deck.
Well, you do have a point. I mean, why did Zero pick us? We haven't seen each other since elementary school.
I wonder.
I really wish they would make a fucking anime. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Okay. My OBS was like locked up for a second, but we're back now. I really wish they'd make this an anime. I really wish they'd made Danganronpa 2 an anime. They made Danganronpa 1 an anime, but the visual novel's so much better.
Look for what connects the victims. That will lead you to the culprit. Do you remember Seven saying something like that?
Yeah, I do.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think this must all have something to do with a classmate of ours.
You got any ideas who it might be?
No, nothing.
Oh,
Well, if it had something to do with school, then it could be one of our teachers, or maybe the principal?
or the janitor, or the lunch lady.
No, I can barely remember any of them.
Dude, imagine it was the lunch lady.
Yeah, I know.
Instead of serving up cold pizza, she's serving up death. Junpei went back to searching, feeling unpleasant and confused. Elementary school. Elementary school. Was there anything strange that happened in elementary school? As he searched the room, he continued to rack his brain. Alright, back to searching. It's a light blue blanket with some designs on it. Someone's made the bed, or at least never unmade it. There's only bed sheets under the blanket, nothing exciting. Bed frame, now we don't have to worry about falling off. I toss and turn when I sleep. She's blushing again. What the hell is she thinking about? This isn't a painting, it's a map. Looks like a map of the ship's interior. Oh, this is a great find. I think it'll be really useful. Let's take this with us. It's not possible to use the map screen. The map screen can only be viewed during story sections. While on the map screen, you can examine a map of the ship's floor plan, which you will acquire over the course of the story. Pressing L and X will allow you to see a bird's eye view for that room. Junpei took one last look at the map, then folded it up and slid it back into his pocket. June looked up as he closed it.
This ship is bigger than I thought.
Yeah, it's probably about 900 feet long.
Must be one of those fancy cruise ships.
Of course, it doesn't really look like a cruise ship. Everything in here is really retro. Even if it's just some sort of style choice, there's just too much.
Do you remember what Zero said?
April 14, 1912, the famous ocean liner Titanic crashed into iceberg. After remaining afloat for 2 hours and 40 minutes, it sank beneath the waters of the North Atlantic.
Do you think maybe this boat and the Titanic have something to do with each other?
That's a good point. I doubt he would have mentioned it if there wasn't a reason.
Junpei took a moment to look around the room.
Do you think this boat is a replica of the Titanic?
A replica?
Yeah, you know, like a copy of the actual boat.
Who on earth would make something like that?
Fans. Crazy Titanic fans.
Yeah, we know that a couple of them.
No way. Do you even know how much money that would take?
No idea. But all they've got to do is break even, you know?
Break even?
Yeah, they could use it as a cruise ship. Climb aboard a piece of history, sail around the world in the resurrected Titanic. Hell, with marketing like that, they'd probably have more customers than they'd know what to do with.
Do you really think people would want to ride on a ship with such an ominous past? It's the site of the worst accident in history. Over 1,500 people died. I wouldn't be surprised if you'd get cursed just for going.
Yeah, Zero's voice in this game is really grating, for sure.
A curse, huh?
Jumpy, do you believe in that sort of thing? You know, curses and stuff?
Yeah, well, I guess so, to a certain extent.
Junpei scratched his temple.
What about you? No, I guess that's kind of a dumb question.
Yes, I do believe in curses. In fact, I think it was a curse that sunk the Titanic.
What?
Yeah.
A curse sank the Titanic. The curse of the Egyptian mummy.
Junpei couldn't understand how June had maintained a straight face to say that.
Supposedly, the Titanic carried the mummy of the priestess Amun-Ra, which was stolen from a pyramid. And they say that the mummy had a history. Everyone involved with it died mysterious deaths. Come on, I'm sure you've heard of it before. Those who open the coffin will be forever cursed. Haven't you ever heard that one?
So you're saying
June is such a good name, too.
Of that curse?
That's right!
June's eyes had lit up with excitement like a child with a new toy.
That mummy, the priestess?
I mean, of course, it's not her real name, but...
Supposedly, she was special.
What do you mean?
Well, supposedly, she was really pretty.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Pretty?
Yes.
But she was a mummy.
That's right.
Yeah, she was a dummy mommy. A dummy mummy. That was so stupid, I'm sorry.
She wasn't all shriveled up or rotten or anything. She almost looked alive.
Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, it's that thing. I don't remember the name. Where your body turns into some kind of wax? Yeah? The fat in it turns into something kind of like candle wax, right? And
no, speaking of wax, if we want to talk about things that like fuck us up, fucking the first movie that ever actually like fucked me up mentally was House of Wax. Oh, yeah, that's gonna get a little confusing, isn't it?
Yes, saponification, but that's not what it was.
Huh?
That's not it. She wasn't wax.
Then what was it?
They say that she was frozen.
What? Frozen?
That's right. The whole body was frozen solid. You know how a human body is more than 60% water? Well, all of that water was frozen. The story says that from the time of its discovery all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic, even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted.
That's crazy.
I think so too, but maybe it's true and we just didn't know about it before.
I didn't know?
Yep. Maybe it's common sense to eat shaved ice in the desert because it lasts forever.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Huh? Nah, that seems too silly to be true.
But maybe it isn't. It just appears that way because you didn't know it was true.
Well, yeah.
June and Junpei talked a little more, then went back to their investigation, but even as they did, my mind went back to what she told him.
Ice that doesn't melt, even in the desert? Does something like that really exist? No, even if it did, it wouldn't really be ice anymore, would it?
The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Like he'd eaten his ice cream too fast. It's a bottle with water in it. This is a bedroom. They'd probably have it here because your throat always feels dry when you wake up, you know? My throat's dry, but I think that's because I'm a little nervous right now. Well, we did run a lot, so we're kind of sweaty. Hey, Jumpy, do you want to take a shower together? Whoa. Just kidding. Too late to take it back. My brain's already working out the picture. My throat was dry already. This sure isn't helping. It's like, in this situation, really? Like, I mean, fuck it. Like, this is not the time. Can we wait until we get out of this fucking situation before you start throwing situations at me like that? Like, come on. Okay. I think that's everything we need in here. It's a display case, but there's nothing being displayed. How sad. Looks like the drawers are empty, too. Right. That's the bathroom wall. There are square tiles all over it. Okay, obviously, nothing in here. Yeah, why don't we go back? Oh, wait, whoops. There's something else I want to check. There was actually stuff to click on. Hang on. Shower curtains, huh? Let's try closing it. Now I can see the full expanse of the shower curtain in all of its waterproof glory. There's nothing suspicious. It's just a normal shower curtain. A narrow shower, and I'm standing in it with June. This is awkward. Time to open the curtain. Alright, enough of that. Alright. Jumpy, where are you going? I was thinking of going over to Lotus's room. Why? What do you mean, why? I'm just gonna go check up on them. Is there something wrong with that? Well, no. Come back soon. Sure thing. I'll leave the rest to you. Sure, leave it to me. Alright, off to the other room. Candle with a candlestick. This might come in handy. Well, it's probably both. Awesome, with the light from the candle, maybe we can take a look around over there, but it gets so hot when I hold it, I want to put it down. Well, why don't you set it on top of the dresser? It's flat there, at least it won't fall over. Oh yeah, good idea. Hey, it got pretty bright. Now we can look around a little. Alright, so I'm guessing... There we are. Let's take a look. 2 pillows in a pile. Oh. A pile of pillows. Is that supposed to be some kind of joke? Hey, calm down. Anything under the blanket? Nope, nothing suspicious here. Huh? Hey, what the hell? It just got dark all of a sudden. Maybe the candle got blown out? We should go over and see. There's a candlestick covered in melted wax on top of the dresser. Hey, what's this? The top of the candlestick looks kind of weird. You're right, it's all bumpy. Well, this is a display case. Check that out. The plates and shit look really expensive. You want to take a look? See if this candlestick key will do anything. Alright, pull that shit open. Pretty weird looking design. It looks like a Holstein pattern. I'll take that. Thank you.
Hey, Junpei, you got a minute?
Yeah, everyone wants to fucking talk to me all of a sudden.
Here, take this.
Santa pulled something out of his pocket.
A bookmark?
Looked like a bookmark. It had a 4-leaf clover in it.
What is this for? Do you want me to read a book?
I found it in between some of the cushions on the sofa. Pretty sure it ain't gonna be any help to us, but I figured we might as well hang on to it anyway.
Then why don't you hold on to it?
Santa gave him a wry smile.
You know what I hate most in the world?
Oh boy, here we go.
I got 4 things. Hope, faith, love, and luck.
Hope, faith,
Faith,
love,
and luck?
Damn straight.
And you hate these things?
Yeah, you got a problem with that?
Not really, but...
Junpei tried to figure out how to best phrase what he was wanted to
What
say.
does a bookmark have to do with any of that?
Santa scratched the back of his ear and looked awkward.
Well, see, each leaf on the 4-leaf clover has a meaning to it, okay? And that meaning is pretty much those 4 words. It's like flower language. Well, I guess it's not a flower, is it? So, leaf language, I guess? Yeah, you could call them leaf words.
You know, I'm going to start to just assume that everyone here has just inhaled a little too much of that gas that they got knocked out with, and they're still recovering.
Leaf words.
Junpei looked at the bookmark.
Hope, faith, love, and luck. The meaning of the leaves on a 4-leaf clover.
So, yeah, I want you to take it, okay? Just touching it gives me the creeps. Take the damn thing, all right?
Bro, you good?
Here.
What do you want to do? Yeah, I'll take it. After all, why shouldn't he?
Alright, sure. I'll take it.
Shoved the thing into his pocket and gave Santa a last confused look.
Oh, man, I feel a lot better now. That thing was a real pain, you know?
Do you really hate those 4 words that much?
Yeah, well, they can all betray you, you know? Hope, faith, love, even your destiny.
What had happened to Santa, Junpei wondered. How had he become such a bitter person? For a moment, they looked at each other.
Well, that's not my only reason.
What?
That's not the only reason I hate the 4-leaf clover. I just can't bring myself to like the number 4.
What, worried about the 4 horsemen?
Nah, come on, man. That's just silly. Maybe back in the Dark Ages, that kind of crap scared people. But this is the 21st century, and I'm a 21st century guy. I'm a little insulted.
Then why do you hate 4 so much?
'Cause it's a half-ass number. Not the best or the worst. That's why.
Dude, you good?
What?
9 is a way better number. So what if it's last place, right? At least it's not some lame-ass middle number.
What are you...
Santa's explanation made no sense. Junpei was even more confused than before.
You play?
Play? You mean like gambling?
Yeah, of course. What else would I mean? In Baccarat, the best possible hand totals 9. They call it Le Grand. But the lowest, most worthless cards, zeros, they call monkey.
Just like the guy in charge of this game, huh? Zero's a monkey.
Santa blinked, utterly stunned. Then he began to laugh.
Oh man, you're totally right. The guy who trapped us in here sure is one hell of a monkey.
That was when Lotus spoke up.
You know, If you think about it, the nonary game is really a lot like Baccarat.
Apparently she'd been listening.
But of course, it doesn't use any of that stupid digital root junk. You just drop the tens digit, and that's it. Still, it does have the same idea of your final number needing to be a single digit.
Oh, yeah. I guess you got a point.
And in both games, whoever
Honestly,
has
if I was in
9
this situation
wins.
too, I'd be trying to get some leaf as well. Like, Jesus Christ.
The person who makes 9 wins?
Wait, did you forget already? Don't you remember what Zero said?
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9. So, if we want to get off this boat, we have to make a team whose numbers have the digital root of 9.
And only the people in that team are going to make it out alive.
Of course. That's why it's called the nonary game.
What?
Huh?
You don't know? Nonary means something derived from 9, or base 9. It's derived from the Latin prefix nona, which means 9. While we're at it, the prefix for 1 is uni. You know, like the unicorn, the horse with 1 horn. 2 is bi, like binary. Binary means composed of 2 parts. 3 is tri. I'm sure you've heard that one plenty. Like trio, triple, and triangle. You get. After that, you have quart, quinty, sext, septum, and so on. And of course, the prefix for 8 is octo, like octopus.
And so on. You just fucking described all of them. What do you mean, and so on?
It's called that because it has 8 legs. Get it?
I see. So then Nona means 9.
So, how many of us are trapped on this ship?
That'd be 9.
And what are the bracelet numbers we have?
They go from 1 to 9.
And our time limit? How many hours did we have?
Zero said 9 hours.
And finally, to get out of this ship,
We need to find the door with a 9 that's hidden somewhere in the ship.
By making a team with the digital root of 9.
and there you have it. The number 9 is everywhere in this game. He's got a real theme of 9s for this whole thing.
Right.
No wonder it's called the nonary game.
Somewhere far away, Junpei heard the creak of stressed metal. It sounded almost like Zero laughing at them, or the sad, desperate scream of a pig headed to the slaughterhouse. What? This is the bathroom wall. The whole wall is covered in these square tiles. There's a curtain rod on the ceiling. Yeah, there is. Curtain rod. Let's put that shower curtain on these hooks. Start spreading the curtain. Whoa, that's some pretty obvious peephole. Somebody's really dedicated. Well, with a hole this big, you gotta wonder if maybe they wanted to be caught. So you're saying maybe the ones getting spied on was into that shit? Maybe they were into, like, those home invasion fantasies. Home invasion? Interesting, I see. You two are real idiots, you know that? Okay. Well, in the curtain, it looks... If I look at it from a ways back, I can see a single tile. Right, from here I can see what tile it is. Looks like it's 5th from the top, 3rd from the right. 5th from the top, 3rd from the right. 5th from the top, 3rd from the right. 5th? No. 5th from the top, 3rd from the right. 5th from the top, 3rd from the right. I'm sorry, I don't have time to listen to what you have to say because I have to remember 5th from the top, 3rd from the right. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one. Here it is. Yes, this one's loose. I think I can get under this with my nails, and yes. There's a tile in the frame. So I guess I'm supposed to put these tiles in the empty spaces. Alright, I'm gonna give it a shot. Oh, okay. Let's see. Huh? Oh, I guess I got it. Yes, I did it. There, picture complete. And there goes the frame. What's this? What do you mean, what's this? Pretty obvious, isn't it? There's a hole in the wall. Like a hidden safe or something, you know? Anyway, let's take a look. I think there's something inside. Junpei messed around a bit with the key he had and looked blankly at the picture that slid down.
What's the deal with this picture anyway?
Santa had only been mumbling to himself, but it drew Lotus's attention. She looked at the picture and paused.
I think I've seen this picture before.
Where?
In a book. There's a British biochemist named Sheldrake. He has a rather interesting theory. I saw this picture in his book.
What's this interesting theory?
Morphogenetic fields, which relies on the theory of morphic resonance.
Man, I can't deal with this. Just listening to you talk about it is giving me a headache.
She hasn't even started yet, dude. Santa put his hands on his head as though he were in great pain. Lotus merely arched an eyebrow in his direction and continued.
It's not a difficult concept to grasp. In essence, he states that the shape of living organisms and their behavioral patterns are transmitted through a field not visible to the eye.
What part of that isn't difficult, exactly?
Lotus did not look pleased.
All right, how about this? Theory of the telepathic mechanism.
Telepathy?
Yes, telepathy. Well, perhaps not exactly telepathy, but it's close enough for a simple approximation.
Santa suddenly burst into laughter.
Are you serious? Telepathy? Who do you think we are? Kids from the 70s? I can't believe someone would actually do serious research on something like that.
Yes, I agree.
Lotus's response was surprisingly curt. Junpei had expected at least some conflict.
I read the book, but I can hardly say I understood it. I'm in no position to defend or condemn anything it said. It was probably just someone latching onto a statistical outlier from some study and turning it into a ridiculous theory. There's no scientific merit to any of it, I'm sure. But even so, Anyway, I saw a picture like that one in his book.
Lotus indicated the picture they'd all been looking at. After a moment, she walked up to the strange picture, examined it, and then spoke.
Hey, what do you think this picture looks like?
Santa answered first.
What do you mean? Isn't it just like abstract or something like that? It's just black and white scribbles. There's no meaning there. That's it.
What about you, Junpei? Does it look like anything to you?
I guess it looks like...
What do we think what do we think this looks like, chat? A demon. Okay, well, now that we have answers on the board, now what do you think it looks like?
Funya Rimpa. See? I mean, this totally looks like one. And here, and here.
Junpei indicated parts of the picture that looked exactly like the other parts. After 3 seconds of silence, Lotus looked at Junpei.
What the hell is a Funya Rimpa?
What do you mean? What the hell is a Funya Rimpa? You mean you don't know?
How the hell would I know?
How could you not know? That's practically blasphemous. Oh, say you're sorry. Apologize to the Funya Rimpa. Goodness, you are such a rude woman.
Another 3 seconds of awkward silence went by. Lotus opened her mouth as she shook.
Junpei, are you just screwing around? Forget it. I'm just gonna tell you.
It looks like a dog.
This is a dog.
Aha! Gotcha, fucker.
See? Like this.
Lotus pointed out parts of the picture, and eventually a dog took shape in them. looked as though she had a point. Yeah, no, I don't think. Yeah, it's not real. Santa also nodded in agreement.
So, now we know what it's a picture of, but I don't see how that helps us.
Yeah, Twitch likes to fuck up from time to time. I fucking hate it. And then sometimes it auto-mods people that it shouldn't be auto-modding, and it's a fucking mess.
A TV show from Great Britain did an experiment once. They took two similar pictures. Both of them were difficult to identify initially, but once you figured out the answer, you couldn't see it as anything else. These two pictures. The first was a woman wearing a hat.
Yeah, we actually had what was it? Yeah, Ferret got auto-modded earlier, and I had to approve the message. Sometimes it won't allow it won't allow messages through on my chat. Even though I have the auto-mod set to like the weakest setting, it's still auto-mods people. Like, it should only be auto-modding the most like egregious shit, like, you know, like racial slurs and stuff like that. But there's some things that it's still catching as in the auto-mod, and it sucks.
The other one, well, to make it easier, let's just say it was this picture of a dog. So, their experiment. First, they sent the picture to other parts of the world, outside the reach of British airwaves. To Ireland, the US, Africa, Europe, etc. Then, in each country, they gathered a number of test subjects, roughly 1,000 people. They were shown the two pictures and asked, what does this picture look like to you? The results weren't really interesting on their own. 9.2% of the people saw the lady in the lady picture. 3.9% saw the dog in the dog picture.
And there it was. You got auto-modded again. Even though I've already accepted ho as a fucking okay word, and it's not in my mod list, it still mods you.
Then, 2 days later, they aired a new program on their show. During the 30-minute show, they broadcast the dog picture and its solution.
Come on. Stop. Why isn't it working? Automod, please.
The audience was estimated to be 200,000 people.
You know, if I didn't have my chat like on my screen, like on my actual stream itself, like it probably wouldn't even, like I probably wouldn't even worry about it. But I like to have my chat on there for like the VODs and stuff.
The number of people who knew the solution to the dog picture was at least that many. After another 2 days passed, they gathered more research subjects from areas outside the reach of British TV and radio. This time, they only found a sample of roughly 850 people. They were, however, given the same test and the same two pictures. The results were startling. 10% of the people saw the lady in the lady picture. The previous test sat at a 9.2% success rate. Not much of a change statistically. The dog picture, however, produced a very different result. The percentage of people able to successfully find the dog, it went from 3.9% to 6.8%, a very significant increase. So do you understand? Do you realize the significance of this experiment? There was no way the second group could have seen the picture. They lived far away from Britain and couldn't have seen it. But even so, it was only the success rate for the dog picture that went up. Why? How did that happen? What does it mean?
Lotus looked back and forth from Junpei to Santa and back again. What it means is that the people in that other part of the world were way smarter. That's all it means. Stop looking deep into this. Normally calm and collected, she now looked as though she was very nearly possessed, and there was something manic about her behavior. Am I about to get stabbed? Santa took an involuntary step backwards. Junpei didn't budge and stared straight back into Lotus's eyes.
Wait, does this have something to do with that field, or whatever it was that you were talking about earlier? A field not visible to the eye. So, if more people know the answer, then that information will pass through the field. Huh.
Psych!
Her manner suddenly shifted, and Lotus smiled broadly at Junpei and Santa. She waved her hand dismissively and doing her best to laugh the whole confrontation off.
I was just kidding. You really shouldn't take me seriously.
All right, we're leaving you behind.
Well, I mean, the things I just told you about are true. They really did happen. But the results of that experiment really aren't anything to go by. They could have easily falsified them. In the end, I'm sure they were just in it for the ratings. They are a TV station after all.
At last, it seemed that Santa had gained control of his composure.
Right! Man, I gotta admit, you had me there for a minute. I, really thought you were serious.
Of course not. Like I told you before, I'm sure it's all just pseudoscience.
Oh, okay, right.
Santa, you good? Santa and Lotus laughed and gave another jovial claps on the shoulder. Junpei, however, didn't feel much like laughing. Something felt wrong, unclear.
All right, enough nonsense. We've got the key. Let's get out of here.
Word.
Word. Lotus and Santa walked away from the picture, but Junpei stayed staring at the picture of the dog.
Huh. A field not visible to the naked eye. Morphogenetic field.
The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Alright, let's go to the hallway. I'll go get June. You guys head to the door. Yes, it unlocked. Good, now we can get going. Come on, what are you guys standing around for? Let's get out of here. Come on, let's go. Step through the door to find themselves in a wide hallway.
Another hallway.
Junpei, June, Lotus, and Santa stopped for a moment and looked at their surroundings. Short distance away, a metal grate extended across the width of the hallway.
Come on, open!
It's not going to open because you rattled it, you know.
Damn it!
Took hold and shook, but it refused to move.
Look over here!
Nearby was a pair of elevators.
Elevators. And the buttons? Of course they don't work.
The power must be out here too, just like by the staircase.
That leaves this door. Well, looks like we don't have any choice.
Yeah.
Sure does.
Well then, let's open it.
All right, here I go.
Junpei grabbed a hold of the knob, quietly pushed the door open. Entered slowly, trying to take in as much of his surroundings as he could. The others followed shortly.
Oh, so it's a kitchen.
Santa did not look pleased.
What were you expecting?
Isn't it obvious? The exit. I was hoping this would be the way out of here.
You really think it'd be that easy?
Yeah, I know. Still.
As they talked, Lotus headed deeper into the room. Until at last she stood in front of a door.
If we can just get through this door, we should come out on the other side of that grate we saw earlier.
Don't we need a key for that? Wonder why that one wasn't voice acted.
No good.
Sorry, I guess that wasn't very constructive. Neither Junpei nor Lotus looked terribly happy.
Anyway, let's take a look.
Junpei took the ship mech out from his pocket and spread it out in front of him. As he did,
Hey!
What's that?
Huh? Oh yeah, I guess I forgot to tell you. I found this a little while ago. It's a map of the B deck.
before Junpei could finish, Lotus snatched the map away from him.
Let me see that.
She ran her finger across it, muttering to herself.
I knew it. See? Look.
Yes, yes, hold your horses.
Junpei did as he was told.
What did you figure out?
Santa and June moved over to look at the map as well.
This is handy.
See? We came in here. Now if we go out there, then we'll be on the other side of the grate.
Their finger Lotus traced a path on the map.
How about that? She's right. We can get out through there.
There we go. Here, you can have it back.
Satisfied that she had been correct, Lotus folded the map and handed it back to Junpei.
Thanks.
He took it, slid the valuable piece of paper back into his pocket.
There's a card reader on the right side of the door.
We see it.
And that means the key card is somewhere in here, right?
That seems the most likely.
All right, we know what we need to do then. Let's get moving. First off, I say we split up and look for clues.
Okay.
Let's go, gang. Me and Daphne will check the bedroom. Voucher. It says appetizer 9, meat dish 10, soup A, seafood. Seafood. There's 10 plates. If you flip these over, they look like hats. The middle is super deep for a plate. Soup plates. They're made that way so the soup doesn't spill. If we ever get out of here, you should treat yourself to a nice dinner out. Makes you think a poor college student has the money to do something like that. Sink, it's still got water in it. There's a couple of plates in there, but I don't think they're gonna help us much. Sorry, the song was kind of banging. Let's see. Trash can, nothing inside. Well, better than being full of rotten food, I suppose. Countertop. We've got a rolling pin and a colander. Nothing useful, in other words. Got here is a pot and a frying pan. Oh, and a pressure cooker. Well, I guess we use some of those as weapons. What kind of idiot are you? You're gonna run around holding that thing while you're looking for the dead? Hey man, it was just a joke. Why so serious? Wonder what this drawer is. You see the metal grate on top of the grill? They make it so that way so the fat and juices can drip off the meat while it cooks. Alright, it's going. Do you think this was part of Zero's plan? Probably. Kind of hard to believe there's a chef on board somewhere. Cheese. Something behind the cheese. You're right. Why don't we move some of the cheese? Alright, guys, time to move it. June and I need to look behind you. There's a little green bottle back there. Number of cheeses lined up on the shelf. This Gouda cheese, the most famous Dutch cheese. If you don't cut open the casing, it usually won't go bad. So you can store it at room temperature for quite a while. So we can eat this? Most likely. I'm not hungry at all. I guess it's hard to get hungry in a situation like this. So much stuff in here. A whole lot of cans. It's probably a pantry.
A rusty knife?
Oh, hell yeah. You know everything that happens in these kind of games when you introduce weapons.
I don't think we'll be able to use it while it's like this.
The knife seemed important, Junpei thought, but it wasn't going to be much use the way it was.
It's futile.
Futile?
You know, a waste, useless, pointless.
June, you okay?
Oh. Any particular reason you wanted to bring that up?
Oh, no reason really. I was just thinking about futility.
Huh?
Get me out of this room. Get me out of this room right fucking now. Hey, what's up, Akilos? How's it going? Which wasn't making much sense. Junpei tried to rephrasing his question.
Why were you thinking about futility?
At last she answered.
Well, it has something to do with the Titanic.
The Titanic?
Yep. Have you ever heard the story that the sinking of the Titanic was predicted?
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. There was a novel that had a bunch of stuff in it that described the sinking of the Titanic before it actually sank.
Yeah, that's the one. The title of the novel is Futility. It was written 14 years before the Titanic sank. But...
I know. I mean, I didn't know the name of the book, but The story was the same, right? It was just like what happened on the Titanic.
I was saying that right when I started playing this, I was like, this is really bad timing for me to be playing this game, but I wanted to play this before Raincode came out, so...
Yeah.
Well, I heard it was all a hoax.
A hoax?
I heard that the stuff that matched up to the Titanic so well was actually added after it sank. Apparently, the only thing that was the same originally was that a boat ran into an iceberg and sank.
But the novel was published in 1898, 14 years before the accident.
Ah!
Like I said,
Emotes
that
everywhere.
was the first print of the book. 14 years later, the author heard about what happened to the Titanic. He figured that was his chance, you know? He just went back and changed some stuff in his novel, so that it matched the Titanic exactly.
Surprised by Junpei's response, Jun seemed rather taken aback.
Really?
Really? There's no such thing as premonitions or any of that stuff.
She's gonna stab you now for saying that. For a moment, Jun looked very unhappy, more so than Junpei thought was normal for such a discussion. But it lasted only a moment. With no apparent reason, she suddenly looked up at him alarmed.
But that wasn't the only book that predicted the Titanic sinking.
It wasn't?
Yep. There were 2 other similar stories written by a man named William Thomas Stead. Both of them before the accident. One in 1886 and one in 1892. Stead wrote 2 stories that had striking similarities to the Titanic disaster. In one, 2 ships collided. Many of the passengers died because there weren't enough lifeboats. In the other, a ship collided with an iceberg and sank.
I don't know. I mean, I'll give you that it seems a little weird, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't too uncommon for ships to hit icebergs back in the day, or even other ships.
Right, I knew you'd say that.
She's at the very least, she's very obsessed with this Titanic story. It's like the 3rd time she's brought it up.
But what if Stead had some sort of special powers? To be more specific, what if he had the ability to do automatic writing?
Right.
What? Automatic writing? Wait, are you talking about when someone's possessed by a spirit and then they write a bunch of stuff without knowing what they're writing?
Yes.
What do you mean, yes? That stuff's a load of bull.
But Jumpy, you said you believe in curses.
Come on, that's totally different. Okay, let's say, hypothetically, that automatic writing isn't a total load. These guys still couldn't have predicted the sinking of the Titanic. When this Stead dude wrote his thing, nobody had died on the Titanic yet. So if automatic writing is about being possessed by dead people, who the hell possessed him so he could write that stuff?
That's not it.
What's not it?
Stead wasn't possessed by a spirit. He was doing the possessing.
Oh. What are you smoking?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
William Thomas Stead was a passenger on the Titanic. He just wrote down what he saw with his own eyes 20 years before it happened.
He decided it was probably best not to say anything. What Jun was saying was insane and utterly absurd. If he tried to take what she was saying seriously, he'd go mad. Junpei smiled uncomfortably.
Well, why don't we talk about this some other time, okay?
Yes, get out of this conversation now, because this is getting dangerous.
Huh? But...
His voice trailed off as she glanced at the floor, troubled.
Come on, let's get back to it.
Junpei tapped Jun gently on the shoulder and awkwardly reached around her to pick up the knife from the box. He's like, I'm taking this, and you are not going to touch it. You will use the whetstone to sharpen the knife. The blade of the knife is getting sharper by the second. It should be able to cut something pretty good with this. There we go. Alright, let's get the fuck out of this room. Wow, this pot looks like it's made out of silver. That drinking tea from this pot would be really yummy. Spending a day off with Jun, drinking tea. Could such a day ever happen for me? Jumpy? Oh, nothing. We don't really need hot water, so we should be moving on. Let's... Upon a bolt is rusted in place, won't budge. Of course, maybe if I put some oil on it. Hey, just a little bit of oil, and come on, you little son of a bitch. Whoa, hey, got it, you bastard. This is the first game in the Zero Escape series. This one is called 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors. Basically, 9 people are trapped on a ship, and they are being forced to play basically a death game. As Junpei walked into a room, a blast of cold air washed over him. Almost instinctively, he folded his arms tight across his chest, doing what he could to conserve body heat. Summer business outfit for like... What were you looking for one for?
Oh, it's cold in here. What is this place?
Are you blind? It's a freezer.
Yeah, Santa, you don't really need to be in here. You can go. I think me and June are actually wearing better clothes for this. I was gonna say, I would recommend looking. I got a lot of my stuff off a booth, and most of my stuff is... Oh, no, not most of it. All of the stuff that I'm wearing is basically free booth assets. Lotus, however, was in an even worse situation.
Oh, no way. That's way too cold for me.
It's not my fault. Why the fuck were you wearing that when you got kidnapped anyway? What were you in the middle of doing when you got kidnapped?
I'll freeze solid in seconds.
Yeah.
Sorry, but I'm afraid I'll have to pass on this one. I'm going to leave the rest to you.
No, I totally get that. Soda's left. June came in.
Oh, whoa. It's really cold in here.
White puffs of steam hovered in front of their faces as they talked. June had already started to shiver.
Hey, you don't need to be in here. You had a fever just a little bit ago. You should stay outside. We got this.
No, I'm fine. My fever's gone now.
But...
Junpei had scarcely opened his mouth.
Huh?
When the thunderous sound of metal upon metal rang out from behind them. In unison, they spun around to find that the door they had only recently come through was closed. Junpei rushed the door.
Why did it suddenly close?
Desperately, he grabbed a hold of the doorknob.
Ah!
It was cold, beyond cold. Merely touching it was painful.
The knob's frozen.
But why?
Quickly deduced that the pipe next to the door had ruptured.
Looks like the pipe next to it broke, and...
Water released by the rupture had hit the door and frozen instantly. Santa shoved Junpei aside and pounded against the door.
Hey, Lotus! You're out there, right? Open the door!
She wasted no time in responding.
What do you want? What's going on?
The door won't open! Try opening it from that side!
Oh, fine. Like, if you say so. Hold on.
Soon they could hear Lotus on the other side of the door. Then the grunting ceased and they could hear light panting as if from exertion.
It's no use. It won't budge. You've got more people in there. You figure it out.
Oh.
God damn it.
Santa was shaking like a newborn deer. June was hugging herself and was shivering violently. Even Junpei, with the heaviest clothes of them all, was feeling cold. With every breath they took, they could feel the cold working its way deeper and deeper into their bodies.
Anyway, let's find a way out. If we don't get moving, we're gonna be permanent residents.
Two heads are better than none. I'm sure we'll figure something out.
Yeah, you're right. Let's just take a good look around this room.
Right.
Pushed in close to one another and began to search. Junpei picked up the dry ice with his sleeves so as to avoid burning himself.
Dry ice is just frozen carbon dioxide, right?
Yeah, it is.
I wonder how warm it has to get for it to turn back into gas again.
Hell if I know. How is that gonna help us anyway?
Oh, well, I figured we might be able to use it to get out of here.
About to move on when June spoke up.
Carbon dioxide sublimation point is negative 109 degrees. Any warmer than that, and it'll turn into gas. Any lower, and it becomes a solid.
Junpei looked at her dumbfounded.
Oh, how do you know that?
Despite my looks, I'm the the queen of random knowledge.
Looks bad to mess up when you're showing off. Oh, you're so cold your mouth's going numb?
Yeah, that's right.
You're just doing that on purpose, aren't you?
She was going ooh speak. Just for you, Junpei.
Come on, guys. Don't you think that's kind of weird? I wonder why it doesn't turn into a liquid first.
Santa was now shivering at an astounding rate, but his curiosity seemed unaffected. Junpei... It did seem rather odd.
It is kind of weird.
But it can turn into a liquid. Carbon dioxide turns to liquid if you put it under high enough pressure. But at 1 atmosphere, normal air pressure...
It won't turn into a liquid, right?
That's right. Instead of melting, it'll do what's called sublimating and change immediately from a solid state to a gaseous one.
See, that is weird. Water's a liquid between 32 degrees and 212 degrees, so why isn't that the case for carbon dioxide?
June replied with an answer that stunned both of
There's
them.
a kind of ice that doesn't turn into liquid when it goes above 32 degrees.
Huh?
I heard about it. Its melting point is 96 degrees.
Ice with a melting point of 96 degrees?
You mean there's water that freezes at 96 degrees?
Yeah, well, you could also look at it as ice that won't melt until it's 96 degrees.
Water that freezes at 96 degrees? Ice that won't melt until it's 96 degrees? Junpei was cold as hell, but this was too interesting to ignore. He did his best to warm up by rubbing his arms and stamping his feet, then put the question to June.
So what's this ice with a melting point of 96 degrees called?
I heard it's called Ice 9.
Ice 9?
Originally, Ice 9 was a made-up substance invented by a science fiction author. But recently, scientists have discovered that such a substance actually exists.
Wait, hold up. So is this thing called Ice 9, or is it water?
Like I said, if the ice is over 96 degrees, it'll be liquid. If it's under that, it'll solidify. So you could think of it as a polymorph of H2O. Here, think of it like diamonds and graphite. They're both made of carbon, right? But depending on the structure of the crystallization, the hardness and structure are completely different.
So you're saying normal water and this Ice 9 are like that?
Yup.
She wasn't finished.
Have you heard the story about the crystallization of glycerin? For 150 years after the discovery of glycerin, people cooled it, warmed it. They did all sorts of things to it. But whatever they did, it never crystallized. However, one day in 1920, some glycerin on its way to England by ship was discovered to have crystallized during the trip. Scientists around the world wanted to research this new crystallized form of glycerin and asked for seeds. Oh, a seed is a sample of the original crystallized substance. With a seed crystal, further crystallization of glycerin would be easy. However, something very strange happened. Not only did the glycerin encouraged by seed crystals begin to crystallize, even the samples nearby did, even though they were tightly sealed. And it didn't end there. After that day, it doesn't matter where in the world it is, all glycerin crystallizes naturally when cooled to less than 64 degrees. Before that day, no matter how glycerin was cooled, it refused to crystallize. But once the crystallization had begun, it was almost like... how do I put it? It was almost like all the glycerin in the world was communicating. Communicating in some way that we can't sense. And now it's happening everywhere.
It was, in fact, a pretty interesting story.
Wow, that's pretty interesting. What does that have to do with Ice 9?
You're surprised it was Santa, not June, who answered.
What she's saying is that it's a lot like Ice 9. What happened, I mean.
A lot like? Oh, that would be bad. If water everywhere started freezing at 96 degrees, man.
It'd be the end of the world.
Junpei felt that Santa might not be treating the idea of the end of the world with a proper concern.
At any rate, we're not gonna have to worry about the end of the world unless we can get out of here pretty damn quick.
He was right. Junpei shivered.
All right, guys. I think that's enough of that. I didn't think we'd get quite this far off topic. I mean, I know I'm kinda at fault here, but we can't be screwing around anymore. So seriously. I might go by the name Santa right now, but I didn't grow up in Iceland. I freaking hate the cold. So let's get cracking, alright? We gotta find a way out of here.
Santa stomped off, clearly doing his best to pretend the cold wasn't affecting him.
Selfish, isn't he?
Still, Santa was right, and it was high time they got back to their search.
Ice 9 is interesting and all, but we can discuss it more once we get out of this freezer.
Junpei looked at June, nodded, and resumed his search of the room. He's frozen in here. Doesn't look like there's anything else interesting. Is there anything else in here? Alright, dry ice is all in pieces now. I'm gonna put these pieces of dry ice into the water bottle. And let's just tie a rope on here. Warm water dripped from the ruptured pipe near the door.
Put water into the bottle with dry ice, and make sure the lid's closed. Now I just have to put this makeshift bomb on the doorknob. Alright, that's set. So, what do we do now?
We just need to give it a little, tap. The bottle's already about to pop. If we just throw a rock or something at it, it'll go off all on its own.
A small rock. Huh. A small rock.
We look down at the floor. Gathered across for a piece of dry ice left over from the larger chunk he'd crushed earlier.
Alright, this ought to do the trick.
Pulled his sleeve down over his hand to keep from getting burned and grabbed the chunk of dry ice.
Ah, some dry ice, huh? Not a bad idea.
Pretty good size, about as big as a pool ball.
Alright guys, stand back. Actually, we should probably hide somewhere.
Both Santa and June looked at him with new concern.
Where exactly do you expect us to hide, genius?
There isn't really anywhere big enough.
Yeah, there is. Look, right here. We can hide in there. Come on, get inside, quick.
Santa and Jude nodded and jumped down into the hole. Junpei quickly followed. In his hand, he could feel the chill of the frozen carbon dioxide even through his sleeve. He tightened his grip, took aim, and prepared to throw.
All right, here I go. 3, 4, 5.
You're counting the wrong way.
Oh, oops.
That is a really sad excuse for a joke, man.
Sorry, dude.
All right, Ferret. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Have a good one.
All right, for real this time. You guys ready?
Well, make sure to show it to me when you finally get it fixed, okay? Have a good one.
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Just throw the damn thing.
All right, here I go. 3, 2, 1.
Junpei threw the chunk of dry ice as hard as he could. With the same motion, he ducked down into the cellar with Santa and June just as Junpei leapt up out of the cellar and ran to the door.
Jumpy! The ice on the door! Is it gone?
Yeah, it's gone.
The blast must have shattered it.
Yes! All right, let's see if it opens.
Junpei grabbed the knob and pushed with all of his might. The door gave way easily, and all three of them tumbled out of the freezer at once.
Hooray! We're out!
Move!
Santa shoved past Junpei and ran straight to the grill, which he immediately grabbed.
Oh, god damn it! Hot, 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 hot!
He proceeded to kick the grill in the futile but amusing fit
Well,
of
you
rage.
did just grab the grill. What did you think would happen? Hey, where's Lotus?
It took Junpei only a moment to find her. She was sitting on the counter, idly scratching her chest.
Welcome back. I was starting to get tired of waiting for you guys.
With a great yawn, Lotus lowered herself off the counter. Junpei clenched his teeth and walked toward her.
What were you doing?
What do you mean, what was I doing? I was waiting.
We were gonna die!
Oh, yeah? But you didn't. So everything worked out all right, didn't it?
Hey, Slimmer, thank you for the head pats.
What the hell?
Just kidding. It might not look like it, but I was really worried.
Oh, don't give me that crap.
I'm telling the truth. I mean, if you died, then I'd be in trouble too. If you died, then I'd be stuck here, and I'd die too. See?
YouTube comment? Which comment would that be? Oh, fucking okay. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about now. It was the one where was one of his TikTok videos, right? Where he reacts to their so-called title "Watching TikTok videos until I get banned." Was that the one?
I did all I could. I even looked around to see.
Okay, I remember what the comment was now.
But I couldn't find anything. So, all I could do was wait. I mean, what else did you want me to do? Call the...
It's true there wasn't much she could have done, but something about her tone. Junpei gritted his teeth.
Fine. But there's one thing I have to ask you.
What's that?
You didn't close the door, did you?
Wait, what? You think I closed the door on you? Why would I do something like that? It closed on its own. I told you before, if you die, then I die too.
Yeah, I guess so.
Seemed that an accident was the only explanation for the door's closure.
If she really wanted to kill us, all she had to do was bar the door from the outside. But she didn't. Well, she didn't do anything. She's only lazy, or negligent at least, not an attempted murderer.
Junpei swallowed his anger and did his best to apologize.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I doubted you.
Oh, yes, well that's all right. As long as you understand.
Lotus looked away and twirled her hair between her fingertips. His vengeance against the girl complete, Santa swaggered back and forth till Junpei and Lotus.
Hey, no more screwing around, you two. Break time's over. Especially for you, lady. You've just been sitting on that fat ass of yours while we were freezing to death.
Damn, Santa?
How rude. I was plenty busy.
Wasn't rude. He said you had a fat ass.
Yeah. How about you put all that energy into something besides bitching? Let's go.
Santa! Jesus Christ, dude. We're stuck here for at least another 6 hours. Could you try to be amicable, please? Okay, so... Oh yeah, we got the, chunk of pork here. Guess I'll put this meat on the grill. What are you doing? What are you gonna do if the paper burns? Come on, it'll be fine. I mean, it's not like it's gonna burn right away, right? Just gotta keep an eye on it, and the paper will be fine. Half of B. Jones, thank you for the follow. Sorry. Okay, there you go. Nope, absolutely not. They can argue all they want. I'm gonna keep an eye on this pork. Cool, looks like it's about time. I'm gonna try to take the paper out. Don't be careful. Sweet of her to care, but I know what I'm... Ow. See, I told you. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and take the paper out. It's not coming out. This thing's frozen stiff. I can't get it out. So we're gonna have to cut the meat? Yeah, it looks that way. Alright, now that I've sharpened the knife, yes, I cut the pork. Then we cut out the paper. C plus 10 plus F. C plus 10 plus F. Oh, we got more math. Voucher, it says appetizer 9, meat dish 10, soup A, seafood dish F. The little wavy ridges on this plate. Those plates are for serving meat. You really are ignorant. Come on, it's not like I need to know this crap. Jeez. 16. Okay, I don't need to know how much meat. 9 plates look pretty expensive. They're plates for appetizers. Remember, appetizers usually come on square plates. Okay, well, excuse me, princess. Was that a fucking Zelda reference? There are 9 appetizer plates. It's appetizer 9, meat dish 10. Soup A, seafood F. I think there are 15 of these plates. I'm assuming they're for seafood. How can you tell that? Looks like there's just any plate from the 99-cent store. Take a lady out to dinner. You're gonna embarrass yourself. I do feel sorry for June. Why the hell are you bringing up June? The lady doth protest too much, methinks. You are not terribly subtle. There's a voucher at the end of the counter. Voucher doesn't match the number of plates on the table. It says appetizer 9, meat dish 10, soup A, seafood F. Plates on the table are 9 appetizers, 16 meat, 10 soup, 15 seafood. Maybe they're using hexadecimal here. Hexadecimal is, it's a number system that goes 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F, 10, 11. Base 10, right? That's a normal system of numbers. The base 10 equivalents for hexadecimal would go like this. A equals 10, C equals 12. So what? It's 12 plus 10 plus 15? So 12 plus 10 plus 15, I'm guessing? Okay. Huh? This is weird. I did. So if I want to, let's try this again. So it goes 9, then 10. Yeah, it should be 37. I actually... Okay, so it obviously has to do with something with the plates then. Hexadecimal. I wonder if it's some kind of... Do you remember what I told you about hexadecimal code over there? Alright, here's a little quiz. What would 9 plus F be in the base 10? 24. Yeah. What? I'm actually mad confused right now. She gonna keep giving me hints? Yeah, A equals 10. Wait, did I read the note wrong? Hang on, let me read the note again. No, it's just C plus 10 plus F. If C is 12 and F is 15, that's 27, then plus 10 is 37. Oh, 16 is written as 10 in hexadecimal. So it's not 12 plus 10 plus 15. It's 12 plus 16 plus 15. Shit. Oh, God, fucking jeez, man. Okay. Door opened. All right. Fucking hell, dude. It's unlocked. We did it. Let's get the fuck out of here. Whew.
I think we've been here before.
I just realized I haven't saved this whole fucking time. I would have hated to have to redo all that. Let's see where we're at here. We are currently at... Damn, 3 hours already? Holy shit, I was not expecting this to take this long. So it is break time. We're gonna take a 10 to 15 minute break here. So use this time to use the bathroom, go grab some snacks, maybe grab some water, make sure you guys stay hydrated. Never mind, break is canceled. We are getting raided. Hello, Bippo. Welcome, ye scurvy dogs. Welcome to, that was really bad, I'm sorry. Bippo, how was your stream? How did everything go? You're probably really fucking tired. It's probably, what is it, like 3 o'clock over where you're at? I don't exactly know. Hey, Sirius, how's it going? Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Casper Rain. I am a variety... No. We weren't gonna end. We're not ending for a while. We still got like another 6 hours of a stream left. How's it going, Bippo? No, we were just about to go on a 10-minute break, but we'll wait a minute now. So yeah, I'm trying to do extended streams for the foreseeable future, because I'm currently I'm currently trying to raise money to help my parents pay for part of their mortgage. I'm actually saying that quietly bit because I can hear them moving around in the other room, and I don't want them to know that I'm doing this, because they'll tell me to stop immediately if they know. So yeah, we're going to be doing 9 to 10 hour streams for the foreseeable future, and probably going to be trying to do them every single day as well. So I am a variety game streamer. I will play pretty much anything that catches my interest. The only things you probably will not see, at least consistently, on this channel are like battle royale games. I'm not very good at them, and there's like a lot of like it's just too fast paced for me. So recently we've been doing a lot of visual novels. We just finished Ace Attorney on the first Ace Attorney game on the last stream, and now we are currently playing 999. I'm hoping to finish this game before Raincode comes out on Friday, and when Raincode comes out, that's all we're playing until we finish it. So, thank you for the spin. Go ahead and let my ears flop around. Woo! I told you not to combine them. Ah! Get me off the floor. Okay, we're back. Okay, so yeah. So anyway, we got a shout out to give. 1 second here. Nope, I spelled it wrong. Sorry. 1 second here. Make sure you all go follow this handsome lad. He is actually going to be doing a model reveal on I believe it's July 3rd. July 3rd, is that correct? I hope I have that right. I believe you and Cirrus are doing a model reveals on those days, on that day. So make sure you guys go and give him a follow. He is absolutely wonderful. And then after his shout out expires, I don't know why the game audio turns off when I click out. It is unfortunate that it does that. I have to wait. Oh, I have to wait another fucking minute. I can't spam shoutouts. Okay, so then I guess I'll just sit here for a second while I wait. So yeah. So anyway, welcome in. Thank you, Bippo, again for the raid. I really do appreciate it. So I guess we will take our break a little bit later, since you did so kindly send your raiders to me. I don't want to send them right to a BRB screen. That would be that would suck. So we will let's wait another hour before we go ahead and do our break. And while we wait for that cooldown to end, we will continue the game. Metal grate stretched from wall to wall. Beyond it were 2 elevators and the entrance to the kitchen.
The elevators are over there, so that means
We went into the kitchen through that door and came out on this side.
That means the map was right.
Looks like.
Then let's use it to plan our next move.
next move.
Yeah, we need to decide where to go from here, don't we?
He's right. Let's get started.
From the looks of it, there are 4 possible routes. Let's just keep it simple and call them A, B, C, and D. First, A and B.
They both seem to connect to a room that looks L-shaped.
Yeah, there were 2 doors. But they were both locked. We couldn't open them.
Now, Route C. This goes all the way to the main staircase.
That means it's door 5, one of the numbered doors.
Then do you think we would meet up with the other 4 after this hallway?
No, I don't think we will.
Why not?
Look, there by the stairs. See how the gate is opened? When we went into the kitchen, it was closed, but it's open now. What do you think that means?
They opened it.
Most likely.
And if we take Route C, we're going backwards.
That would be pointless.
Right.
Then that means...
All 4 looked on the map. They all looked down the staircase, its lazy curve leading down deeper into the ship.
Route D, then.
D it is.
Yep, Route D.
Then we're set. Everything looks okay here.
Let's check the next deck just to be sure.
Yeah, just like I thought. D-deck is totally underwater.
Just like the bottom of the central staircase.
Walter gazed back at them, its smooth surface like a great mirror.
At least the water level hasn't really changed.
Small comfort.
May as well head back to C deck.
What else is here?
There are 2 elevators over there at the top of the stairs, just like the floor above.
Hold on. These are kind of different. See? There's a card reader on the side.
Another strange mark.
Hey, look, it's Lotus's symbol.
Huh?
See? It's the woman symbol with horns on it. That seems like...
Oh, ouch, 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 ouch.
Dude, everyone clowning on Lotus. Lotus had taken hold of Junpei's hair. She began to shake him violently, and he thought he had heard a little growl coming from her throat.
What was that about the mark again?
Nothing.
Such violence. Junpei began to wonder if she was not the devil herself. With an uncomfortable smile, June spoke up.
This is a Mercury symbol. The horns symbolize the wings on Hermes' staff.
Hermes, herpes, whatever. If we can't get this thing to work, these elevators aren't going anywhere.
In other words, we need a key card with the Mercury symbol on it.
Probably.
I guess we can't get on then. Let's just disregard the elevators for now.
How about this hallway on the left?
Whoa, there's so many doors.
Alright, and I think the cooldown's done, so we had one more shout out to give as well. So one moment here. Make sure to go follow her as well, please, if you would. Hey, what's going on, man?
Damn it. If we try and search all these, the sun's gonna go down before we've done half of them.
I think the sun already set.
I have a feeling this ship is the only thing that's going to be going down anytime soon.
That's even worse.
Well, we can come back to this hallway later. Let's check the hallway on the other side, shall we?
Time to head back to the stairs.
To the right was a small hallway.
Now the right hallway.
Quickly, they headed to it. It was approximately the same size as the alcove in front of the stairs. The hallway led towards the stern, and at its end was a set of double doors.
There are doors here too. Well, I guess it's just 4 this time.
Let's open them.
All right, let's start with this one.
All right, man. My DMs are open if you need to talk to me after stream. I mean, you can DM me all the stuff you need to now, and I'll be sure to get to it after stream.
Huh, it isn't locked. I'm going to open it.
You might I think we added as each other on as friends on Discord, but if we haven't, just go ahead and send me a friend request and I'll go ahead and accept that. Thrilled to have found an unlocked door, he threw it open. Jupa didn't know what to make of what he saw.
What?
He simply stood, unable to speak. The others simply stared open-mouthed. Santa managed to speak.
What the hell is this? This place is huge.
Massive room stretched out in front of them, more cavern than a room. I'm guessing they were randoms. And vastness was oppressive, and it bore down on the 4 companions. It was not empty, however. The entire room was filled lined up upon lines with beds.
Oh, there are beds everywhere.
They're simple things, little more than pipe and thin mattress.
Is this a hospital?
He had at least been able to put a name to the harsh scent that pervaded the room.
It definitely has the smell.
Could be. I see medicine cabinets and surgical tools.
Thank you for the water and the treats.
Hey, look there. The 4 doors at the end.
3 of them were emblazoned with a large single-digit number that made thick red paint.
The left door says 3. The second door is blank, but the third has a 7. And the rightmost door is 8. There's no doubt, they're numbered doors.
Why is the second door blank? That seems kind of strange, don't you think?
No point worrying about it right now. Let's see if these will open first.
Yes, that sounds like a good plan.
Come on, you know they're not going to. Junpei headed towards the door, weaving his way between the beds. Started with door 3 on the left and moved to the right until he reached door 8.
Oh, it's no use.
Well, of course. If it was that easy to open these doors, what would be the point of the notary game? We have to activate the red, or the numbered doors won't... Wait a minute.
What's wrong?
Look, the display on the red. There's nothing on it.
Huh?
Don't you remember? The red at the central staircase? If no one was inside, it said vacant.
Oh yeah, you're right.
But this one...
There's nothing on it.
Right?
I wonder if it's broken.
Only one way to find out.
It's not responding.
All 4 took turns placing their hands over the red, but it refused to respond. They pulled at the lever and it still did nothing. As soon as they discovered it wasn't only the red for door 8 that was behaving strangely.
How about the red on door 7? And door 3?
None of them are working.
What does it mean?
I knew it. They're broken. Zero sure sucks at maintenance.
No, that's impossible. You really think Zero, who prepared all of this, would make such a stupid, simple mistake?
Maybe, but that doesn't explain why this thing ain't working.
It's at that moment that they heard a voice from behind them.
I believe the bottom of the device has been removed.
Spun around to see.
Snake!
But it was more than just Snake.
Ace! Clover! 7!
Although they were glad to see one another, it wasn't terribly surprising that they had. If it had been the other party who'd opened the gate in front of the kitchen, it wasn't unreasonable that they'd bump into one another eventually. The rest of the Snake's team, however, did look rather surprised.
How did you guys...
How did you end up here?
That's my line?
Perhaps we should exchange information.
After a moment of silence and surprise, everyone suddenly began to talk, desperate to exchange information. Talk about the rooms they'd been through and how they ended up in the same place. Of course, none of it was very useful information, but that hardly mattered. They were happy to simply see each other again. Although the level of cheer varied greatly from person to person, each one of them was wearing some manner of smile, almost as though they had already forgotten about the death of the 9th man. No, thought Junpei, perhaps that wasn't it. Perhaps thoughts of his death were what drove them to smile at one another, not in a morbid or hateful way. The 9th man had died, but they were still alive, and that was something to be happy about. Sort of simple, uncomplicated joy, Junpei thought, the joy of being alive. Still alive. He felt sorry for the 9th man, but more than anything, Junpei was just happy to be alive.
There you have it. Our half of the story.
As part finished, Ace fell silent. For a moment, Junpei was silent in thought, then he spoke.
Okay, let me see if I got all this straight. When you guys got here, the bases for the Reds were already gone.
And you looked all over this room, but you couldn't find anything.
So you figured that there might be something in the hallway with all the doors.
So you went and had a look?
Yeah.
And while you were looking around, you heard voices.
Uh-huh. So you followed the voices and came back here.
Indeed. And that was how we found you.
Why don't we check those 3 Reds again, just in case?
You're right. Huh. There's a long, thin gap on the bottom. I think it's a slot for something. Probably electronic.
Well, this isn't good. If the red is inactive, we can't keep going.
Well, what about that hallway over there? Isn't there anywhere else we can go?
No, there isn't. There are plenty more hospital rooms, but nothing else.
Hospital rooms. That's what's behind all those doors?
Yes. There are a number of individual rooms in addition to this large one.
There was a door at the end of the hallway, but it was locked.
There was an astrological symbol engraved near the keyhole, however. I was able to get a good feel of it. I believe it was the symbol of Jupiter.
Not again. Those goddamn things are everywhere.
I wonder what they all mean.
For a moment, everyone was silent, deep in
While
thought.
we're asking what things mean, what's the deal with this room? I mean, I thought this was a cruise ship, but I can't imagine a cruise ship would have a hospital like this.
All people, it was 7 who answered in with calm confidence.
Well, I figure it's probably a hospital ship. Chances are it's the Gigantic.
The Gigantic?
Junpei looked confused. So did everyone else.
What is this gigantic?
7 knit his brows for a moment, then began to explain.
The Gigantic. She was a sister ship to the Titanic, built in the early 20th century. Actually, the Titanic had 2 sister ships, and they looked exactly the same. The Gigantic was said to be one of them. They intended to make her a passenger liner like the Titanic, but World War I began soon after the ship launched. The British Navy took her over and made her a hospital ship. At some point during the war, the Gigantic was damaged by a German mine in the Aegean Sea. She ran aground afterwards, so she didn't end up sunk. What happened to her after that? One theory going around is that a man named Lord Gordain bought her. Seemed like he'd been one of the few to survive the Titanic sinking. That trauma turned him into some kind of obsessive collector of all things related to the Titanic. Soon enough, the guy wanted the Titanic itself, which was impossible, of course. It's stuck at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, but the Gigantic wasn't. And seeing as she was identical...
So you're saying this Lord Gordain bought this ship?
Yeah, at least I think I am.
That's impossible. No way we're in some boat that's almost 100 years old.
Pipe down, just pay attention. What, that's it? Well, have you got any proof?
Proof?
Proof that this ship is really the Gigantic.
Well, this ship's got stuff that's like the Titanic and a hospital ship. So, I just figured...
Oh, for goodness. Don't tell me that's your only reason.
No, I've got more.
Like?
Well, I mean...
7 looked around desperately, doing anything to avoid meeting Lotus's piercing stare. Scratched his head for a moment, then gave up. Finally, he opened his mouth.
I don't know.
Lotus sighed and shook her head.
I guess your memory isn't back yet, is it?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Hey, whoa, wait a minute. Memory isn't back?
Junpei he felt legitimately shocked by what seemed to be new and very important information. Everyone else, however, seemed unimpressed. In fact, they all looked at Junpei as though he had said something very strange.
Yeah?
Your point being?
Decided to revise his attitude for the next question.
Wait, was I the only one that didn't know?
Everyone
Why?
nodded.
Oh, yeah, I guess I didn't tell you, huh? I told the rest of them before we ran into you on the stairs. I told them I couldn't remember a damn thing from before I woke up.
What?
Then, almost as if to save Junpei from further embarrassment,
Huh. A bell.
It sounds like the clock in the main stairway.
Junpei counted each chime carefully.
10, 11, 12. Huh, 12.
It's midnight.
Then we've still got 6 hours left, right?
We don't have any time to screw around. Let's get going. We gotta find the missing parts for the Reds.
What do you mean, find? How on earth do you propose we do that?
We've looked everywhere in this room. That only leaves one place to look.
One?
Well, not just one.
Wait. Don't tell me you mean we need to search all of the other rooms.
Don't freak out. We've already searched 4 of them.
4 rooms?
We just have to split up the rest between the 8 of us. If each of us can do 6 rooms apiece, we'll have the other 48 rooms cleared in no time.
There are 48 other rooms?
The text is not matching up to the voice acting. That is a little weird, but okay.
Maybe?
All right, so everyone knows which area they're searching?
Yeah.
Yes!
Junpei was chosen to search the rooms on the starboard side moving forward.
We'll all meet up when the clock goes off again. How about in that room with all the beds?
Yeah, sounds straightforward enough.
I'll shout if I find any of the components we need.
I hope we can find them within the time limit.
If we can't, then we'll just have to come up with another plan.
Right.
Then let's do this.
Details decided, they left to begin searching. Out in the hallway they went, each to the rooms they'd been assigned. However, far away, Junpei heard the bell ring. It did so only once. It was 1.
It's 1. I better get back to the others.
Jogged through the entrance to the large hospital room to find 6 of the others already there.
Huh?
Ace, Santa, Clover, June 7, and Lotus. They had gathered in front of the door number 8. Or perhaps, to be accurate, they had gathered in front of the red next to door number 8.
What are they doing over there?
Had one of them found the missing piece?
What happened, guys?
It was June who answered him.
Jumpy, look!
She was pointing at the red. He pushed through the others until he stood in front of it. Immediately, he knew what she had meant.
Vacant. Come on, guys. Who was it? I thought we were supposed to yell if we found it.
Well,
Junpei wondered why she was hesitating. The others looked as confused as June, but kept their mouths shut.
What the hell? What is up with you guys?
They all knew something he didn't, and Junpei wasn't about to leave things as they were. Finally, Lotus frowned and spoke.
Well, that's the thing. We don't know.
You don't know?
When I got back, it was already like this. There was no one else here. That means I was the first one back, but the missing parts were already back in the red.
What? Let me see.
Junpei looked at the bottom of the red again just to make sure. The slot that had been open on the bottom was now covered with metal.
Right. It's in there. What about the other 2?
They're the same.
Let me take a look. It's just as you said.
Satisfied they were also repaired, but still very confused, to return to the others.
All right, I just want to be sure here. Nobody has any idea what the hell happened here, right?
Correct.
none.
Ace and June nodded silently. 7 raised his hand as if to say not me, and Santa just shrugged. Only Clover lowered her head and did nothing.
Huh. Wait a minute.
That was when he noticed.
Where's Snake?
Junpei swept his eyes across the room a second time, but Snake was nowhere to be seen.
Does that mean that he found them?
I've no idea. There's nothing to suggest it, but nothing to suggest he didn't either.
I don't suppose we'll know until we can ask him in person.
Well, whatever he did or didn't do, he's pretty damn late. What the hell is he up to?
Maybe he's lost.
Yeah, well, that seems likely. Dude can't see. I don't know how he gets around in the first place.
Clover raised her head.
No! That's impossible!
Suddenly she was shouting.
Yeah, my brother's blind, but he's got really great hearing. He can get around as well as anyone who can see. So he couldn't get lost. That's impossible!
Clover had started to shake and the knuckles of her hands had gone white. She spun around, but before she did, Junpei noticed tears welling up in her eyes.
I'm gonna go look for him!
Words were barely out of her mouth when she began to run.
Hold on, Clover. Wait!
Junpei cried out to her, but he was too slow. She kept going, and before anyone else could react, she was
Well,
gone.
that didn't work. Damn it. What should we do now?
Well, the red is working now.
No! We're not leaving 2 people behind! We should go look for them!
Oh, man. This ain't good.
Oh, yes, what an excellent idea. We just wasted a bunch of time looking for some piece of electronic junk. Now let's waste some more by looking for a couple of idiots.
You know, I'm kind of with Santa on this one. It's like they're the ones that fucking ran off. If everyone that's still present can get through these fucking doors at this point, we've already wasted way too much fucking time. We gotta go.
Then remain here if you feel you must, but there's no time. We've only 5 hours left.
Thank you, Ace. Junpei and the others nodded to one another and took off at a run. In front of the stairs that led to B deck, they decided to split
Let's
up.
split up.
All right, I'll take this direction.
Then I shall look that way.
I'll be over here.
See you all later.
Soon, only two of them were left. Two were Junpei and June, who had been a few steps behind the others.
All right, we should go too.
Yes, let's go. But where should we start?
Let's see. How about the casino on B deck?
Okay, let's go, Jumpy.
Took off the stairs at a run. Before they knew what they were there, so was Lotus. She was leaning against the wall, examining her nails.
Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Glanced up at him, unimpressed.
Isn't it obvious? I'm looking for Snake.
I'm just not seeing it.
Really? Maybe you need to look harder.
I don't think that's the problem.
Oh, by the way, I've got a proposal for you two. Care to hear it?
What is it?
Well, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll get right to it. Why don't we team up?
Team up?
Yeah. What? You need me to explain it to you? I'm saying, why don't we go through a numbered door?
Even if we wanted to, that's impossible.
Why?
Jumpy's bracelet number is 5, mine is 6, and yours is 8. Our digital route would be 1. But there's no number 1 door in the large hospital room. The only doors there are 3, 7, and 8.
Then we add another person.
Huh?
Who?
What? Isn't that easy? 7.
Oh, if we add 7, 5 plus 6 plus 8 plus 7 equals 26. The digital root of 26, 2 plus 6 equals 8.
And the four of them could go through the number 8 door. But...
Wait a minute. What about the other 4? Ace, Snake, Santa, and Clover.
Well, why don't you add them up?
1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 equals 10, and 1 plus 0 equals 1. The digital root for those 4 would be 1.
That's right.
And you know the number 1 door isn't in the big hospital room, right?
Of course I know that.
No! Are you saying you'd leave them behind?
Of course not. What kind of woman do you think I am? Once we get off the ship, we could come back and rescue them, couldn't we? Then we wouldn't really be leaving them behind.
Don't try to lie to us. I don't think you do anything of the sort.
Really? Why do you think that?
You remember, don't you? We have less than 5 hours left. Even if we manage to escape, there's no way we can come back to rescue them in less than 5 hours.
Shy, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. How's everyone doing? We are here playing 999, 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. My name is Casper Rain. I am a variety gaming VTuber. I play whatever I feel like at any given time. I usually try to start my streams at around 6 o'clock PM PST, I should say. Welcome in, Raiders. I hope you guys had a wonderful stream with Shy. They are wonderful people. So give me 1 second here while I do the shouts outs here. Camry Kel, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you again, Austin, for the spin. I appreciate that. How is everybody doing tonight?
Well, you never know until you try.
No, you're not thinking this through. Even if we brought 7 with us, we wouldn't be able to get off the ship. The 4 of us couldn't open door 9.
Good. What were you guys up to? What were you guys streaming?
Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Yeah, that's right. The digital root for the 4 of us would be 8, so we'd have to add Ace to make 9.
That's right. Unless we bring Ace too, we'll be stuck.
Well, I hope you had a fun and good stream.
Oh.
I wish I had more time to actually, hang out in people's streams, but I'm just like, I always wake up so late, and by the time that it's time for me to stream, it's like crap. I didn't have a chance to peek into other people's streams, and with how my schedule is going to be over the course of this next month, I'm not going to really have much time to be in other people's streams. So I'm gonna feel kind of bad about that, but at the same time, you know, there are priorities. You know what I mean? But know that I still love each and every one of you. So,
Unfortunate. That's all you have to say?
and of course, there are people aware of what the situation is. So, I know that they understand. She didn't sound particularly bothered by what Junpei said, nor did she seem particularly surprised.
Well, let's try and find another way, okay? A way to get out of here with all 8 of us.
That's impossible. Are you being serious? And you do know that only 5 people, at most, can go through one of the numbered doors, right? The number 9 isn't going to be an exception to that rule. Regardless, at least 3 people will get left behind.
Huh?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
When he said that, Junpei felt a chill run down his spine.
Wait just a second. You're skipping over a really big detail.
Yes, what she said was true, but how Lotus could remain cavalier about so terrifying a prospect was beyond him.
Is that really okay? That means 3 people will die in the end. Are you okay with that? That's just...
Lotus's forehead furrowed.
Do you think I could have a moment alone? There are some things I need to think about.
Junpei and Ju turned and began walking away from Lotus.
That didn't turn out to be a very pleasant conversation.
Yeah.
Junpei's heart felt heavy and his steps sluggish. But he told himself pessimism would get them nowhere.
Well, regardless.
So he forced himself to smile and turned to June.
Let's just focus on finding Snake for now, okay?
Yes, you're right. We can think about those other things later.
Yeah. All right, where should we go next? Let's go take a look at the first-class cabin. It's really close.
Turned around and took off down the hallway to their left. Well, I am glad you had a good stream. I do remember you saying that you were having a rough go the past couple days, so I'm glad you were able to have a good stream. Inside of the first-class cabin, they found Clover. She was standing in front of the wall. She was staring at a meaningless point on the wall, her eyes blank. What should Junpei do?
Are you alright?
He did his best to sound friendly, but Clover didn't respond.
Look, I know you're really worried, but...
You could think of no words to say that didn't sound hollow and fake. Junpei hesitated. Clover was so consumed by worry and fear that Junpei feared it would crush her. Her actions didn't surprise him. She had suddenly lost her brother, who seemed to have been very close to.
Alone.
Her voice was thin, very audible.
Alone.
Hmm?
Alone. Hmm? I said leave me alone!
Suddenly, she was screaming.
You're so annoying! Just go away and leave me alone! Just looking at you guys is pissing me off! Go away, okay? Just go somewhere else! Stop bothering me!
Junpei was taken aback. Such anger and hate. June's eyes had gone wide with surprise as well.
Why are you still here? Did you hear me? Huh? Fine, forget it. If you aren't gonna leave, then I'll just...
Alright, let's go, June.
Yeah.
They turned and left Clover. As they did, Junpei glanced back over her shoulder to see Clover wiping tears from her face. Clover had driven home the misery of their situation, but Junpei told himself that getting depressed would get him nowhere but depressed.
We really need to find Snake, for Clover's sake.
He did his best to push away the misery and depression and force a smile.
Where do you think we should go next? Hey, why don't we go back to C-Deck? We can take a look at that hallway with all the rooms.
Okay, let's get going then.
Together, they ran down the stairs.
Oh, it's Ace.
Ahead of them, farther down the hallway, they spotted Ace.
Hey, Snake! Where are you? Answer me if you're there!
Why don't we just leave this area to Ace? We can go somewhere else.
I don't mind. But where?
Well, let's see. Why don't we go back to the big hospital room?
Okay, let's go then.
Hey, wait. That's...
On their way to the large hospital room, Junpei and June noticed Santa standing next to the number 3 door.
Santa?
Junpei paused. We turn around and walk away from Santa.
I doubt we'd learn anything from him anyway.
Jumpy?
No, nothing. Let's go, June.
They looked everywhere they could think of, but Snake was nowhere to be found.
Snake hasn't been anywhere we've searched.
Others looked around at the 6 frustrated faces and spoke.
We can't keep looking for him. Wherever he is, it's not here. We need to get moving.
Junpei couldn't disagree with what she was saying. Snake seemed to have completely disappeared. There was no point in wasting any more time. The others seemed to be having similar thoughts, but they stayed silent. Finally, 7 spoke.
We don't got a choice. Lotus is right. We're not gonna find Snake. There's a problem, though. We've got to figure out who's gonna go through which door.
Yes, I have a proposal.
She walked back and forth across the floor, her heels clicking against the wood. Finally, she stopped.
Why don't we decide on one person to sacrifice?
Sacrifice?
Well, perhaps that's a bit of a harsh word, but yes. You've all figured it out by now, haven't you? We can't all make it through those doors. If we split into 2 teams of 4 and 3 people respectively, then 3 people will be left behind. If we split into 2 teams of 5 and 2 people respectively, then 2 people will be left behind. But if we split into 2 groups of 3 and leave 1 person out, then only 1 person will be left behind.
Leaving behind 3 people with 2 teams of 4 and 3. It wasn't pleasant, but she was right. There wasn't any way that the numbers worked out. If one group was 4, then the other group would always have a digital route that didn't match a door. When 7 spoke, his voice was strained.
Then... you're saying we gotta decide who's gonna stay behind?
Yes, we do. Given our circumstances, it's logically and morally the best solution. If the other 6 are to survive, then 1 person has to sacrifice themselves.
No, that's too cruel!
What's so cruel about it?
To just sacrifice someone like that?
Then what's your plan? Maybe we should sacrifice 2 people instead of just 1.
That's not what I meant! We shouldn't sacrifice anyone!
I told you, that's impossible. Wake up.
Whoa, calm down, you 2.
Santa stepped between Lotus and June.
Look, what Lotus is trying to say is, you should aim to bring the greatest amount of happiness to the greatest amount of people, right?
Exactly. That's how democracy works. And for that reason, I think the only fair way to decide who will be sacrificed is through a vote. What do you think?
No! That's terrible!
I'm not asking you. Shut up. What
Damn.
about you, Santa?
Me? Well, I agree, I guess.
All right, that's 1 vote for. Counting mine, that's 2. 7.
I can't say I agree with you, but we don't exactly have a choice. If we don't do something, we're all gonna die.
Huh, glad to see you get it. If I can get 1 more vote, then it's decided. What about you, Clover?
Clover had moved away from their group and was sitting on one of the beds. Her whole body drooped. Junpei didn't know if she'd even heard Lotus's proposal.
Hey, Clover.
Lotus walked over to Clover and gently laid a hand on her shoulder.
Your brother has to be behind one of the numbered doors. We've searched everywhere, but we didn't find him. Doesn't that mean he has to have gone through one of them somehow?
Clover slowly lifted her face.
Let's go look for him together, okay? If we sacrifice 1 person, then we can go look for him.
Manipulative asshole.
You agree with me, right?
Okay.
Clover nodded once.
The motion carries.
Lotus spun around and walked towards Junpei.
Now, let's start a vote to...
That won't be necessary.
Ace had barely spoken for Lotus's entire speech, and everyone jumped a little. 6 pairs of eyes turned to look at him. He didn't seem to notice or even
I
care.
will stay. That should solve our problem, yes?
Ace, what are you saying? No, You can't do that! That won't solve anything!
June's voice shook and she looked around desperately for someone to agree with her. Ace simply looked at her.
June, I'm afraid you may have misunderstood me. I said I would stay, but I never said I would sacrifice myself.
Huh?
I trust you. Each and every one of you. I believe you'll come back for me.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's optimistic, and then there's just nuts. Those doors only go one way. You go in, you don't come out. If we go through them...
You won't be able to return, correct?
Yeah.
True, but that will not be the case once you've escaped from the ship.
What?
Please, I beg you. Once you've escaped, come back and rescue me. Ideally, within the time limit Zero has given us.
No, that's ridiculous. There's no way we could get back in time.
Finally, Junpei could hold his tongue no longer.
We've only got 5 hours left. We don't even know where the hell we are. How on earth are we gonna find someone to come and rescue you?
Then, perhaps you would prefer to stay instead of me? Or perhaps you would be willing to leave June behind?
Ace's voice was dignified and without a hint of cruelty or malice. Junpei had no rebuttal.
You see, there's no other choice. Then I see we've come to our conclusion. Go on. Don't worry yourselves about me. Go, quickly.
Junpei stood frozen by indecision, unable to move. June bit her lip so hard that Junpei feared she would break the skin. Santa stood against the wall, calm and aloof. Seven tore his beanie from his head and turned it over anxiously in his hands. Only Clover stared at Ace with an expression Junpei was unable to decipher. Lotus's attitude, however, was different from the others.
Good. Let's accept his kind offer then.
She smiled, her eyes bright. Ace answered with a smile of his own.
Good. I think this is the best for me. Perhaps I'll be able to take a nap. It may be my age, but I get tired so easily these days.
As he spoke, Ace lowered himself to the floor next to one of the beds. Somewhere deep in the ship, Junpei suddenly heard the screeching metal on metal. It was almost as if the ship were screaming. Would it really hold until their time limit was up? Already, D-Deck was flooded. In the sudden silence, the only sound was the sad metal wail of the ship. Unsurprisingly, it was Lotus who spoke first.
Well, what are you waiting for? We're wasting time. Why don't we hurry it up?
It was as if a spell had been broken. The others all began to talk at once.
You're right. We should get going. That's all we can do right now.
7.
Seriously. Honestly, I was getting kind of sick of listening to you guys talk.
You too, Santa?
I have to find my brother.
Wait! All of you! Let's just calm down and think about this. There has to be a way to get everyone out. There has to be. Right, Jumpy? Say something.
Yeah, let's think. There's gotta be another way.
His words sounded hollow and fake.
Fine! Forget about it. I'll figure it out on my own.
She spun around and ran toward Ace. He had slumped down next to the bed when June grabbed his arm and pulled.
Ace! Come on, Ace. Please stand up. You can't give up yet. We just have to sit down together and think about this. We'll figure out a way that we can all get out of here.
Then it happened. Ace fell forward. He slumped over onto the wooden floor, his body folded in half like a boxer out cold.
Ace!
June cried out and dropped to her knees beside him. She put her arm around his neck and did her best to lift him up.
What happened? Ace, say something!
She shook him frantically. His eyes fluttered open.
I'm all right.
His voice was weak and slightly slurred.
How are you all right?
This.
He held out his left arm and slowly opened his hand.
A syringe?
It was a syringe and a small vial. The vial was empty. It had only recently been emptied. A few drops clung to the sides. There was a label taped to the side of the container. It read Soparil Beta. Soparil Beta?
Soparil Beta. What does this do? Did you use this?
Yes. It's just anesthetic. I'll be fine.
Anesthetic?
I found it earlier. While we were searching the hospital rooms, I thought it might be useful later. I didn't think I'd be using it on myself.
Why did you do this?
Didn't I tell you? I'd like to take a nap.
Hello, Soria. How you doing?
I really am very tired.
Emote Rain. Thanks for coming in. I hope everything's going well with you. Junpei knew that wasn't why he'd done it. Ace had injected himself with anesthetic to forestall Junpei and Jude's attempts to bring him along. If he couldn't move, there was nothing they could do. He'd injected himself so they would be forced to leave him behind.
Ace.
Is there something you want to say? I just like to sleep a little. Could you keep it down?
No, don't, Ace. Don't fall asleep.
You feel warm, so comfortable. I think I'll have a nice dream.
Ace's eyelids drooped further and further, almost as though he were dying.
Ace! Ace!
She shook his shoulder again and again, but this time he didn't respond. Only the gentle rising and falling of his chest told them that he was alive. Junpei was relieved to see that he was in fact still breathing.
Let's get him up on a bed.
Lifted Ace off the floor and laid him on the bed he'd been leaning against. When Junpei turned around, Lotus gave him a look of pity.
Well, we really don't have a choice now. We can't let his sacrifice go to waste, right?
Like you even mean that.
You say something?
No, nothing.
Felt wrong, but he had to agree. Then suddenly Santa spoke.
Yeah, but we're not done choosing yet, are we?
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, we haven't decided who's going in what door.
Ah, yes. Yes, that's true.
Enough of this screwing around. Let's decide. You first, Lotus. Which door do you want?
I want door number 8. It's the same number as my bracelet number.
Got it. You're 8. You're next, 7. Which one?
I'll take 7. I can't get along with that old lady.
What? What did you just say?
Dude, everybody fucking clowns on Lotus at any given time. It is so funny. I don't know why. Her face distorted by rage, Lotus took a step towards 7. He threw up his hands and made a face like a child caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
Who, me? I didn't say nothing.
Oh, you're gonna get it next time.
She shot him a glare that would have melted steel, then turned and stalked off.
Alright, who's next?
Santa's gaze moved across the 3 people left. Finally, they stopped on Junpei.
Junpei, which door do you want?
At last, Junpei's mind was already made up.
I think I'm gonna go with door 7.
Okay, 7 it is.
Yeah.
Alright then. That means June's gotta go through 8.
What?
What?
Santa grimaced and then muttered angrily to himself, but finally began to explain.
The 6 of us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind? There are only 3 ways we can do it.
Plan A.
3, 5, and 8 go through 7. And 4, 6, and 7 go through 8.
Plan B.
4, 5, and 7 go through 7. And 3, 6, and 8 go through 8.
Plan
Or
C.
3, 6, and 7 go through 7. And 4, 5, and 8 get 8. There are no other combinations. In other words, 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 can never go through the same doors. You get it now?
Santa finished. June looked over at Junpei, tears welling up at the corners of her eyes.
Oh no! You're saying we aren't gonna see each other again for a long time.
It's like an hour, maybe? I wouldn't consider it. I guess in this context, I guess an hour is a long time, but in the overall context, it's not very long. He knew if they were to survive, he had to swallow his feelings. In order for the 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. Looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he was swallowed, steeled his resolve, and did his best to smile.
Hey, come on. You're making it sound like we're never gonna see each other again. We gotta split up, but only for a while. This is just like when we went into the 4 and 5 doors, remember? We got split up then too, but we all met back up. I'll bet 7 and 8 are just like that.
What the fuck? Hang on. Sorry about that. Fucking my TV decided that it wanted to. I must have fucking rolled over and hit something on like a remote or something because my TV decided to turn on. Alright.
You mean they're connected somewhere?
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
She didn't sound very hopeful. It was Seven that interjected.
Yeah, I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere.
Why? What makes you think so?
If they don't, then neither team can get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right here. Zero's been on top of his shit so far. I don't think he'd blow it now. I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end this game until we get through the 9 door.
June said nothing. The tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as they looked at Junpei. He met them, and with what reassurance he could manage, laid his hand gently on her shoulder.
Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again. I promise.
June bit her lip and gave an almost imperceptible nod.
Yes. Promise?
Her voice was barely above a whisper. Santa's voice shattered the moment.
You guys are done, right?
Stretched and continued.
Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clover and I will both go into separate groups. I figure I'll take 8 and Clover can take 7. Any problems with that, Clover?
Clover looked away and was silent for a moment.
Whatever.
It was more of a dismissal than an agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care.
All right, we're ready to go then. Let's move.
Santa's command, the group split and headed for their respective doors. Clover, Seven, and Junpei walked over to door 7. Santa, Lotus, and June headed for door 8. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. 7 took a deep breath.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go.
It's open.
A narrow hallway stretched up before them. 7 and Clover leapt through the door.
Let's do this!
Hurry!
The moment they did, their bracelets beeped. Detonators in the bracelets had been activated. Junpei stepped forward to follow them, but as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his right, toward door 8. June stood there, a mirror image of Junpei. She turned and looked toward him. Their eyes met. They nodded.
June.
Jumpy.
Their farewell took almost 1.5 seconds.
What the hell are you doing, Junpei?
And someone took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. He heard the sound of the numbered door slam shut behind him. His bracelet gave a cold electronic beep.
Only 81 seconds left. No time to waste, guys. Let's get moving.
7 led the way down the hallway. Junpei and Clover followed him as fast as they could. After what seemed like far more than 81 seconds, they reached the end of the hall.
Look! The door on the left! I can see the dead!
Well, good to see that you're actually talking to us again, Clover. There were no time to rest or catch their breath. All 3 slammed their hands in quick succession over the scanner panel on the dead. Still trying to catch his breath, 7 leaned heavily against the wall.
It stopped.
His smile seemed forced and a little crooked.
This is the second time we've gone through one of these numbered doors, but whew, you never really get used to it.
Stood up straight and no longer out of breath and wiped some of the sweat from his head and neck. Clover smirked at him.
I would have thought a guy your size would have bigger balls than that.
What?
What the hell did you just say? Say it again! I dare you!
You have no...
You little... You wanna die?
I'd like to see you try.
You fucking brat. All right, let's go!
Hey, calm down, guys. This isn't the time for
The
this.
fuck was?
It's
fuck
not
was
gonna do
that?
us any good.
Junpei sighed. Sometimes he wondered if the doors and the puzzles were really the greatest challenges they
Wait
faced.
here for a minute, all right? I'm gonna go see if there are any other doors.
Didn't respond, but Junpei wasn't in the mood for a conversation anyway.
We just came through this door. And of course it's shut tight.
There's a short hallway on the left here, and an iron wall. I doubt I can get through it.
Lassie gave up and returned to Seven, who was tapping lightly on the wooden door.
This door's the only option we've got, right?
Yeah, looks like it.
Hey, something's written on the door, on that iron plate.
It says operating room. If this thing's telling the truth, there could be body parts inside here.
Well, this is probably not going to be pleasant.
Something about it made Junpei feel nervous.
Well, there's no point to standing around. Might as well go in and see what's waiting for us.
Seven grabbed the brass knob and slowly opened the door. The creak of the hinges sounded like the groan of an old woman.
What's wrong?
No, it's nothing.
A chill snaked its way down Junpei's spine.
Let's just go.
Quickly, he gathered what courage he could and took the first step into the room. Seven followed, with Clover right behind him.
Huh?
Part of the room just past the door was obscured by a screen.
What the hell is this?
Why don't we take a look?
Hey, Clover!
Clover's curiosity got the better of her, and she darted past Junpei to peer around the screen. Her scream nearly blew out Junpei's eardrums.
What? Clover!
He and Seven ran towards Clover to see what had frightened her.
What's wrong?
They rounded the screen, and the cause of her outburst was immediately clear.
What the hell is this?
Is this a corpse?
There's something that looks kind of like a human lying across some sort of bed. No, not a bed, an operating table. The table sat on a rusty steel lift, and a cluster of bright operating lights shone down from it.
We should probably take a closer look.
Yeah.
Slowly, they approached. As they got closer to the body, it became clear that it wasn't a body at all.
This is...
What the hell? That's just a huge doll or something.
A doll?
Clover did not look terribly comforted. Slowly, she approached the operating table and looked as intently as possible from as far away as possible at the thing. Junpei could see her relax.
You're right. It's only a doll. Man, it really scared me.
She heaved a great sigh of relief and wiped a few drops of sweat from her forehead. Seven smirked.
Well, I guess it would have been weird if you actually had any balls.
Shut it! Don't you start with me, fatty.
Oh, what's this? You want a piece of me, short stuff?
Yeah, bring it on, you whale!
Hey, guys, not again, okay? Seriously, knock it off. Jeez. Anyway, it looks like he's got something the two of you could stand to have a little more of. I'm talking about a heart.
Huh? Oh, this? You mean on his chest?
Yeah.
It was set a little higher than normal for a human body. From the shape of the organ, there could be no doubt that it was a heart.
Why would there be a heart in a doll?
I don't think it's a doll.
You think maybe it's like a medical mannequin or something?
Or maybe it's got more personal uses?
Seven's grin was a little more than perverted. Clover glared at him.
Anyway, how about we take a look around this place? Let's go.
Okay.
Sure thing.
Alright, and before we get started on this next puzzle room, we are going to take our 10-15 minute break here. So if you guys are still here, make sure you use this time to either use the restroom, go grab a snack, get some water, maybe even just get up, walk around your room, get a little stretch in. And I will be back. What time is it now? It is 1:10, so I will try to be back at around 1:20, anywhere between 1:20 to 1:30. So don't go anywhere, and we are going to be continuing this shortly. I did not unmute myself. I'm glad I fucking checked. Holy shit. Oh my god. I'm glad that that only lasted like 2 minutes. So. Oh man. That would have absolutely sucked. But I'm glad I double checked. I thought I had unmuted myself and I hadn't. But we're good. We're good. I had only been back for like a minute and 30 seconds, so it's all good. I mean, for boiling tools are to sterilize them. There's nothing in the drawer. Okay. It's also kind of creepy, you know. Oh, thank you. Hey, it says something here. I'm just glad that I double checked to unmute myself, because there have been one story in particular when I was. They really do. They really do. I actually do have somebody working on some emotes for me right now, and I cannot wait to see them. I have not seen them yet. They haven't given me progress updates, but I fully trust them. I've seen their demo, or their little emote sheet of emote templates, and they are fucking hectic as fuck, and I absolutely love them, so I cannot wait to put them on the channel. I'm going to make some of them available for followers and some of them available for subs. I don't want to make them all available for followers, you know, because I want, you know, subscribers to be able to have access to something. I don't know right now if I think my animated emote is the Rainbow Heart emote by Dark. I think is a sub-only emote, and then the Casper Love, which is like the default emote Twitch gives you, I think is available for followers, I believe. I think that's the doll's name. Maybe? This thing's creepy. Wonder why it's on the bed. Creepy medical mannequin is lying on the bed. Apparently its name is John. Yeah, that's the one. Oh, and no one's used it in the chat before. I'm so glad it actually flashes, like, when it does the emote rain. I love that. I don't know what this thing is. It says KG on the display. You think maybe it's a scale? No, I just got really lucky. One of the I guess you could call them VTuber circles, I guess, because there's like, you know, there's like little subgroups of VTubers that like to hang out with each other. Alice has her own little circle, and that's, you know, I'm a part of that with you, Achilleos. Hopefully I'm saying your name right. Do you just go by Helios? By the way, I don't think I ever fully asked. Give me that lung. All right, I'm just gonna call you Helios because it's easier for me. I'm kind of having a couple alcoholic beverages right now, so hard words are hard, you know. So, oh, we got a lung. This is, you know, for a DS game, this mannequin right here is pretty fucking high def. You know, well, this is not the DS version, but this game came out on the DS first. And that's how I play. I think I mentioned this story earlier, but when I played this game on the DS emulation, it was 2 weeks. Like, it was literally 2 weeks. No, I totally get that. I fully understand that. Like, not wanting to alter your mindset any more than it already has been. I totally get that. It was 2 weeks after I had finished this game on the DS, which, by the way, the DS didn't have this flowchart thing. And what's cool about the flowchart is, like, if I wanted to, I could just go back here and just start from here. On the DS version, you always had to start from the prologue. So if you wanted to get, like, the different endings and shit, you always had to start from the beginning, and the DS version did not have text skip. So it was literally just sitting there mashing A over and over and over again. And then not 2 weeks after I beat the DS version, they announced the Nonary Games, like, dual pack or whatever. And I was so fucking pissed off. Because I had also played... I actually played the games in backwards order. I played Zero Time Dilemma first. And then I played VLR. And then I played this one. And I actually can't say more. But it actually works out. Oh, what the fuck was I doing? Okay, so I got the lung. Organ key. Oh, nothing there. Oh, here we go. You want to open? Is it locked? You probably need to put in a passcode. I mean, geez, they even got a keypad on there. How much more obvious can you get? Only enter 3 numbers. E is for enter, C is for clear. Once you blah blah blah. I actually don't have the code right now. It's a note on top of the table. 1 for iron, 2 for salt, 3 for water. Carbon dioxide, ammonia, ethanol, What do you think this is a hint for? Maybe it's got something to do with this box? Something stinks. It's coming from this bottle. It says NH3. Well, of course stinks. It's ammonia. Yeah. So ammonia is 3. I'm assuming. Hey, Junpei, do you think there are any slugs on this ship? Huh? Well, if there are, I think we put some salt on them. What's she pointing at? The label says NaCl. I think 7 will show up if we put this on him. Hey, you say something? It's a bottle of salt on the shelf. The label says... Yeah, okay, that doesn't help us. So the only number we have is 3. See, Spricchio nozzle says CO2. It's can't fill with carbon dioxide. So carbon dioxide is 2. Maybe, yeah, no shit, the question mark is a number. I wonder what numbers go after carbon dioxide, ammonia, and ethanol. Well, we know carbon dioxide has the two was it 2 or was it 3? No, ammonia was 3. Gotcha. Hey Junpei, there's dihydrogen monoxide on the shelf. Why don't you just say water? Bottle of water on the shelf. The label says H2O. Okay. Oh, that doesn't help me at all. CO2. Oh, good stuff. Let's go for a drink. What are you talking about? I'm talking about that bottle. It says C2H5OH. Ethanol, that's right. It's also known as ethyl alcohol. It's pretty much what booze is made of. So you're gonna drink it? Nah, I won't. Might say that's what's on the label, but there could be anything in there. So ethanol is 7? Because of the 2 and the 5? NH3. N is nitrogen, H is hydrogen. So in other words, ammonia is made of 1 nitrogen atom and 3 hydrogen atoms. Oh, so that's 4. So ammonia is 4. So ammonia is 4. Carbon dioxide is... Where was the carbon dioxide bottle? 261. That's 9. So we have a 3 and a 9? No, we have a 4 and a 9. Where's the carbon monoxide? So it's 349? Oh, let's fucking go. Okay. So I'm hoping we're done with this room.
Think we should go back?
Yeah, I think that's probably best.
You know, doing these puzzle rooms while drinking, I'm actually shocked that I was able to come up with that number. I mean, if you click on things enough, the game kind of starts giving you the hints. Like, you know, to help you out and stuff. There's actually, I think in the later games, there's actually a way to make it so that you can tell. Oh, yeah, that's right. VLR actually has what's known as, actually has a hard mode, which makes it so the characters will not tell you hints and stuff. But the downside to that is that you also miss out on some conversations, like some side conversations as well, because you know, if they can't, the conversations can't happen if you have the hints turned off, because they don't straight out just give you the hint. Like, they give you the hint in the course of conversation. So it's actually really funny. The VLR community is like, yes, beat the game on hard mode first so that you don't, you know, cheat on the puzzles and stuff, and then replay the game, replay at least the puzzle rooms on easy so you can get like all the text and shit. But at the time, I'm just like, I don't give a shit about the side conversations. Just give me the main story.
Hey, 7, what's up?
Oh.
I looked up at Junpei distractedly. And back is down at the brown bottle he had cupped in his large hands.
Is that a medicine bottle?
I got curious about it. Here.
In response, 7 tossed the bottle gently to Junpei. Caught it and twisted around and read the label.
Ethylene diamine tartrate?
What you call me?
Yeah, that's right. CDT.
What kind of medicine is that?
It's not medicine. I think it's an industrial strength detergent.
Why would they have something like that here?
Curious?
Well, probably to clean stuff up.
Clean what up?
Fuck if I know. Still.
It's an operating room. It's to clean up blood and shit off of like the sheets. Like, come on now.
It looks like it's cleaned my brain up.
Yeah?
You remember something?
Yeah. Well, I remember a story about EDT. Happened about 50 years ago.
How do you remember a story from 50 years? How old are you, Seven?
There was this factory somewhere in America making big old EDT crystals. They were making it to sell as an industrial strength cleaner, like I told you before. But a year after the factory started up, something strange started happening with the crystals they were building. Water molecules started attaching themselves to the EDT crystals. This made them into a sort of mutation of the original crystals, called a hydrate. Once the crystals turn into a hydrate, though, it's useless as a cleaner.
Yes, make sure you hydrate.
The factory had to just dump the crystals. As a hydrate, they were useless. But it didn't end there. After that day, the same thing started happening in EDT factories everywhere, even ones nowhere near that first American factory.
Hey, is this starting to sound somewhat familiar about what Alice was telling? Or, not Alice. Akane. June was telling us in the freezer. I don't know why the fuck I called her Alice.
They'd been making crystals the same way, the same materials and the same equipment and environment. But now, all of a sudden, every single crystal they formed turned into a hydrate. In fact, ever since that day, no factory anywhere has been able to make a pure EDT crystal. Even in EDT research done years before, they'd never gotten a hydrate. But after it happened at the first factory, it just spread. It was like... man, how do you say it?
Like the molecules were communicating with one another, transmitting information in a way humans couldn't perceive. This phenomena spread throughout the world, right?
Junpei looked up at Seven with a half smirk. Seven stared at him dumbfounded.
Yeah, that's it exactly. But how did you know?
I heard another story, kind of like that one.
When?
In the freezer.
What?
Yeah, June told me.
Junpei told Seven the story he'd heard from June in the freezer in the kitchen. How one day glycerin began to crystallize, and then the story of the ice that wouldn't melt at room temperature. When Junpei was done, Seven looked thoughtful and absentmindedly rubbed the scar on his chin.
Ice that doesn't melt at room temperature, huh?
That sounds familiar?
Yeah, hold up. I feel like I can remember something. It's right there.
Seven squinted. His eyes stared off into space as if he were trying to desperately focus on something far away.
Do you know about Ice 9?
Ice 9? Ice 9. Ice 9. Ice.
Suddenly, Seven's eyes shot open.
That's it. I remember now. That woman, she's on this boat.
That woman?
Oh, that's why I said Alice. Okay.
Alice!
Yeah, that's why I said it.
Who's Alice?
I mean, it's no secret that I've played this game before, but it also has been a very long time since I played it. It's been at least 2 years.
Come on, the woman who won't melt at room temperature.
Huh?
It became clear to Seven that Junpei had no idea what he was talking about. He ran his hand across his face and took a deep breath.
You know how the Titanic sank on April 15th, 1912, right?
Oh, excuse me. Yes?
Yeah, more than 1,500 people died. Worst maritime accident in history.
Hasn't been beaten.
What about it?
Did you hear about the boat that was sent to collect the dead bodies?
I think that was the RMS Carpathia, right? It was a cruise liner, just like the Titanic.
No, that was the ship that picked up the survivors. The ship that collected the dead bodies was the CS McKay Bennett. The McKay Bennett showed up on April 17th, 2 days after the accident. It set out from Halifax, a port in Canada, and recovered 306 bodies. The Atlantic that far north was really cold. It would have to be for there to be icebergs and stuff. Anyway, the bodies they pulled out of the water were frozen solid.
This isn't a very nice story. So, what happened next?
Well, they say the McKay Bennett recovered something more than just dead bodies. There were various bits of stuff floating around in the water. Things the drowned had carried with them, or stuff that dislodged as the ship sank. One of the things they found was a coffin.
A coffin?
Yeah, a wooden one. The craftsman who made it must have been pretty skilled. It wasn't just a wooden coffin. It was all wood, no nails, no reinforcements, no gaps in the wood anywhere. The thing was airtight. The crew got pretty curious about what might be inside it and opened it up. They had to get a wedge and hammer it open, and it was so unmade.
I want to know how you would make something like that without nails, without screws. Like, it's just wood. Like, when you say skilled, talk about impossible. Like, how would you make a coffin? How would you seal? How would you get the wood to stack together like that in a way, like, without having shit fall apart on yourself, without any screws or nails or glue? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that doesn't seem possible. Then again, this is also a fictitious story, so I guess we can go ahead and let it slide.
They found a woman.
Ugh.
Or, I guess you should say, they found the dead body of a woman.
She's so beautiful, though.
Her hair was thick and black, and her skin rich brown with no blemishes or signs of decomposition. They say that she looked gorgeous, like a goddess.
No, I can see the picture. No, that's not Dio.
Dead, everyone who looked at her said she just looked like she was sleeping. Her skin was so lifelike, she looked like she might wake up any minute. And she didn't, though.
He was like, no, don't worry. She didn't wake up. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Like the rest of the bodies they found, she was frozen solid. Eventually, the McKay Bennett finished searching and returned to Halifax. The 306 bodies were unloaded and taken ashore.
Okay, well, parts of the story are the majority of the story is fictitious. The stuff that they're talking about, the Titanic, a lot of it is true.
However, it was warm enough that they began to thaw. They say that the stink was horrible. But there was one body that didn't thaw. And that was...
the girl in the coffin.
That's right. Everybody thought for sure that she'd melt and start to rot like the rest of them eventually. But weeks passed and nothing happened. Then a month passed. And another. And it was summer, and she was still frozen solid. After a while, people started to say she was some sort of miracle. Rumors about her started to spread. People came to visit Halifax from all over. After a while, people started to call her All Ice, Alice. Of course, those rumors didn't last long.
Why?
Well, she up and disappeared. One day Alice was there, the next day she wasn't. They say someone snuck into where they were keeping her and stole the body. With the body gone, the rumors followed pretty quickly. After a while, no one remembered her. You might be able to find something about her if you could find a newspaper from back then, but that's about it.
Wait, you just said that she was on this boat.
Yeah, I did. Alice has got to be somewhere on this ship.
Now why the hell would you say something like that?
Because I know.
And just what is it you know?
What happened to Alice after she was stolen?
All right, tell me. What happened to Alice?
Seven nodded slowly and took on the look of a man recalling something long buried.
Well, around that time, the word was that there was a special black market in New York. All millionaires from all over the world. I've heard that Alice went up for auction there. The person who won the auction was Lord Dashiell Gordain. You've heard that name before, right?
Lord Gordain. Oh, isn't he the guy who bought the Gigantic? The Titanic's sister ship?
Yeah, that's him. Although I guess he hadn't done that yet.
What do you mean?
Gordain bought Alice in 1912. And 4 years later, in 1916, he bought the Gigantic. And he hid Alice somewhere on the Gigantic. But nobody knows where. He died in 1931. And apparently he died without ever telling anyone where Alice was hidden. However,
what?
Well, he did have one close friend who asked him, "Where is Alice?" And he said, "Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge beneath the navel of the Gigantic."
What the hell is that? Is it some kind of riddle?
Your guess is as good as mine. So that's it. Whatever you think, I believe it. She's hidden somewhere on the Gigantic. Yep.
Poor Junpei couldn't dispute Sivan's rather bizarre claim. As Junpei was trying to figure out what on earth he was going to say next, Clover's shrill voice pierced the room.
Hey, what are you two doing over there?
We're wasting time. Shut up.
Stop wasting time and get over here.
Come on. This is 2 streams in a row that I've done this. This is 2 streams in a row that I've done this where I've guessed the next line like verbatim, like word for word. Oh my god, it happened on the last Ace Attorney stream too. Oh my god, that is so funny. Oh my god. Like I'm wasting time. Leave me alone. Oh my god, that's so funny. Oh shit. No, I meant. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to highlight that later. What? How far into the stream are we? 4 hours and 47 minutes. Okay. I tried to clip it, but I clipped it late, so it didn't catch me predicting it. It's fine. I'll let me write that down real quick so I can.
Okay, we're coming.
I gotta keep up on my like TikToks, and that's one of the things that I need to do. So
Yeah, so anyway, that's the story. It might be useful someday. Don't forget it.
So what? 4:47. Stop wasting time. Okay.
Alice. Huh.
Like, it doesn't even matter that I've played the games before. There's no way that I can fucking, like, remember very minute details like that.
That mummy wasn't just a normal mummy. They say that she was frozen. The story says that from the time of its discovery all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic, even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted.
Then was that Egyptian priestess, Alice? Did the water in her body become Ice 9? No, that's nuts. There's no way somebody like that could exist.
Junpei shook his head, trying desperately to clear it, and followed Seven to the operating room where Clover was waiting. Back to the puzzle. Down, bow, down. Down. Let's see if a piece of paper. What's this? Is this some kind of medical record? New material has been added to the file screen. The blue light turned on, and I heard a noise. It sounded like something unlocking. Yeah, no shit. No, what? Did it actually unlock? Ah! The leg! Alright, let's try the red liquid this time. Red light's on now. I get it. You combine the red liquid and the blue liquid to make a purple one. Oh my god, I can't believe what movie was that? I know what you're referencing. I just cannot remember the name. Where the movie's cover is just like her fucking head on top of the fucking leg and it has like a lampshade on top of it. Is that really it? A Christmas Story? Really? Hang on, I'm looking that shit up right now. Why did fucking Pac-12 football just randomly pop up? Okay, hang on. A Christmas Story. Oh, yeah. You can actually buy one for $370. Yeah, I'm not buying it. Maybe one of these days I'll throw it on my throne as like a fucking as a joke and see if someone will buy it for me. This is not a fake stomach. It's clearly a nose. Okay, do we have all the pieces? We have the torso, we have the stomach, we have the two legs and an arm. So are we missing an arm? The sink, the doctor's nurse probably washed their hands here before an operation. Nothing suspicious. Oh, you know what? The one mannequin in the other room had already had an arm, so I don't think we need another arm. This bed doesn't look very comfortable. An old hard bed. Okay, so we collected the 6 parts of the medical mannequin. So you think these parts go here? Lucy, that's her name, I think. See, it says Lucy right here. I got something stuck in my throat and my whole fucking voice changed. What the fuck was that? Oh yeah, right. Well, it doesn't look like John is missing any of his parts. So the ones we got must be for Lucy, right? Yeah, seems like it. Well, I see we gave Lucy her parts back. Any objections? Nope, agreed. Alright, let's get started. Combine! Hey, nothing happened. That's odd. Maybe it's the wrong weight? Wait, yeah, well, you know there's a scale on the side of the bed. Maybe we need to get the scale to a specific number? How are we going to do that? I think we're supposed to swap our body parts with John's. Let's give it a shot. Yeah, so this is one I actually remember. Hey Junpei, I just heard something. It came from John's operating table. Better check it out. Huh? The lid on the scale. Hey, it opened. Oh, I get it. It must have opened because we matched John's weight to what's on the chart. It's the Jupiter key. Let's go. You think John is still John even if its body parts are switched? What the hell are you talking about? Oh, nothing. Don't worry about it.
Hey, hold on.
Junpei stopped, about to put the key in the doorknob.
Oh, what's up?
Where's Clover?
Huh?
Junpei turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen.
Oh, god damn it. Where the hell did she go? Okay, just hold on a minute. I'll go get her.
Sure thing.
Junpei left 7 at the door and headed back to the operating room. Found her standing next to the operating table. She was staring at the mannequin.
Hey, Clover. What's wrong? Come on. Let's get out of here.
She didn't respond. If she hadn't been standing up and breathing, Junpei might have thought she was dead.
What are you doing? Did you want to come back here and say goodbye to John?
Wasn't the best joke, but it was something, an attempt to lighten the mood. Clover didn't laugh. She stood stock still and said nothing.
Hey, Clover. Can you hear me?
Perhaps it was something he said, or perhaps it was something else. Suddenly, her mouth opened, and she whispered in a dry, dead voice.
My brother might be dead.
Huh?
That's why we couldn't find him. If he's dead, I'm going to be next.
Suddenly, the operating room felt very, very cold.
What are you talking about? What's wrong with you?
He gave her a small shake, but she still didn't respond. The silence grew heavier. Junpei, what do you want to do?
Oh, yeah.
He didn't know why, but suddenly Junpei remembered something he'd been given earlier.
It's in my pocket somewhere. Here it is.
He reached into his pocket and dug it out.
A 4-leaf clover.
Santa had given it to him in a second-class cabin. He held it out to Clover.
Hey, did you know? Each leaf means something. Hope, faith, love, and luck. That's what a 4-leaf clover stands for. Take it. Use it as a good luck charm.
He pressed the 4-leaf clover into her
Listen
hand.
to me, Clover. No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck. Snake, I mean, your brother, he's alive, somewhere. I'm sure of it. You've just gotta believe in that.
Clover stared at the four-leaf clover in her hand. You could see tears start to form at the corner of her eyes.
Thank you.
Her voice was tiny and broken, and as she spoke, she started to cry. She tried to hide her tears by looking at the floor, but it did little good. She wiped away tears with her baggy arms of her jacket, but more quickly took their place. No matter how she tried, she couldn't stop crying. Her tears made small wet circles on the floor.
Thank you.
She said it again, and then she looked up at Junpei and it seemed to choke down the last of her grief. She did her best to smile. Junpei wiped an errant tear from her cheek with his thumb and gave her the best smile he could manage.
Seven's waiting for us at the exit.
But still, she didn't move.
Wait, before we go, there's one thing I want to ask you.
What's that?
What do you think when you hear the word experiment?
For a moment, his mind froze. Then he came back to his senses and realized the word meant nothing to him, aside from the dictionary definition.
What?
Oh, I guess it was just a coincidence then. I mean, that you knew about the four-leaf clover.
Look, I'm sorry. I don't want to be a jerk, but you are making less than no sense right now.
Oh, no. It's nothing. Just forget about it.
Oh, don't give me that. You really think I could just drop this? What is this experiment you were talking about?
Clover looked away, then the four-leaf clover was still in her hand. She stared at it for a long moment, then finally spoke.
You promise you won't tell anyone?
Cross my heart.
Really?
Really?
I can trust you, right?
Of course you can.
Clover slipped the four-leaf clover into her pocket. Her eyes still red from crying. She looked up at Junpei.
Okay then, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what happened on this ship 9 years ago.
Wait. On this ship?
Yeah, this ship.
He was entirely lost. He had 1,000 questions, but it was probably best he thought to save until after Clover was finished.
It was an experiment to test some sort of psychic thing. Communicating through these fields that you can't see.
Fields that you can't see?
He'd heard something like this before.
Like, think about this.
She pointed at the operating table. On top of it was a somewhat mismatched medical mannequin whose parts had been swapped with another mannequin.
This is John, right? But is he really John?
Hey, Cryox, how's it going, buddy?
Huh?
All Junpei could think was she has finally completely lost it.
Isn't this like Locke's socks? Or the ship of Theseus?
They use a lot of metaphors, especially in this first game, and it's like, as much as I want to say it's a waste of time, it is absolutely not, and you really need to pay attention to these moments. Because these moments become so fucking important, especially in the next game. I'm hanging in there, man. Like, I can say I'm feeling better. I know I had that really long, like, trauma dump and shit on Twitter last night, but I'm feeling a little bit better today. I had some time to think about what I needed to do and what I need to accomplish in this next month, and now that I have like an actual like goal in mind and stuff that like I know I need to do, now that I have like some sort of course of action, I feel like hyper motivated. You know what I mean? Junpei grew even more confused. He'd never heard of either of these things, although they sounded smart.
You don't know? You haven't heard of those paradoxes?
No?
Really? Okay, well pay attention then. This is how Locke's socks works. Let's say I've got a pair of socks. They're my favorite socks. One of them gets a hole in it.
Right.
What would you do if that was your sock, Junpei?
Well, I guess I'd patch it up, get some cloth, and close up the hole.
But what if another hole opens?
I'd add another patch, I suppose.
What if another hole opened after that?
Another patch, I guess?
Well, let's say you just keep adding new patches until eventually the original cloth of the sock is totally gone.
I know.
Once you get to that point, can you really say they're the same socks you started with?
Well, that's tough.
It's a good paradox, right? Like, let's put it this way. Let's say that I do have some serious medical conditions, but let's say that my medical conditions are so terrible, so impossible, that the only way to save my life was to replace all of my organs with the organs of somebody else. Am I really the same person? If I'm talking about brain, heart, intestines, lungs, all of that. Am I really still me? Would I really still be Casper if I had to replace literally everything inside of my body? Would I still be the same person? Even though, right. This series does a lot of thought experimentation, and honestly, I think that's why I love it so much, and why I hope that Spike Chunsoft will make another one. That's what we're waiting for. That's why everyone's waiting and hoping that Raincode is so fucking successful that they have no choice but to make another 999 or Zero Escape or Danganronpa game. That's why I'm hoping Raincode is so good. The first stream of that game is going to be 12 to 14 hours. I'm already going to tell you that much, because that is a game I've been waiting for so long that we're probably going to start really early, earlier than normal. I'm actually going to make it's either we're going to start really early or we're going to start the second that it releases, and hopefully it drops at 9 o'clock. Yeah, it's on Friday, but there is also a chance. There's also a chance that it'll drop at 9 p.m. tomorrow, aka Thursday. So that's why I thought that we could get through this. But if it drops at 9 tomorrow, then we might have to just try to grind it and just finish this game tonight. I do have a doctor's appointment tomorrow, but usually doctor's appointments only last 30 minutes or so, so I'm not really too terribly worried about sleep or anything, because it's just it's the doctor's office is a 10-minute drive from my house, so I'm not too terribly worried about sleep or anything.
If you keep fixing the damaged parts of a ship, eventually it ends up with none of the parts it started with. Can you really say that ship is the same one you started with? And what if you took all the old parts from the first ship and built another one somewhere else? Then which ship is the real ship of Theseus? The one you repaired, or the one you built with all the original parts?
It was an interesting question. Clover could see Junpei was intrigued.
Hey, do you think it's the same?
What's the same?
These guys. Is this John, or is it Lucy now?
Junpei looked at the operating table again. Mannequin full of body parts from a different body. Clover had been right. It was just like locked socks in the ship of Theseus. The head of the body that holds a person's identity is the head. Of course, for many hundreds of years, conventional wisdom had held that a man's identity resided in his heart, or any number of internal organs. And here they had both.
John's head and heart are both his, but apart from those and a single arm, the rest of his body was once Lucy's.
Was the mannequin really John?
We're just like these mannequins.
I promise you, these hypotheticals and shit that they keep posing to us, I promise they are super important. I promise these are not like a waste of time. When I played these games the first time, which was forever ago, I was like, dude, shut the fuck up and let me get back to the task at hand. And I just kind of like threw them aside. Like of course I read them and I paid attention, but after the initial conversation was over, I just kind of forgot about them.
Think about it. The cells in our body change every day. Old ones die and new ones are born.
Right?
Maybe part of my arm is made of stuff from a fish I ate once. Or maybe part of your right side is made from a cow you ate. If you take it a little further, those cows and fishes are made from something else too, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's how we're all connected. Through fields that can't be seen with the naked eye.
Silence was broken by 7.
Hey, what the hell is taking you two so long?
7's head appeared in the doorway. He was not happy.
How long are you gonna make me wait? We don't have time to screw around.
Junpei and Clover looked at each other. Clover looked at Junpei as if there was more she wanted to tell him. Shook her head. Whatever she had to tell him, she didn't want to tell him in front of 7. 7 seemed to catch on.
Oh? What were you two doing? Was this some sort of secret meeting?
No, it wasn't. We were just playing with the mannequins.
Huh?
Let's go, Junpei.
Moving a little bit too fast to be entirely innocent, Clover headed towards the exit. 7 stared at her, then turned to Junpei with an amused expression.
Playing with mannequins, huh? Didn't know you were into that kind of thing, Junpei.
Hey, don't kink shame, buddy.
You're a dick.
I almost spit out my drink. I think that was probably audible on the mic. It's just the way he fucking said it. You're a dick. Just the way he fucking like delivered that line. There are some people that think the voice acting for this is like really like cringy, but I fucking think it has so much fucking charm, and I think it's so good for this game. You're a dick. Junpei dashed past him and traced Clover's path out of the door. Short laugh, 7 followed. They stood in front of the door. Junpei took out the Jupiter key.
All right, I'm gonna open it now.
You don't need to keep asking, just do it, all right?
Fine then.
I love how we finished the puzzle like 25 minutes ago. Beyond it lay a simple white hallway. There was no fanfare or confetti. Obviously, there was no one there to applaud them. They simply walked through the door. That was it.
All right, let's get going.
Hey, man, what's up with you? You're so serious, you know? Can't you sound more happy, get a little excited?
Not really.
Jupiter turned away from... Did you forget the situation that we're fucking in right now? Like, it keeps happening. It keeps happening over and over. These people keep forgetting that we will literally fucking die if we don't get out of here on time. Is this not at the forefront of your fucking mind at all times?
My brother might be dead. I'm going to be next.
Clover had told them only a few minutes before that her brother was probably dead and she was likely to follow him.
Like hell I can. Not after hearing something like that.
They left the operating room. The hallway took them around several corners and past several doors, but they were all locked.
There too, huh? Every door in this place is locked up tight.
How about that one?
The final door was hidden in a corner of a hall.
May as well give it a try.
Jupiter grabbed the handle. He made to push it open, a voice stopped him. The voice came from behind him and belonged to neither 7 nor Clover.
Jumpy!
Huh?
Spun around, he saw someone running toward them from the other end of the hallway. With 3 people coming towards Junpei and his companions.
June? And Santa? And Lotus, too?
Pulled up short in front of Junpei, breathing hard.
Whoa! What the hell is this?
What are you doing here?
What? But we didn't...
Word get finished, Clover spoke.
Hey guys, could you come take a look at this?
Standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she'd found.
Look on the wall here.
There's something on the wall at the end of the hallway.
A map of the ship's interior?
It says C deck.
So it's the map for this floor then?
Door 7 and door 8. Yep, they both eventually end up at this hallway.
In fact...
Yeah, isn't that what I said? We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. And that's how the nonary game works.
I see.
Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again.
Wait a sec. Hey, could this lead to...
He looked more closely. His surprise and excitement gave way to weariness.
Oh,
You've got to be kidding me.
One by one, the others saw what he'd seen.
We may as well go.
yeah.
Moved once for the door.
Almost forgot. We should keep this.
Pulled the map of the ship's interior off the wall and put it in his pocket, followed the others. 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward. He took hold of the door and spoke without looking back at the other 5.
Ready?
Slowly, all 5 nodded their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. Went through the doorway and into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were.
I knew it.
They were just where the maps had said they would be.
We're back.
We're back.
In the hospital room.
I see. I believe I understand what you're saying. The 6 of you split into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8. You solved the puzzles in the operating room and the laboratory, and then met one another in the hallway after opening your respective locked door.
Looked like anyone might after only just waking up, but it seems that his brain was working as well as ever. He managed to grasp, surmise, and understand each scene's report.
At any rate, I feel a bit silly for my little show of altruism. I know I said I was sure you'd come back for me. I didn't think it would happen so soon, though.
He shook his head with a rueful smile.
Well, we saw each other again and we ain't dead, so I say that's good enough.
7 smiled.
Anyway, I say we get out of this creepy old place. We found the key we need.
The key?
Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Right, Junpei?
Yeah.
And Junpei nodded.
Oh, the solar system keys. Actually, we found one in the laboratory too. Here, the Earth key.
Earth key. Oh, so I got a still warm key with an Earth symbol on it.
I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. That way it won't be my fault if it gets lost.
Yeah.
With that, she pressed it in Junpei's hand. He felt slightly less than honored.
Now we have 3 keys that we haven't used yet.
Yeah. The Jupiter key that we found in the operating room, the Saturn key card we found in the kitchen, and the Earth key Lotus just gave me.
Junpei took the new keys into his pocket. June spoke up.
The Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of that long straight hallway, right?
Yeah. If the map's right, then it connects to the central staircase. Then, next to the stairs...
Wait!
The first words anyone had heard out of Clover in some time. Faye suggested they weren't going to be very happy words.
What about door 3?
Look, you saw the map, right? It's the same as 7 and 8. You just lead us back to the big hospital room. There's no point to seeing what's on the other side of that door.
There is a point. At least there is for me.
There were tears in her eyes, but she glared at 7 as hard as she could just the same. Looked very much like a frightened puppy. There wasn't a man alive who could have resisted those eyes. Seven looked everywhere in the room except at Clover, muttered and coughed apologies under his breath.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Snake might be on the other side of door 3.
Clover nodded once. The next person to speak was Ace.
Very well. I'll be coming with you then. I've had a nice long rest. I think it's time I was up and about again. So, Seven, you'll help me, won't you?
Huh? Me?
Junpei did the calculations quickly in his head. Looked like Seven was doing them too. At last he gave up.
Damn. Well, I guess that's how it's gotta be. So I'm going with you, huh?
Yes, you are.
All right, let's get moving.
And into door 3 they go.
Okay, we're heading out.
Unfortunately, we won't get to see what they get to see, so
Be careful.
have fun, guys.
Whoa. Didn't think I'd be hearing that from you, Lotus.
Don't let it go to your head. I'd be in trouble if the 3 of you bought it. The rest of us can't open the 9 door.
Ah, the truth comes out.
Seven nodded as if the answer made much more sense and pulled the lever on the red.
Okay, we're off.
Door open. Ace, Clover, and Seven jump through it. 6, 7, 8, 9, and the door closed.
All right, we should get moving too.
Huh?
Get moving.
Where are we going?
Everyone except Lotus seemed rather confused.
Well, it would be a waste of time to just sit around, wouldn't it? Let me explain.
Oh, I get it. We're gonna see if we can get anywhere interesting with the Jupiter key.
That's her, like, her whole character is just Booba.
Yes. If we're lucky, we might find Snake.
They're at the end of the hallway lined by individual hospital rooms.
And here's the Jupiter symbol on the keyhole.
All right, what's behind the Jupiter key?
All right, Junpei, open it if you please.
Yeah.
Junpei pulled the Jupiter key out of his pocket and slid it into the keyhole. Twisted with a nice sharp click, he felt the door unlock. Junpei sucked in his breath, held it, and opened the door as quietly as he could. Inside was exactly what he expected to see from the map of the ship's interior. They were in a tremendous hall, almost like a ballroom with a massive central staircase.
Great, back to the beginning. You sure this is a good idea?
What do you mean?
Well, we already searched every inch of this room, didn't we? I'm asking you if there's any reason we came back here.
Of course there's a reason, and sometimes I can't tell if you're smart or just lucky.
Huh?
This.
Junpei pulled 2 things out of his pocket.
The Saturn key card. And the Earth key? I'm lost.
Santa cocked his head to one side like an inquisitive bird and looked at them. After several long moments during which it became apparent that Santa had no idea what the cards meant, June took pity on him.
Don't you remember, Santa?
All right, have a good lurk, and if you fall asleep, I hope you sleep well.
On C deck, where we are now, there was a big elevator behind the stairs, remember? And next to the elevator, there was a card reader with the Saturn symbol on it. And on A deck, on the door to the left, there was a keyhole with the Earth symbol on it. So the 2 keys that Jumpy has?
Should let us use the elevator and the door on A deck.
Yes, that's right.
So does
All right,
Santa.
I got it. Let's get started then. What do you say we split
Right.
into 2 teams? Lotus and I will search the Earth one, so you 2 can search Saturn, all right?
Sounds good. Then you guys should take this key.
Junpei handed the Earth key to Santa. Decided that their initial search should be
We
brief.
have no idea what's on the other side of these, so don't go too far. Just search for 10 minutes and come back.
Plan decided, the 2 teams split up. Junpei and June headed for the elevator.
There's a card reader next to the left elevator.
Then let's try out the Saturn key card. Great. It looks like it's working now.
All right. Now, how do I call the elevator?
Single button to the right of the elevator door.
It only has the upside down triangle on it.
I guess there's no up button. Well, we may as well try pushing this one.
Yeah, for real. Especially since the lower floors are completely flooded right now.
It opened! Look, Jumpy!
June's voice was excited, but Junpei could hear a tinge of anxiety.
Sweet! It opened! Let's get going.
He grinned at June and stepped towards the open door. As he was about to set foot in, he felt a hand on his arm.
Wait!
What?
I'm not really, I just, oh gosh.
Junpei was at something of a loss. What could she possibly be so frightened of? She was probably afraid of... She was afraid because the only elevator button pointed down. That meant, of course, that the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. As he thought about it, Junpei realized he hadn't seen elevators on the A or B decks near the central staircase, all of which meant that the elevator could only convey them to the lower decks.
Come to think of it, the lower floor, D deck, is completely underwater. An elevator heading to a submerged floor. That is pretty scary. Hey, wait a minute. This elevator came up from somewhere under us.
Well, yes, I guess it did. It didn't open right away after you pressed the button. There was a motor noise like it was moving, and then it opened.
Yeah,
Yes.
So, take a look inside.
Junpei jerked his head towards the interior of the elevator.
It's not wet at all, is it? The walls and even the floor are totally dry.
Oh, you're right. They are.
Looking around the elevator, slightly embarrassed.
Well, let's
Test it?
Yeah, watch this. Now, I'll just put one foot inside the elevator and look over at the buttons. Oh, there's only two, E and C. All right, I'll push E.
Push the E button, jumped out of the elevator. The door slid shut, and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down.
I think I can hear it opening on E deck.
Okay, that's done. Now I'll just press the button again.
A few moments later, the elevator returned.
Yep, not a single drop of water to be seen. See?
Junpei couldn't resist puffing on his chest just a little bit. June, however, still looked confused.
What does that mean? How can E deck be safe if the D deck is full of water?
Well, here's what I think. The elevator shaft and E deck must be watertight and separated from wherever the ship's been punctured. Here, let me show you.
Well, that's not... stop with the noise. I hate marker sounds.
So is that why the ship hasn't sunk? The shape of the inside keeps it all from filling with water?
Yeah, I think that's what's going on.
Junpei continued talking as he closed the notebook and slipped it back into his pocket.
So I'm gonna go down and check it out. You stay here, all right?
But...
Come on, just do it, all right?
He gave June's shoulder a reassuring squeeze and hopped into the elevator. No, I don't think so. Push the E button and the door began to close. Yeah, I don't think this is against the rules. June looked worried, her eyes darting back and forth as if she was trying to make a decision when suddenly...
I'm coming with you!
Huh?
Last possible moment, June dashed forward, turning sideways just in time to slip through the gap between the closing doors.
Hey, wait!
Junpei jammed his finger against the open button, but it was too late.
Oh, crap.
Door had shut, and he and June were in the elevator, and it was heading down to E deck. So surprised by June that he didn't even have time to think about what awaited him on E deck.
I can't just let you go alone, you know.
Ah, jeez.
The elevator stopped and the door slid open. They tentatively stepped out and looked around.
Looks normal.
No fish going about their fishy business or jellyfish floating lazily through water. There was, however, a blowfish, or at least something that looked very much like one. June's cheeks were puffed out, and her mouth a tiny, intense frown.
Oh, knock it off. It's just like I thought. This part hasn't flooded. Come on, just look around. There's no water here.
June looked around nervously, then
You're right.
exhaled.
It's not flooded at all.
See?
But there's a whole lot of water.
Yeah, right on top of us.
What's gonna happen if the ceiling breaks?
Junpei thought about that for a
We'd
moment.
probably die.
Yeah.
Oh no. Don't be so casual about something like that.
At any rate, we should probably go back as soon as we can, once we're done looking around down here. Lotus and Santa might already be back.
Okay, good idea.
Now then.
Junpei glanced around the room they'd found themselves in. The first thing he noticed was a set of thick iron bars. They ran the length of the room, separating the left elevator from the right one.
Iron bars. Well, we can't go over there.
Right.
Then maybe.
Corner of the room that housed the elevators, Junpei found an opening.
Well,
Walked up to it and stuck his head around the corner.
it looks like there's a long straight hallway down this way.
Something's written on the door at the end. Wait, is that...
Let's check.
Junpei and June set off down the hallway at a brisk clip, somewhere between a run and a jog. Before long, they found themselves in front of the door. On it was a number written in bright red paint, number 6.
I knew it!
This is a numbered door.
And indeed, there was a red bolted to the wall right next to the door.
But we can't do anything with only the two of us.
We better head back and let everyone know.
Yes.
Junpei and June turned and headed back to C deck.
Wait, what's this?
Way back, Junpei noticed a map on the wall.
Is this the map for E-Deck? I should take it with me. Huh, so you guys found door 1.
They met back up with Santa and Lotus, who had explained what they'd found. Apparently, there was another numbered door on A deck, just like the one on E deck, beyond the door that the Earth key opened. According to Santa and Lotus, there was a 1 on the door.
So now we've located 2 new doors. The 6 door and the 1 door.
You know, it is interesting that E-Deck wasn't flooded.
Lotus was quiet for a moment, lost in
Well,
thought.
we don't really know if all of E-Deck is safe. We only checked the area around the elevator.
Even so, it's still very interesting.
You said the 6th door was there, right?
Yes.
Then that means Zero planned all this out. Even the sinking. That would have meant some pretty serious remodeling of the ship's interior.
It's pretty mind-blowing when you think about it.
Yeah. I wonder how long it took. I can't even imagine how much it must have cost.
It would have been a ton, that's for sure.
While that does go along with what Ace was saying, the most reasonable explanation would be that this was done by some organization with access to a whole lot of cash.
Yes, it does make sense.
That thought made them all go quiet for a moment. June bit her lip while Lotus sighed softly to herself, and Santa cracked a stiff neck and stared off into the distance at nothing.
Yeah?
I don't think it's a very good idea to stay here.
June looked up at Junpei with large bleeding
Yeah,
eyes.
you're right. Ace and his team might be back already.
Well, Junpei and I should be able to open door 1.
Huh? You guys leaving me behind?
8 plus 6 was 5. This was 9, 10,
Just
1.
kidding. All right, let's go.
Lotus's words were all the impetus they needed. Back to the large hospital room they went. Oh, they sit inside. A tremendous voice echoed across the room.
Hey! Where the hell did you guys go?
7?
Ace was right behind him, and Clover was behind Ace, although she seemed to be hanging back.
What's wrong?
It looked as though there was something strange about them. 7 had the look of a man who'd seen a ghost. Ace was just as pale, and Clover looked as though she was only moments from passing out entirely. For a long moment, they simply stood there looking at one another. Junpei looked around nervously, waiting for someone else to speak. No one did. He looked at Seven.
What happened?
What the hell kind of question is that?
Seven was trying very hard to be angry, but something had shaken him hard. His shoulders were trembling and his voice was strained.
Snake is...
Seven couldn't finish. He just looked away, his face twisted by... Junpei wasn't sure what. Instead, Ace spoke. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spoke.
Snake is... dead. He died, just as the 9th man did.
It was as if all the air had suddenly been sucked out of the room. Junpei felt his heartbeat quicken, and he realized he was having trouble breathing. He could feel cold sweat beating on his forehead and neck. June, Santa, and Lotus looked the way he felt. All three were frozen in place, their faces white.
Oh my god. That's not true, is it?
So you were saying that Snake was sus? Well... Oh my god, that's not true, is it?
We should make sure.
Yeah, right. We should.
They nodded to one another and headed for the number 3 door.
Wait! Not that way.
What? What?
They stopped short and turned to look at Seven. He was pointing at the door with no number.
I stuck a screwdriver in there to keep the door from closing all the way. It's not locked, so you can go in that way.
Where is he?
The shower room. Left side of the hallway. I put a broom in there too to keep the door open.
That means we can get in without going through the numbered door, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Then let's go.
The new destination cleared, Junpei and his companions headed for the door with no number. Once in the hallway, it was easy to spot the metal door on the left wall.
This wasn't open when we passed here before.
But now, just as Seven had said, there was a broom stuck between the door and the frame, keeping it open.
Well, let's keep going.
They looked at it for a moment, then stepped inside.
Oh, it smells horrible.
Lotus wrinkled her nose and covered her mouth in disgust. Even Santa pinched his nose shut.
Oh, yeah. This is pretty awful. I feel like I'm gonna puke.
It was just as bad as they said, perhaps worse. A hideous smell filled the air, so thick they could almost taste it. It was sour and smelled of fish, feces, and burnt meat. It worked its way through Junpei's nose and down his throat to pound against the entrance to his stomach. He put his hands over his mouth and struggled to keep what little was in his stomach where it belonged.
Where is he? Where's Snake?
They didn't have to wonder where the body was.
There.
There was blood everywhere. A few arms of the splatter reached towards them as they walked through the door. All one had to do was follow with the many radial arms to their source. The body itself was hidden behind a divider.
June, you should stay here.
But...
Please, just do me a favor, okay? Alright?
He didn't give her a chance to say no. He put his hand on her shoulder as this to shove her to the ground like a tent pole, turned and walked toward the end of the divider.
I'm going in.
It felt like he took an eternity for him to get there. Santa and Lotus followed, timid and nervous as a pair of children. Eventually, they reached the divider. They looked at one another and nodded slowly. Junpei put his hands on the divider and peered around the corner. For a moment, he forgot to breathe. He felt his heart collapse in his chest like an empty cigarette carton, and time froze. He knew in that instant that he would take the image before him to the grave. What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. Chunks of flesh torn from the body sat in the blood like tiny islands in a great Red Sea. A vast ragged hole had been torn in the torso, and what had remained of his intestines spilled out like a fresh spaghetti. Don't call it that. What the fuck is wrong with you? Smaller chunks of meat had splattered against the wall and become stuck there as they dried. Globules of yellowish fat had left trails like tiny slugs as gravity pulled them down the wall even as they dried to it.
Just like Ace said.
Santa's voice was strained. Junpei suspected he was holding down some vomit of his own.
Just like the 9th man. The detonator in his bracelet set off the bomb in his gut.
It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful.
Oh God. The bone is coming out of his left arm.
It's definitely an open fracture.
His legs were both bent in an auto-natural way, and his left arm had split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his ulna. His bracelet lay next to him. It seemed to have hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay on the ground in pieces.
Oh, the face. It's horrible.
Yeah, can't even tell who it is.
Half of his head had simply collapsed. The blood coating almost made it look like a raw pizza dough covering a tomato sauce. His clothes, too, were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white shirt, the jacket with the yellowing piping, the gray slacks.
But the clothes are...
They were all familiar to Junpei.
No mistake about it. It's Snake.
Lotus's voice was unnaturally deep and strained, and Junpei heard it catch her in her throat. The squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth grow. It sounded like the noise of a ghost would make. No matter how many times he heard it, he never got used to it. Every time it put him on edge. Didn't help that there was a girl nearby who looked far more like a ghost than a living human should. It was Clover. She sat on the edge of the bed, her head drooping listlessly onto her chest. Her eyes were blank and stared across the room at nothing. Her breathing was slow and mechanical. Aside from rise and fall of her chest, she didn't move. Junpei felt as even a nudge might cause her to shatter into 1,000 pieces.
Snake was probably murdered. Chances are he was killed the same way the Ninth Man was.
Seven lowered his voice, likely in an effort to keep Clover from hearing what he had to say. There were 4 other people in the room with Junpei and Seven. Ace, Santa, June, and Lotus. Seven looked at each of them in turn and continued.
It's pretty straightforward. Not that hard to figure out how they did it. First, the killers got Snake to authenticate on the red to open door 3. Then they shoved him into it, and waited 9 seconds for the door to shut. Once that door shut, it was all over for Snake. But he didn't give up. He probably knew it wouldn't do him any good, but he probably ran into the shower room looking for the dead. It was a small chance, but it wasn't like he had anything to lose. Unfortunately, the detonator is only deactivated if everybody who authenticated when they went in uses the dead. Snake was the only one who went through the door. And then, 81 seconds after he was shoved in, that happened.
I see. So that's what you meant by killers, huh? You need at least 3 people to open one of the numbered doors, including Snake. It wouldn't open for Snake and a single killer.
Yeah, that means we're looking at multiple perps here.
Junpei crossed his arms and grunted.
Well, just in case, I want to make sure. Let's say you're right. When do you think Snake was killed?
When we all split up to look for the parts for the Reds, I think. Right after that was when we noticed he was gone.
Then that means none of us have alibis. We were all off searching the rooms we'd been assigned, looking for those parts.
Yeah, that means anybody could be a killer.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
June seemed
How can you
shocked.
say that so casually? You're implying that one of us is a killer.
Well, not just one of us. If I'm right, then at least 2 of us are murderers.
Why don't you calm down a bit, Seven? What are you going to gain by being so suspicious? That's what Zero wants, you know?
This series is so fucking good with its twist, dude. I'm telling you.
What Zero wants?
Exactly. This game was set up by Zero, wasn't it? Any game has a winner and loser. Whoever makes it through door 9 is a winner, and those who don't are the losers. Zero is trying to make us fight against one another for that victory.
Then you're saying that Zero is trying to split us up by making us fight each other?
Yes. That is why we can't let ourselves fall prey to suspicion. We have to trust one another and form a strong bond of friendship. Otherwise, we'll end up ensnared by Zero's manipulations.
Then does that mean that the person who killed Snake...
Yes. Almost certainly Zero himself. If there's anyone we should doubt, it should be Zero. He masterminded this game and kidnapped all of us. Doesn't it seem reasonable that he would have killed Snake as well?
Good question.
Junpei hadn't really considered that.
If Zero killed Snake, then Zero is on the ship with us.
Was Zero still on the ship with them? Of course he was. That was obvious. Zero was somehow on the ship, but Junpei had no idea where. Junpei mumbled to himself, lost in thought.
Where could Zero be hiding?
Suddenly, everyone went very quiet. The silence was cold and clammy, and Junpei could feel it crawling out across his back and around his throat. Again, he heard the ghosting moaning noise. As moments later, a person who looked most ghost than human appeared. It was Clover. She looked at the floor as she spoke, and her voice was a cold monotone.
I think Zero is one of us.
Every human body in the room froze, the only sound that muffled the rustle of breathing. Eyes darted from face to face. One of those faces was the face of their jailer? But who? Was he one of them?
Well, that's possible.
Huh?
Like Clover said, Zero might be one of us.
What are you saying, Jumpy? Didn't you hear what Ace said?
Exactly. I said we shouldn't suspect one another for no reason.
No reason. I've got a great reason.
And what's that?
The bracelets.
Held at his left arm.
Why are the bombs in our bodies connected to the bracelets? You're all thinking Zero's hiding somewhere watching us, right? If he's doing that, then he could just detonate the bombs by remote control if someone did something they weren't supposed to. It would be a lot more precise and a lot easier. But if that's the case, then why is the bomb set off by the detonator in the bracelet?
Huh. You got a point.
I'm not done. Try applying the same ideas to the nonary game. All of the puzzles here run all by themselves. In other words, Zero doesn't have to be controlling them for the game to move forward. Why's that? Why would Zero bother to do something like that?
Junpei let the question hang in the air and looked at the others. It was Santa who answered.
So let's say you and Clover are right. Zero's one of us. If that's the case, then it'd be really hard for him to keep track of all of us or control anything remotely. That's why all the puzzles run by themselves. That's what you're getting at, right?
Yeah. Seven, when we were talking earlier, you said any one of us could be Snake's killer, right?
Yeah, something like that.
All right then. I've got a question for you, Ace. You said something like Zero must be the one who killed Snake, right?
Yes, something like that. I can't think of any other explanation.
So what do we get if we combine those? They fit together pretty well, I think. Something like this. Whoever killed Snake is Zero. Hence, Zero is one of us. Seven and Ace's theories aren't mutually exclusive. They actually complement each other pretty well. At least they do if Zero is one of us.
No one spoke. Their faces were grim, but Junpei wasn't sure if they believed him or not. Finally, Lotus spoke up.
What were his motives?
His motives?
Yes, isn't that pretty important? Why would Zero want to hide as one of us?
Oh, well, that's because,
Junpei choked. He hadn't thought of that, and he had to be honest with himself. He had no idea.
Well, so much for making a persuasive argument, Junpei.
In other words, you only had circumstantial evidence.
I don't really think that's enough to go on, you know?
Junpei was painfully aware of their eyes on him and their disapproval. He tried to find something else, anything else to look at. Then, in that horrible silence, "3 hours left." It was the clock on the central staircase.
It's 3 in the morning.
That means we have 3 hours left.
Then we need to move now. Seven, Clover, Junpei, I know how you feel, but you do understand that right now it's important we trust one another, don't you?
You're right, but...
Junpei couldn't bring himself to respond. He swallowed the words he wanted to say and sighed. Seven and Clover remained similarly silent. Their eyes were looking at something somewhere else, very
We
far
must
away.
go. We have very little time left.
Ace's words put their feet moved to moving. They all knew where they were going.
Our next destination is Mercury.
But maybe you and June should check it out first and then report back to us.
All right, let's go, June.
Right. Here it is.
Sat bolted to the wall near the stairs that led to the casino and the kitchen between the two elevators.
The Mercury card reader.
We're using the card 7 gave us, right?
Yeah,
I found it when we were checking out the shower room.
I think 7 said something like that. Anyway, let's see what happens.
Junpei slid the card through the reader. The light on the green reader turned green and made a tiny electronic noise.
I guess the elevator works now.
Jumpy, I know it's only the two of us, but let's do our best.
What's with you all of a sudden?
Well, I'm happy we were put together.
You know it's just for searching E-Deck, right?
Even so, I'm glad I'm with you.
Oh. First, we need to find out if the elevator comes up full of water.
Just like we did before.
Oh, here it is.
I knew it. It's not
Clean.
wet at all.
Let's go.
Right.
Yes.
Once it had been checked for water, Junpei and June stepped into the elevator.
Look! Nearly all of the buttons are destroyed.
Yeah, only the seat and bottom button can be pushed.
We're on C deck right now, so the only one we can choose is bottom.
Yeah. Well, let's try it out.
Junpei hit the bottom button and immediately became a bottom. Door closed. Slowly, they began to move downward.
Oh, so this is the bottom deck.
Stepped off and saw that the hallway to their right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. The hallway in front of them was a dead end, but not a regular dead end.
Hey, over there.
This is a numbered door.
This is the 8th one we found. There were 2 numbered doors on B deck near the central staircase. They were doors 4 and 5. 3 more in the large hospital room, doors 3, 7, and 8.
And the door we found on E deck, and the door Lotus and Santa found on A deck. It was a 6 on the door on E deck, and a 1 on the door on A deck.
That means...
Do you think the next door we find?
Yeah, I think so. The next one's gonna be door 9.
Despite himself, Junpei felt excited. There was something about that excitement that frightened him as well.
Finally!
Yeah,
You don't look very happy about it, though.
it's not that. I just hope nothing goes wrong.
You're right. We should keep our fingers crossed.
Let's head back.
Okay.
Did his best to put it from his mind and headed back to C deck with June.
1, 2, 3, 4. All right, 7 pieces.
Piece of paper they folded up lay on the ground next to Junpei's legs. Everyone had written on papers pulled from Junpei's notebook in an effort to pull together a blind vote.
Just double checking, but everyone wrote their code name and a door number they want, right?
Yes, just like you told us earlier.
Can't believe we're voting here.
Why had they decided to vote that way?
We need to make the whole thing fair, blah-de-blah. This is a complicated plan, you know. Hurry it up, Mr. I have a brilliant idea.
Decided it wasn't fair to simply ask everyone at once, that it would allow people to force others to go through certain doors.
Yeah, quiet in the peanut gallery.
And he had a plan. Wasn't a plan he wanted anyone catching wind of, however, so he did his best to act calm as he began to open and read the pieces of paper.
All right, let's open these up. The first one says, Ace requests door 1.
Yes, I do. Would you like me to explain why?
No, we don't have time for that. Sorry. Let's keep going.
You open the second
Next
one.
is Santa. He wants door 6.
Yeah, that's what I wrote.
Junpei continued with the third, fourth, and fifth pieces of paper.
Clover wants 1, Lotus wants 2, and 7 also wants 2.
Wait a minute. There is no way I'm going anywhere with the Elephant Man.
No, there'd be no point to the voting if we let people change their choices because of stuff like that.
But...
Just give it up, Lotus. It's not like I want to hang out with some exhibitionist grandma.
I am not an exhibitionist. I'm wearing clothes.
Barely.
So, Last I checked, that's not a crime.
Maybe. But what about common decency? Nobody wants to have to look at a chick who looks like a half-naked raisin.
Oh, I'm gonna kill you!
Loda's hair flared out like the mane of an angry lion, and she
Oh,
roared
not
with
good.
a voice that shook the walls.
Let go! Let go of me! I'm killing him!
Junpei, read the rest.
Right.
Junpei tore his eyes away and looked down at the 6th piece of paper. He opened it.
June wants door 6.
Yes, I don't really have a reason. I just felt like it.
All the papers save Junpei's had been read. He did some quick calculations in his head.
So this was everyone's vote. Ace and Clover requested door 1. 7 and Lotus requested door 2. Santa and June requested door 6. Then the door I should choose is...
Okay, the last one is mine. I want to go through... My choice is door 1.
Santa was unconvinced.
Hey, wait a minute there. You cheating?
Cheating?
I'm asking if you changed your number after you heard what doors we wanted.
How could I do that? I wrote it down on the paper earlier.
Let me see that.
Sure, here.
Junpei shrugged and handed it to him. Santa examined it furiously. The others peered at it as well. They did, Junpei quickly slipped the piece of paper he'd been hiding into his pocket. Although he'd never know it now, Santa had been justified in his suspicions. Junpei had switched papers.
I had 3 pieces of paper ready.
For doors 1, 2, and
I put
6.
one with door 6 on it into the pot.
Put a small mark on it so you would know which one was
I
his.
just needed to make sure I drew last. After I saw everyone else's result, I just chose whatever door if the number I'd already put in matched, then I didn't have to switch the paper out.
Well, what does it say?
Fought the urge to smirk. Santa snorted and tossed the paper aside, frustrated.
Very well. We've decided who will go through door 1. It will be Clover, Junpei, and myself.
4. 1 plus 4 plus 5 equals 10. 1
Our only
plus 4.
problem is the 2 remaining teams.
June and I want door 6.
Lotus and I want door 2.
That's not good. We can't open either of those doors with only 2 people. Oh,
Fine. 7, we'll go through door 6.
Sure thing. I didn't really want to go through door 2 anyway. Besides, if we've got a younger girl with us, it'll lower the average age. Right, June?
well,
June was at a loss for words. Lotus was not.
Pig. You just wait and see.
Her eyes were the eyes of a woman prepared to kill. A shiver ran down Junpei's spine.
Calling me old. This is why men are such a pain in the ass. They're about as subtle as a brick.
And they're at it again.
Even after they separated at the staircase, Lotus was still muttering angrily to herself.
I'll see you later, June.
Jumpy.
Circumstances dictated that Junpei and June would have to part ways again, but this time it didn't sting quite so much.
Don't make that face. It'll be like what 7 said.
We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. And that's how the notary game works.
7's word took a weight off of Junpei's shoulders and felt much better.
It'll be fine. I'll see you soon.
All right. See you later.
Lingering uneasy remained, but they went their separate directions without much trouble. Junpei, Ace, and Clover headed toward A
Here's
deck.
A deck. It was the door on the left, right?
That should be it, yes.
Then here we go. It's just as Santa and Lotus said.
The end of the hallway set a door with a large red
A
one
numbered
upon
door.
it. The left of it, bolted to the wall, was the red.
There's the red. I'll go first.
Ace went first and waved his wrist over the scanner panel.
Now the two of you, if you would.
Finally, listlessly, Clover lifted her arm, leaned toward the scanner panel. Iridescence clicked to life, shining brightly. Ace took hold of the lever, took a deep breath, and turned to Junpei and Clover.
Are you ready? Shall I pull it?
Yeah, anytime.
Clover said nothing. She nodded, little more than a lethargic twist of the head.
Very
Twitch
well.
of the head.
3, 2, 1.
And it's open! Move it!
Yeah, for real.
Where? There it is! Oh.
Next to the door they came through was the dead. As one, they ran to it. They put their hands over it as if they were fighting for it.
It stopped.
Yes, it did.
Junpei could feel his heart pounding against the inside of his ribs. Ace and Clover were breathing as hard and fast.
I don't believe I'll ever get used to that.
I'm not sure it's something I'd want to get used to. We should finish this game before imminent death becomes a normal thing.
I agree.
Now then.
Junpei looked around again, this time more slowly.
There's another door. Let's try opening it.
Took hold of the knob and easily, gently pulled it open.
So, this is the wheelhouse?
He fixed each in turn with a meaningful stare, then spoke.
Ace, you investigate the wheelhouse next door.
Very well.
Clover, you're in charge of this room. Say something.
Okay.
All right then, let's get started.
All right. My brother's does look a lot like this, cause he couldn't see. He never put stuff on it that he didn't need. Damn, that's... What am I supposed to say to that? Poor kid. A voice he hadn't expected startled Junpei from his examination of the pocket watch.
Oh, pocket watch. Might I take a look at it?
Spun around to find Ace standing in the doorway. Junpei shrugged and handed him the pocket watch.
Hey, man. What are you doing over in this room?
Oh, I just thought I'd come check up on the two of you. Is there a problem?
Well, not a problem, but...
That's a lie. I wanted to get rid of Ace. I sent him to the wheelhouse at the beginning for a reason. I wanted to talk to Clover alone. There's something I want to ask her. And I don't want anyone to overhear us. I'm pretty sure Clover won't talk if there's anyone else around. I'm a little desperate to send him back, quick. He has to leave.
Ace opened his mouth and took another look at Junpei and shut it again. A small smirk appeared on his face.
Oh, I see. Of course.
He looked Junpei over, then glanced at Clover.
I apologize for the intrusion. Well, best of luck.
Ace gave Junpei a knowing pat on the shoulder and left. Junpei let out a sigh and brushed a few drops of sweat from his forehead. He turned and found himself looking straight into Clover's eyes. She heard what Ace had said. She regarded Junpei with caution.
What was that about?
She's clearly suspicious and with good reason.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Junpei's eyes widened and he held up his hands in a gesture of innocence.
Oh, no, it's not like that.
What's it like then?
I just wanted to hear the rest of that story. I didn't get a chance to ask you about it until now.
What story?
About the experiment, remember? The one you started to tell me in the operating room? You said something about an experiment that happened here 9 years ago.
Clover bit her lip. She stared down at the floor for several long moments, and when she spoke, it was barely audible.
I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about that right now. I'm just not in the mood, okay? You understand, right? I keep thinking about my brother. I can't stop. I mean, who would do something like that to my brother? I can't forgive them. I'm not gonna let them get away with it. They're gonna pay for it. I promise so.
Her shoulders were shaking. Drops of blood had sprung up on her lips where she was biting them. She wiped it off and looked up at Junpei, her eyes fierce and angry.
Junpei, who do you think did it?
Her voice was cold and scarcely above a whisper. Junpei gulped.
Well, if what Seven said was right, then there would have to be at least 2 of them. You need at least 3 people to open the numbered doors, and if you subtract Snake, that means there were at least 2 other people.
You're right. So, what does that mean?
Well, if we just look at the bracelet numbers, we should be able to figure it out. Who could have opened door 3 with Snake? Well, really, who and who, or who and who?
You mean it could have been 4 people?
Well, technically, it's possible.
I don't know. That doesn't seem very likely.
Why?
I'll tell you later. Why don't we just assume it was only 2 other people for now?
Okay, got it. Let's do that then.
Then who do you think it could be?
Let's see. Snake's bracelet number was 2. Which 2 bracelet numbers added to 2 would give a digital root of 3? So we need 2. Trying to think here. No, that wouldn't work. It was a 2 and it was the 3 door. That means Ace couldn't have been a part of it because 1 and 8 are the only 2 numbers. Plus 2, so it can't be. Santa's number is 3 and 7. That makes 10 plus 2. Could be Santa and 7.
Would it be Santa and 7? The digital root for Snake, Santa, and 7 is 3. Wait, hold on. Are Santa and 7 the killers?
What's wrong?
Clover looked at Junpei and back at her. There was no point in hiding it.
Well, I thought about it.
He told her his conclusions.
That's what I thought.
She looked less surprised than he just expected.
Santa and 7. If it was 2 people, then that's the only combination that works.
Hey, wait a minute there. Don't you think it's a little too early to be jumping to conclusions? Well, all I said is that those 2 would have been able to open door 3 with your brother. There might be other possibilities.
Well, what other possibilities?
He didn't have an answer. He was ready to admit defeat when Clover spoke.
Are you saying you think that it was 3 or 4 people? I really don't think that's likely.
Why not?
Can I borrow your pen and paper?
Clover put out her hand expectantly.
Yeah, here.
Pulled out his pen and pad of paper and handed them to her. She opened the notebook and wrote down several simple addition problems. Eventually she had 8, which provided a digital root of 3.
What's this?
These are the combinations for 3 or 4 people. These 8 combinations are the only possible ones.
Oh, I see.
June?
Yeah?
I can trust you, right?
Of course. Why would you need to ask that?
Really?
Yeah.
So then I should get rid of B, D, G, and H, right?
Of course. Just cross them out. And you should take off yours too. The ones with 4.
So, what does that leave?
A and E. Wait, it can't be A.
Why?
Because June's in that one. There's no way in hell she'd do something like that.
Are you sure?
I'd bet my life on it.
Okay then. I can cross off A too, right?
Yeah,
Well, what have we got left?
E.
Do you know what this means?
Everyone besides me, you, and June would be working together.
Do you think that's likely? If there were 4 people working together, they wouldn't be very cautious. I don't think they'd try that hard to hide what they were doing if they outnumbered us, right?
Well, you do have a point.
And besides, if Ace and Seven are working together, they could have easily gotten rid of me when I went to the shower room with them. But they didn't. They didn't even try any. If they were killers, why wouldn't they?
Voice was calm, but Junpei had only looked her in the eye to know it was forced calm. There were tears forming at the corner of her eyes, and she was blinking furiously to keep them back. Perhaps by attempting an objective analysis of who might have killed her brother, she had been able to distance herself from the harsh reality of his death. The more she struggled to act unconcerned, the more Junpei felt his heart tighten.
I see. Anyway, I understand now. It seems pretty unlikely that it was as many as 3 or 4 people.
Yeah,
Then that means there's a good chance it was Santa and Seven.
that's how it looks.
But why would they do it?
There's a moment of
Their
silence.
motive.
Laid his hand gently on her shoulder. He was close, so close to the answer. But Ace chose the worst possible moment to return. He raised a knowing eyebrow and then
Have
spoke.
I interrupted something?
What is it?
There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment?
Turned on his heel and walked back out toward the wheelhouse.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Junpei looked over at Clover. He gave her a short nod, hoped that she would be willing to talk to him again later, and followed Ace.
What did you want to talk about?
He looked at Junpei with a smile, perhaps more of a smirk than a smile.
There was something I wanted to check.
Yeah? What's that?
If you'll excuse me.
With no warning, Ace slipped his hand into the pocket of Junpei's vest.
Hey, what the hell are you doing?
I'm just checking.
No, stop!
Reached for Ace's arm, but it was already too late. In the older man's hand were the pieces of paper Junpei had balled up and hidden in his pocket.
Just as I thought. What exactly are these pieces of paper hiding in your pocket? You switched them, didn't you, when we... Well, I can't say that I care. I managed to get through the numbered door I wanted, despite your mischief.
Then, why did you...
Oh, simple curiosity. I hope you won't think ill of me for it.
He smiled, gave Junpei a friendly pat on the shoulder, and then turned on his heel and left.
Uh...
It was a small defeat, but it was a defeat. Junpei had lost the upper hand, and he knew it. He could feel his stomach begin to tense.
Damn.
Ace is odd. Every fucking character in this game is odd. Some way or another. A steering wheel might be a more appropriate term. Compass, and what destiny does it point us to? I really hope you don't think that sounded cool. Engine order telegraph. They use this on old ships to adjust the speed of the ship. Like the gear shifting on a car? Well, it's a little different. These devices doesn't connect directly to the engine. In short, it's a transmitter. The navigation officer uses it to send the speed of the ship and this sends a signal to the engine. There's a handle on top of it which can be moved back and forth to... Hold on. There's no handle. You're right, there isn't. It looks as though it was deliberately removed. Hey, a handle? See, the steering wheel moves, so it would seem. I noticed something else as well. Oh, when you move this wheel, the compass also moves. What do you mean? The ship is moving. Ah, I tricked you, didn't I? Wheel and the compass must be connected to one another somehow. Do you think that's important? Well, let's try turning it again. What the? The handle came off. Stooping so low, are you, Zero? Who says there is only one bad guy? Fuck, for all we know, we might be the only good guy. That's weird. I thought I put in the right speed. Did I mess up? No, I don't think so. Look, something's happened on the back wall of the wheelhouse. Something on the wall that looks like an arrival board. There are a whole bunch of words on the left side of the display. What the hell is this? It needs of ports across the world. I imagine it's showing us the ship's route. You know, just like the ones you might see at an airport? Parting XX, carrier XX, flight XX at XX100. Yeah, it does look like the names of all the ports along the ship's route. Looks like the only one has the time on it, though. The time on the last line, right? 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. Perhaps that's your arrival time? Some sort of square device embedded in this door. Looks like there's some sort of lock. It's got a weird shape and indentation on it. Huh? This shape? Maybe? This looks like the pocket watch would fit here. Nothing. Imagine the pocket watch is intended to go in there. However, we may need to do something with the watch first. Last line said 10:23 o'clock. That must be the estimated time of arrival at the final point. Oh, perhaps? Excuse me, Junpei. Hey, you just took my pocket watch. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Just trust me. It should be fine now. Well, thanks for giving me the pocket watch back, but you didn't need to look so smug about it. Let's see what he... Oh, he moved the hands. 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. Oh, so you changed it to match the final arrival time. You know what to do next, right? Give it a shot. Good work. That seems like you were successful. Well done, Junpei. Hey, Clover. Look, we unlocked the door. Now we can get out of this room. Oh, well, let's go then, Clover.
Oh, a hallway.
It's far too narrow to be called one.
Found themselves in a small space outside the wheelhouse. On their left was a wooden door.
This seems to be the only route.
Yeah, let's go.
Junpei pushed it open and stepped into the room beyond.
Wow.
It was full of all manner of turn-of-the-century electronic equipment.
Well, these machines are weird. I've never seen any of them before. Huh? Wait, this one is...
One smaller machine had a metal bar that ended in a circular handle. Ace seemed to recognize it.
Ah, yes. A telegraph key. These were used to transmit Morse code a long time ago.
He turned and slowly looked in the room.
This must be the communication office.
Across the room from the door they entered through was another door.
And that door?
Metal plaque was nailed to it. It read, Captain's quarters.
That's what it says.
Then, do you think...
Ace swallowed. Junpei could feel his hands begin to sweat. Only Clover seemed unaffected.
Well, we won't know if we don't open it.
She walked to the door and put her hand on the knob. It opened easily, and without so much of a pause, she had walked in. Junpei and Ace followed. First thing they saw was a man on the floor covered in blood. Junpei felt his body seize up, his mouth went dry, and he felt very, very cold. Yes, I did. I finally got my VOD model set up. How's it going? The stream's been going good. The stream's been going very good. We're just playing through 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. Kind of entered at a kind of a crucial moment here, but I'm glad you're here. How's everything going with you? Junpei felt his cold body seize up, his mouth went dry, and he felt very, very cold. The blood in his veins slowed to a crawl, and his heart tightened like a fist.
Not again.
This was the third time he'd seen the horror of death laid out before him. He didn't think it was something he could stand to see much more of. Still, he had begun to accept that whatever it was that he saw, whatever happened to him, was beyond his control, and whatever force controlled him was driven by a determination that he could not hope to match.
Damn.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping to kind of speed through this game, and I was hoping to finish it tonight, but at the kind of slow rate we're going, and the fact that I actually do have to be up at a certain time tomorrow, I think we might be able to finish this route tonight, but I don't think we're going to be able to finish the game tonight, which kind of sucks because that means we're not going to be able to finish it before Rain Code comes out.
We didn't check his pulse yet. Maybe he's still alive.
Junpei ran to the man's body and his heart fell. He touched his hand onto his neck.
Pulse.
His pupils had dilated and he wasn't breathing.
Well, he's dead. Damn. If only we knew how it happened.
There was a deep red wound in his chest.
Wounds. I wonder what killed him.
Junpei did not have to wonder long.
It must have been this.
For lying next to the corpse with an axe. The entire blade was drenched in bright red blood. In the shape of the man's wound, there could be no doubt that it had been made by the axe. Junpei looked at the body again. The lake of blood stretched out around it. It was wearing the clothes of the ship's captain, although they were stained with blood.
These clothes? A captain? Does that mean this guy was Zero?
On the left hand was a bracelet. The number on the bracelet was 0.
Bracelet 0.
It was only then that Junpei noticed the stench of blood that filled the room. He couldn't help but laugh. There was nothing else for him to say. It was too simple, too obvious, too straightforward. If there hadn't been a dead man on the floor, Junpei might have thought it was a joke.
Junpei.
It may be wise to find a way out of here first.
Yeah, you're right.
So I hope you've been doing well. Like I said, it has been a while. If you're just now seeing my model, then it has been a while since I've been using this model for a couple weeks now. So I hope things have been going well for you. Screen showed the big hospital room. There's a bunch of weird buttons on here. Probably switch when you see the screens. Do you know how to work this thing? Why don't we just press one of these, like this one? Well, I guess it does change the... What the hell is this?
Huh.
Junpei snorted with grim horror for the second time since he'd come into the room. No, it's all good. I don't mind if people miss my streams. It's all good.
Zero, huh?
Just because I have an abundance of free time doesn't mean that other people do, so I totally understand. It's all good.
It's like he's making fun of us. What do you think?
Turned to Clover, who was standing next to him. Clover nodded.
Nothing.
It seemed that she cared about little. Of course, Junpei could hardly blame her. Given the strain she was currently under, Junpei was somewhat surprised she had responded at all. Still, he had to ask. He gestured toward the corpse.
What about him? Do you think that's really Zero?
Clover shook her head
There's
weakly.
no way that's him. Didn't I tell you already? Zero is one of us.
Yeah. Right. Well, even if he wasn't one of us, there's no way that man could be Zero.
Huh?
Don't you get it? The letters that spell Zero on the TV screen, the captain's clothes he's got on, and of course, the bracelet with a 0 on it. It's too obvious. Look, this is Zero right here. This dead body is Zero. Isn't that kind of fishy?
You're right. Only an idiot wouldn't see through something like that.
No, that's not the point. So I'm not trying to make fun of them for thinking a trick like this would work. I'm sure they didn't think it would work. Which makes me wonder.
Why did they do it?
I think this is a challenge. A challenge from the person who's really behind all of this. He's making fun of us. Don't you get it? If whoever killed this guy really wanted us to think this corpse was Zero, they'd never have put a bracelet on him. Walking around with a 0 bracelet would be like hanging a sign around your neck that said, "I did it!" Anyone with a brain would be able to see that this guy is supposed to look like everything Zero is supposed to be, just like we did. The killer must have known we wouldn't think he was Zero and put the bracelet on him anyway. Do you know why?
Why?
Like I said, he's mocking us. Too bad, suckers. This isn't Zero. Where's the real me then? See if you can catch me. It's the same bad joke a lot of criminals like to play. They'll just sit back and watch people run in circles.
That's really twisted. But it almost seems kind of childish.
Yeah, you're right. It's really childish. It's like it's just a game to whoever this person is.
I think he's in the next
All right,
room. I
let's
think
get
he's
back to
in
the
the
point.
chart room.
Who killed this man?
I don't know.
And what's this guy's deal? Who is he?
How would I know that? If I knew anything, I would have told you.
You have no idea who he is.
Why would I?
We should check and see if he's got anything on him that might tell us who he is. Give me a hand here, Clover.
Huh?
We gotta flip him over. How else are we gonna search his pockets?
Clover didn't move.
Okay, fine. Guess I'll do it.
Junpei had no choice but to move the body on his own.
Here we go.
Grabbed a hold of an area not completely covered in blood and shoved. Took a moment, but eventually Junpei felt the man's bulk to begin to shift. But as it did, Something fell from the man's left wrist.
Hey, it's the...
Bracelet with the 0 on the face.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. 1. You escape from this ship. 2. More heartbeat, which is 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confine of the ship, or detects that the wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically.
Oh god. This man... He's dead, isn't he?
Bitch, if you didn't fucking already know that he was dead with that big of sea of blood, it doesn't even matter what the wound was. With the amount of blood around him, he's dead.
No, it's just... I guess I didn't really think about it until right now.
Like, come the fuck on, Junpei. Like,
If
don't
his
be this
bracelet's
stupid.
Off, that means he's dead.
You were the only one with, like, the smart head on your shoulders. This was, like, the one time you really failed me.
Well, it's pretty obvious that he's dead. You don't really need to look at his bracelet to figure out that he's dead.
Yeah. I guess you're right. It is pretty obvious. Well, he looks a lot better than the other bodies we've seen, though. You know?
As he nudges her with his elbow.
I mean, if there wasn't all this blood, he'd almost look like he was still alive. I mean, I know it's kind of a messed up thing to say, but he kinda has it better, you know? Dying from a bomb going off inside of you, I mean, that's just... Some of Snake's bones went right through his skin. I think the explosion must have thrown him against a wall or something. There was a broken bone just sticking out of his left arm. And,
Suddenly, Junpei realized what he was saying. How could he have been so cruel? He clapped his hands over his mouth. But it was already too late. He turned to look at Clover. She was glaring at him furiously.
What did you just say?
Her words sounded cold. He knew an apology could hardly atone for what he'd done, but he tried anyway.
Oh man, I am so sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I really don't know what I was thinking. I mean...
No, that's not what I'm talking about. What did you say about his arm?
Arm?
Yes, his left arm. You said it, didn't you?
Well, yeah, I did, but... I mean, didn't you see it too?
Of course not. I could barely look at him. There's no way I was gonna see the details.
Clover took a quick, deep breath.
Are you sure it was his left arm?
Junpei thought back.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
And he had a broken bone, right?
What the hell are you getting at here?
Just shut up and answer me!
She shoved her face closer to his. He could see the fire in her eyes. Junpei winced and swallowed.
Yeah, he did. It was pretty bad, too. The bone was sticking out of the arm.
No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Clover's expression changed.
Clover? What's wrong? Look, I'm sorry if I said anything.
Suddenly she was crying. Junpei wasn't sure what to do.
Thank you.
It was close to the last thing he had expected to hear.
Huh? What are you...
Junpei had no idea what had just happened. He didn't think he'd done anything worthy of thanks, and he couldn't understand why she would have chosen that moment to begin crying. So he simply stood there confused.
Thank you so much, Junpei.
She thanked him again, and then something even stranger happened. Clover threw herself into Junpei's surprised arms.
Hey, what's going on with you?
I'm sorry, it's just... I'm so happy!
Why?
The body in the shower room, it isn't his! It isn't my brother!
Huh?
It's not Snake!
Why on earth would you think that?
Because his left arm is...
She stopped herself.
I'm sorry. I really shouldn't be talking about this.
Junpei decided it would be prudent not to press her for any more information. If she did not wish to tell him, she certainly had a reason for doing so. Perhaps more importantly, however, if Clover was so certain, then she was likely right. That meant that the body in the shower room wasn't Snake. It wasn't much, but that knowledge lifted some of the weight from Junpei's heart.
But he's still alive. I'm so happy.
Tears shone in her eyes. Those tears melted Junpei's heart. As she cried, she had pushed herself up against his chest like a child. Junpei put his arms around her and held her tight.
I'm so glad.
Huh?
Junpei, you were right.
Huh?
No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck.
Clover reached in her pocket and pulled something out.
That's...
It was a laminated bookmark with a 4-leaf clover.
I only made it here because you gave me this. I was suspicious of everybody, and I was angry and miserable. But because I had this 4-leaf clover, because of what you said to me,
Yeah.
Junpei hadn't thought his words would have had such an effect on her. Her words were making him feel a little awkward.
Thank you so much, Junpei.
She looked up at him. He scratched his nose and pretended to notice something interesting somewhere else in the room.
Oh, if you really want to thank somebody, you should be thanking Santa.
Santa?
Well, he was the one who gave me that thing. And the words for each leaf, I got that from him too.
Oh.
And suddenly, Clover broke away from Junpei.
Huh?
He looked confused. He hadn't thought she'd react that poorly. Clover began to pace around the room. 6 steps to the left, 6 steps to the right. Another 6 to the left, and then she stopped.
Did Santa really tell you those things?
Her eyes were serious, but not angry.
Yeah, he did. Did I say something wrong?
Oh, no. Not at all. In fact, this could be really good news. I think.
You think?
Santa knew about the words and the clover. The only people who should know about that are the other subjects.
Subjects?
The other people who were in the experiment 9 years ago, with my brother and me. But he's blind, and I was part of the Nevada test group. So neither of us would be able to recognize the faces of the people who were on this boat.
Whoa. Okay, time out.
Junpei held up his hands. He took a deep breath and let it out.
Let's just calm down for a second, okay? Start from the top. Don't start with the end and then jump to the middle. You gotta start with 1 and then move to 2 and 3 and 4 and so on. If you don't tell me stuff in the right order, I'm never gonna be able to figure it out.
Okay.
Clover nodded.
All right. Let's start with this experiment. What happened on this boat 9 years ago?
Do you know about morphogenetic fields?
Morphogenetic fields?
He did, and then the realization sent chills down Junpei's spine.
All right, how about this? Theory of the telepathic mechanism.
I think Lotus mentioned something like that.
Junpei recounted what Lotus had told him earlier. Clover nodded.
Telepathy, huh? Well, that's not really it, but I suppose it's similar.
So they were testing telepathy on this ship?
Yeah, I guess so.
So, what exactly did they have you guys do?
The same thing that we're doing now. Exactly the same thing.
What?
The nonary game. 9 people were put on this boat, and 9 others were put in the building in Nevada, and the game started.
Junpei grabbed the sides of his head.
I'm sorry, but I don't get it. What do the nonary game and some telepathy experiment have to do with each other? Am I missing something here?
Clover bit her lip. She blinked back sudden tears. What had happened to her in Nevada?
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. You know how sometimes when you're up against a really tough problem, and then the answer just kind of pops in your head? That's an epiphany. And what you learn from the epiphany can be transmitted with telepathy. When you add danger to that equation, then it gets easier to transmit that information over telepathy.
So you're saying the nonary game was supposed to introduce that element of danger?
Yeah, but it couldn't be just any old danger. It had to be life and death. And someone did actually die. A girl.
Huh.
Junpei felt the sudden grip of despair on his heart. Something deep and distant and powerful squeezed, and for a moment he felt very, very empty and alone.
She was on the boat with my brother. I was in Nevada. I never met her, but I did hear her name. Her name was...
The sound of the door opening was like a gunshot. Junpei spun around.
Oh, my apologies. I seem to have disturbed you.
Ace.
You two must have strong stomachs. I can't imagine how you could stay in this room for so long.
Ace glanced down at the floor. The corpse covered in blood.
At any rate, Junpei, would you be so kind as to come and help me with something? I'm having a little trouble, and I could really use your assistance. Come on. It'll only take a moment.
Then he turned and walked back to the communications office. Clover waited until he was out of sight, then spoke in a small, quiet
I
voice.
don't want Ace to hear us. We can talk about this later.
Huh?
Clover ignored him. From outside, Junpei could hear Ace
Junpei?
calling.
What are you doing in there? Hurry up!
Nah, nah. Blink, there's something right. Okay. Alright, the screwdriver ought to make short work of this music box. I guess I should put the ink on the cylinder. Now I just gotta roll the cylinder across the piece of paper. From right, the ink should. Yeah, where the fuck did he go? Alright, I've got the Morse code I'm supposed to enter. If I do this right, something will happen, I hope. Alright, let's give this a shot. That's the last one, and excellent work, Junpei. Oh, I guess he was in here the whole time. Red file lay in the drawer. Junpei reached down and picked it up.
Looks like there's something on the cover. A.L. All ice. Alice. Does this mean...
Junpei couldn't hold back. He had to know what was in that file. Each page is covered with strange characters. They looked like tiny drawings of birds, snakes, insects, horned animals, wings, and even kneeling humans. There were many pages in that file. Each was full of these strange symbols.
What the hell is this?
I didn't realize he'd spoken out loud until Ace looked over at
They are
him.
hieroglyphs, a form of writing used in ancient Egypt.
Ancient Egypt?
That's right.
Can you read them?
Of course. I can't. What would make you think I could?
What the hell?
Junpei flipped through a few more pages. It wasn't just one or two pages that was covered in strange symbol. Every single page was covered in them.
The whole thing's like that.
Trying to read them was pointless. Junpei wasn't going to waste any more time with them. Closed the file, and something fell out.
What's this?
Bent on and picked it up.
Oh, a key card.
It was a symbol for reminded Junpei of the symbols for Saturn and Mercury. This one, however, had a dot in the center of the male symbol.
That's the Uranus symbol.
I love how they pronounced that so they wouldn't say Uranus. Uranus. Junpei looked over to see Ace examining the card. In addition to the Uranus symbol, there were 3 words engraved on the card as well.
Something's written on the bottom.
Bottom Deck Library.
Bottom Deck Library. This must be the key to the library, then.
So it would seem.
Bottom Deck Library. Oh.
Junpei remembered something he heard from Seven when they had been in the chemical closet.
Seven said something like...
Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of knowledge beneath the navel of the gigantic.
Could beneath the navel mean the bottom deck? And the forest of knowledge is the library? Then could Alice be in a room somewhere beyond the library?
What's wrong? Something on your mind?
Junpei blinked. Only then did he notice Ace looking at him. Curiosity and concern right across his face equal parts.
Yeah. I just remembered something.
Is that so? What about?
Well, Don't laugh, okay?
There was no reason for Junpei to hide his thoughts. He began to explain his theory to Ace. And he stopped. It wouldn't make any sense if Ace didn't know who Alice was supposed to be, so he told Ace everything June had told him.
The Egyptian priestess, an Ice 9. Interesting.
And the woman who wouldn't melt, who was recovered from the Titanic disaster? They called her All Ice, which eventually turned into Alice, and she was purchased by an English millionaire who called himself Lord Gordain. According to Seven, this ship is where he hid Alice.
And you think that he hid her in a small room, beyond the library on the bottom deck?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is just a theory.
Then that's just a theory. A game theory. He stared off into the distance, his hand slowly and absentmindedly stroking his beard. Well, it was a secret to one person, and then everyone figured it out. A few moments, his hand stopped. Oh shit. No, hang on. My tracking's gonna get fucked up. Ah! No! My light! Ah, why did my light turn off? Okay, we're good.
Junpei, have you ever heard of the term CAS?
Cass?
It stands for Cells Alive System. It is an advanced technology for freezing and preserving organic matter. Put simply, it is a technique that allows one to freeze things without the formation of ice crystals. Normally, if you freeze something fresh, water within its cells expands as it crystallizes, damaging the cell membrane. CAS, however, works differently. The object to be frozen is supercooled using magnetic fields, and then frozen instantly and uniformly, giving ice crystals no time to form. It was originally developed for the preservation of food, as an alternative to the normal freezing process. Now, however, there are rumors that it can be used for other things.
What do you mean, other things?
Well, there are obvious medical uses, but perhaps also space travel.
Space travel? Are you serious?
Surely you've heard of suspended animation. Cryogenic freezing?
Yeah, we've heard that in, like, actual science. Like, it hasn't been performed properly yet, but there's definitely been research on it for sure.
It's a fairly common
At least
idea
I
in
think
science
so.
fiction books and films. People are sometimes frozen for especially lengthy journeys through space.
Whoa, wait a minute there. Are you saying that Alice was frozen using that CAS thing?
Well, I'm sure the possibility is quite low, but it is a possibility. If this special ice you call Ice 9 does indeed, and CAS were used to freeze her into that sort of ice instantaneously.
You think she could be alive?
Well, I can't say for sure, of course.
No, I didn't. I definitely have to look that up because shit like that interests me. Like I can't fully understand stuff like that, but that kind of science definitely intrigues me for sure. So if you have like a fucking like link to that, if you have like a link to that like article or articles, you can go ahead and you can either whisper me here on Twitch, or you can send it to me, or you can send it to me on a DM through Twitter if you like. I would love to read that on my off time for sure.
I'm only talking about possibilities. The melting point for Ice 9 is 96 degrees, right? If she were put somewhere where she could reach that temperature...
That's nuts. Are you really saying she could have defrosted and started walking about?
Look, I'm telling you right now, if somehow, some way, time travel is discovered within my time, like, while I'm here, like, I don't even know how I would process that information. Like, just the fact that it exists, like, honestly, the amount of people that would, like, that kind of information would make so many people, like, freak out that it could possibly cause riots. Like 100%, because there are so many people like that would be like, oh my god, if I had a time machine I would do blank, you know what I mean?
You're quite right. It does sound unbelievable. But if she had, then we would have an explanation for the man we found dead on the floor.
You mean the guy dressed like a captain?
Yes. He was dead when we found him. Clearly, he was murdered. But if he was murdered, then by whom? It couldn't have been one of us. That would be impossible. In order to enter the captain's quarters, one must first open door 1. That door that requires the Earth key prevented us from accessing door 1. Who was it that opened that door?
Santa and Lotus.
Right. Clearly, the two of them could not have opened door 1, or any other door for that matter. Who else then could have done so?
Nobody. After Santa and Lotus used the Earth key, they turned back and met up with me and June. Then we returned to the large hospital room and found Ace, Seven, and Clover. While we'd gone into the shower room, Ace, Seven, and Clover had stayed behind. But it's impossible for those 3 to open door 1. But what about when June and I took the elevator to door 2? No, still won't work. We were only gone 5 minutes. No human being could have run to the captain's quarters, killed that guy in there, and run back that fast.
It would be impossible for any of us to be the murderer, that being the case. Who could have killed him? Wouldn't it make sense if his killer was someone who had been in the ship for some time? A person like that would know the ship well. They would know the locations of all the hidden passages and
it would
secret
probably
doors.
have to be a speed that's currently unfathomable to the human mind.
The numbered door would mean nothing to someone like that. It would be a simple thing for them to enter the captain's quarters.
Then you're saying the killer was Alice?
Well, this is all only one possible theory.
All ice. Alice, is she really somewhere on the ship? Maybe this card will give me access to the Forest of Knowledge and the big mystery. What could be there beyond the Forest of Knowledge? Anyway, whatever. It's gonna have to wait. I can't do anything right now. I'll come back to this later.
Gripped the keycard tighter and shoved it deep into his pocket. Zero. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Oh, I got it. So it's going to be 0 and base 36. That should be Z. E. What is R? R would be 27, I think. And O. O. P, Q, R. So 3 less. So that would be 24. Oh, okay. Stepped out of the captain's quarters and into another hallway. The hallway stretched out in front of Junpei for a bit before turning left like a great backward L.
All right, let's go.
Junpei rounded the corner and took off to the straightaway. He ran and ran and ran, and at the end of the hallway was a door. Made straight for
a
it.
piece of paper.
It was nearly halfway to it when he noticed a piece of paper in the middle of the floor.
This is...
Dropped down to his hands and knees and quickly tore the paper off the floor.
Map of the ship's interior for A deck.
What's wrong?
Ace, slightly slower by virtue of his advanced age, had finally caught up to Junpei.
I found a map for this floor.
Showed Ace what he had snatched from the wall. Looked at it long enough to determine what it was and nodded.
I see.
With that, he began to run again, past Junpei. Oh, we're right at the end. Okay. Of this path,
Well, that
anyway.
was anticlimactic. I should keep this, though. Hey, where's Clover?
Turned around, Clover was nowhere to be seen.
Damn it, what the hell is she up to?
Junpei muttered angrily under his breath and took off back the way he'd come. He stomped around the corner. He saw her. She was standing in front of the door to the captain's quarters, her hand on the doorknob.
Clover!
Huh?
What the hell are you doing?
Nothing.
What do you mean, nothing?
Clover had unconsciously put her hands over her pockets of her jacket as if trying to hide something.
What the hell is that?
What?
You've got something in your pocket. What is it?
Oh, a note.
A note?
Yeah, I found it in the pocket of the guy with the captain's clothes. It said something about the darkness of the sinister hand or something.
What the hell? Let me see it.
No, not right.
Junpei wasn't going to get to see it. From the other end of the hallway, he heard Ace's voice.
Hey, Clover! What are you two doing? Hurry up!
He's getting mad. I'll show it to you later, all right? Come on, we gotta hurry.
Before Junpei could protest, she was gone. Around the corner and off down the long stem of the L. A note? No, Junpei was curious, but there's something else that bothered him.
From the look of that pocket, it doesn't particularly look like just a note. Jeez, what are you thinking? For crying out loud.
Junpei did his best to convince himself that it would make sense later and ran off after Clover.
The big stairs. Huh. So this is where it ends up, just like it says on the map.
Yes, I see. After reading the map himself meant that Ace had probably realized the same thing.
Ace, did he head down?
He put his hand on his handrail and leaned over to look down.
Oh, there he is.
Look, the 4 others are there too.
And not just Ace, Santa, June 7,
Really?
and Lotus as well.
Let's join them.
Junpei and Clover glanced at each other and hurried down the stairs. They reached B deck. Hey, look where we are. This looks familiar.
Jumpy,
June's face was excited. Something had happened. That much Junpei could tell by simply looking
What's
at
up?
her. Given their situation, he was not inclined to be excited about the sudden developments. June, however, couldn't contain herself.
We found it.
Found what?
We found it.
What did you find?
The last door. We found door 9.
What?
Come on! Just follow us! We'll explain on the way!
Okay.
Seven turned and jogged off down the stairs.
That's the case.
Wait for me.
We should get going as well.
Raz followed.
We finally made it.
The relief and excitement in her voice echoed with each of one of them
Yeah,
felt.
it's finally time.
Junpei wasn't quite ready to believe they'd really done it, at least not just yet. Still, if everyone said that it was door 9, then it was probably was.
Reached the end.
He could feel his heart racing. A mixture of anticipation and fear ran through his veins, that he could feel his legs shaking. He was doing his best to maintain a sense of healthy skepticism, but he couldn't deny the prospect of escape was an exciting one.
Something's bothering me. Only 3 to 5 people can go through the numbered door. 7 of us are on our way to door 9. That means that, best case scenario, there will be 2 of us who have to stay behind. 2 people. Is there a way?
4:30. We've only got 90 minutes left. I've got no time to wonder about it now.
Hey, Junpei! June! What the hell are you two doing? Hurry it up!
Santa's voice jolted Junpei out of his reverie.
Let's go, Jumpy!
June took off down the stairs, jogging as quickly as she could. As a group, they piled onto the elevator and rode impatiently down to E deck. It looked familiar. There's a metal grate between the 2 elevators. 7 grabbed a hold of it and began to talk.
I know I told you I'd explain it earlier, but honestly, there ain't much to explain. After we split off from you guys, the 4 of us got into the elevator on the left, and that took us to the other side of the grate. After that, we headed down another hallway. It took us toward the bow and eventually to the number 6 that you 2 found earlier. We opened it and kept going. There was another locked door behind it, like usual, but this time we had to complete 2 different areas before we could unlock it. Once we were through that door, there was another hallway that went the other direction, toward the stern.
So, on your way, you found the elevator?
That's right.
So, in other words, you kinda did a lap, huh? You came from that side to this side.
Yeah.
That settled Junpei.
So,
Look around.
where's the number 9 door?
Over here.
7 began walking down the hallway that led toward the stern. Junpei and the others broke into a jog to keep up with him.
By the way,
They had been walking for a while. June in silence stopped Junpei when she spoke.
you know, it's because of Santa that we're all here right now.
Huh?
That all 7 of us are going to door 9.
What?
You don't get it? Santa, 7, and Lotus, what's their digital route?
9.
That's right. They could have just left me behind and kept going if they'd wanted to.
But they didn't.
Yes, because Santa wouldn't let them. He said, we can't leave June and the others behind. That's why we went looking for you guys.
And then you got on the elevator and went back to the central staircase.
That's right.
Well, I wouldn't have called that one. That Santa would be the one to stick up for you.
Junpei felt his eyebrows knit as she considered that.
Oh, don't get me wrong.
Perhaps June had sensed Junpei's concern.
I don't mean that 7 and Lotus said they wanted to leave me behind. We were just talking about it, and Santa objected to it first.
Is that so?
Junpei was about to respond when 7 suddenly stopped.
We're here.
One of them
So,
stood at the door.
Is this...
Yeah.
Junpei couldn't see 7's face, but he could see him
There's
nod.
no other place for us to go.
Nope. Just look around. There's a big old iron wall at the end of the hallway. The other hallways on the left and right are blocked by metal grates.
I see.
Looked as though 7 was right. Door in front of them was their only choice.
All right, let's get moving.
He pulled open the door and walked in. Junpei took a deep breath and followed.
Oh,
It appeared they'd been telling the truth.
no way.
The first thing Junpei saw as he entered the room was the number 9. Like all the others, it was a rough thing made of red paint. The door it decorated sat on the back wall of a rectangular room. Junpei ran up to it.
The 9 door.
It was a large number 9 door, double door with powerful styling. Something about it was almost majestic, and it made it the red paint look especially garish.
We're finally here.
Junpei grabbed the handle and shook. It didn't budge, but then he hadn't really expected it to. The red was bolted to the wall next to the door. It displayed displayed red vacant.
No doubt about it. This is door 9. Oh, finally! This is the last...
Junpei felt a flood of emotion wash over him. He felt a chill down his back and his chest tightened even as his blood began to boil. There was a moment of complete silence.
Junpei, look behind you.
He turned around.
Behind? What?
Junpei could scarcely believe what he saw.
Why? A door? There's another one? Hey, what the hell? What the hell is going on here?
His words came slowly and his brain struggled to understand what he'd seen. On shaky legs, he's made his way to the second 9. It was a small door set parallel to the door they'd come through, but in other corner of the room. 9. There was no mistaking the number, and if any more proof was needed, a red was bolted to the wall near the door.
There's a red there too! That means... And of course it won't open.
He grabbed the handle and shook the door, not because he expected it to open, but because he had to make sure it was real.
But why? Why the hell are there 2 doors?
It was Ace who spoke first.
Do you think perhaps one is the right door and the other is the wrong one?
Lotus was skeptical.
I don't know about that. It seems unlikely.
What makes you say so?
Well, think about all the rooms we've been through so far. They're full of puzzles, but there are always hints about how to solve them. I'm pretty sure there aren't any rooms where we just had to go with our best guess and leave it to instinct to solve the puzzle. Do you really think that at the very end of the game, Zero's going to suddenly throw in something that depends entirely on luck?
Then you're saying there's some sort of hint in this room.
No, I don't think there's a hint anywhere in here. I searched it very well when I was in here before. I didn't find anything that might have been a hint, though.
Well then, that means...
Yeah, both of these are the right door. I mean, if you think about it, Zero never actually said there was only one door with a 9 on it.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Junpei began to mutter
So
to
if there are
himself.
2 number 9 doors, if we split it up right,
That's not gonna work.
Junpei blinked and looked up at Clover. She held out her
You've got a
hands.
notebook and a pen, right?
yeah, here.
Slightly confused, he pulled them out and handed them to her.
Look at this.
Clover opened the notebook to a blank page and set it down on a desk. Everyone else gathered around her and watched as she wrote down a series of numbers.
You get it? The numbers on the top are all the combinations with digital roots of 9. The numbers on the bottom are the people who don't fit. There's only 8 possibilities if we split up into 2 groups of 3 or 4 people. So...
If 3 people go through the door, then 4 are left behind. If 4 go through, then 3 are left behind. Right?
yeah.
Clover nodded, almost as if she were pleased with herself for solving a difficult math problem.
No way.
The room went very quiet. Silence lay across a very thick, heavy blanket. No one spoke. Their faces were
Come
blank.
to think of it,
Desperate for something else to look at, Junpei turned his eyes to the room around him.
what is this room?
The walls were covered with candles. The wavering flame made the shadows of Junpei and his companions look as though they were dancing. 2 rows of wooden pews filled most of the
It
room.
looks like it's set up for some kind of ceremony, but what kind?
Between them was a strip of rich red carpet. The carpet ran straight through the room, ending at the door that pointed to the stern of the boat. At the other end of the carpet,
Is that an altar?
it was a recessed space set to the wall between the 2 other doors. Sitting on the raised section of the altar was a coffin.
A coffin? No, it couldn't possibly be.
But if it wasn't, then whose body occupied it? That was as far as Junpei wanted to pursue that line of thought. He decided not to think about the coffin for the time being. At that moment, Seven spoke. There was an edge of humor to his voice, but it was forced.
Okay, I give up. I give up. I figured if we sat around here long enough, someone would volunteer. I guess nobody's got the guts to do it.
What are you talking about?
Junpei didn't understand, and he wasn't the only one.
What? You guys didn't figure it out yet?
Wh-
Fine. Let me enlighten you. Clover was mostly right with her little explanation earlier, but she missed something. She wasn't really wrong. She just... screw it. Let me just write it out.
Seven snatched at the notebook and began to write in it. Everyone else clustered around him, desperate for a look.
If you're trying to leave with a group of 3 and a group of 4 and get everybody out, Clover's right. But there's another way. Only one combination, though. If you split us up into groups of 3, 3, and 1, you can make this combination.
Wait, this means...
Don't get me wrong here. I'm not trying to copy Ace or anything like that. Even if he hadn't been the hero back in the big hospital room, I'd still be saying the same thing.
The same thing? Are you saying?
Yeah, I am. I'll stay behind.
Why are you acting so heroic all of a sudden? Are you some kind of idiot?
Lotus was the first to speak. That in itself was a little strange. She'd reacted much differently when Ace had
No, I'm
volunteered.
completely against this. I'll be goddamned if I'm gonna have to owe you for getting out of here.
The rest of them began to speak all at once.
I'm against it too. I didn't want to leave Ace behind, and I don't want to leave you either.
I don't like that idea. There's gotta be other options.
I disagree as well. I can't say I care much for you being the hero.
Finally, they quieted down. Junpei looked at Seven.
Well, there you go, Seven. Proposal denied. Clover's right. There's gotta be a better way than this.
Seven made some noise that was somewhere between a derisive snort and a cough.
Doesn't make any sense.
He was doing his best to pretend they were making a foolish decision, but Junpei could see the twinkling of water at the corners of Seven's eyes. That was when Santa spoke.
Whoa, hold on a minute. I haven't said anything yet.
Till then, Junpei hadn't realized that Santa had stayed quiet for the whole discussion of Seven's fate. Something in his voice made Junpei uncomfortable.
Are you agreeing? You want to leave him here?
Santa shook his head.
Nah, I'm against it. I don't want to leave Seven here alone.
Then I don't see how it matters.
I said alone.
Huh?
I said I don't want to leave Seven alone.
There was a dull shine in Santa's eye. It was cold and hard. Junpei felt himself shiver.
What the hell are you?
What? You don't get it? I can't leave just one person. I need 2 more. 3 people, including Seven. I'll be leaving behind 3 people. That's my proposal. No, those are my orders.
What do you mean, orders? What the hell makes you think you can order us around? Who the hell's gonna listen to you?
You all will. In 3 seconds, you won't have a choice.
What?
3, 2, 1.
Santa was so fast, Junpei could barely see him. When he moved, it was almost like watching a dance. His feet moving like lightning. He spun and... He had June.
See? I told you.
His lips curled into a cruel, mocking smile.
Huh? What?
A shudder traveled the length of Junpei's spine. His chest froze and he could feel his breath go stale in his lungs. Nothing made sense. Junpei felt as though his head were about to explode. Santa's sudden change in attitude, saying that he needed 2 more, the gun in his right hand, a revolver. Santa had grabbed June from behind and pressed what Junpei's shaken brain identified as a revolver roughly against her temple.
Why? What the hell is that?
Where on earth had Santa possibly found a gun? Junpei's questions roared in his mind, but his mouth refused to ask them. Seven spoke, almost as though he had sensed Junpei's confusion.
The gun's from the other room.
What room?
One of the rooms behind door 6. I should have known he was gonna do this. I should have taken the gun.
Well, it's too late now, fat ass.
Damn it!
Mixture of fury and frustration twisted Seven's face and he glared at Santa. Santa, for his part, didn't so much as flinch. The corner of his lip twitched into a slightly wider smile. Then the smile faded and he began to move. He walked backwards, dragging June with him. Before long, his back was resting against the door. On the wall next to him was the red. Put his hand on the scanner panel quickly and then forced June to do the same.
Now, time for you to start following my orders. Ace, Lotus, congratulations! I've chosen you to come with me. Put your hands in the red.
That was what Santa had meant when he said he needed 2 more.
You deaf? I gave you an order.
Santa's eyes narrowed to slits. He glared at Ace and Lotus. They stayed frozen like deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming car.
Right. Fine. I didn't want to waste any bullets, but you guys just don't get it.
No sooner were the words out of Santa's mouth than his hand twitched. The gun roared. A section of the floor exploded, scattering wooden splinters across the floor. A thin plume of smoke snaked out of the hole in the floor. There could be no doubt that the gun was real and worked.
He really shot it? But why? Santa, why are you...
Clover's voice spoke of betrayal and disbelief.
Santa, I thought you were one of us. I thought we were friends.
What?
You knew about the leaf words and the four-leaf clover.
Santa's cheeks twitched almost imperceptibly.
What the hell is that shit? I've got no idea.
You're lying.
Shut up. Just shut up, you stupid bitch. You want me to put a bullet in your fucking head?
Flex's spit flew from Santa's mouth. His face twisted with rage. Clover recoiled, her eyes wide. When she spoke, her voice was very small.
Santa.
He snorted, then shook his head vigorously and turned to face Ace and Lotus.
All right, assholes. What are you still standing there for? Get over here and scan those bracelets. I don't have all day. Oh, what's the matter? Your hearing's starting to go? Going senile, maybe?
Ace and Lotus still didn't move. It almost seemed as if they couldn't move. June's face was pale behind Santa's arm. Her eyes were wide and her chest heaved with every quick breath like an animal cornered by a predator. Junpei's mind worked furiously. What were they gonna do? Then he realized something. There was nothing they needed to do. There was nothing to debate.
That's it.
June's safety was the first priority. That much was obvious. Doing as Santa had commanded meant that she would be safe from at least two threats. She wouldn't be shot, and she would leave the ship alive, along with Santa, Ace, and Lotus. There was only one thing for Junpei to do.
It's the only way.
He turned to Ace
Please,
and Lotus.
Go. Huh?
No way.
Jumpy, what are you saying? If you stay here, you're going to be stuck, Jumpy. And so will Clover and Seven.
I know. But you don't need to worry about us. We'll figure something out. Right, Seven?
Right. You just leave it to us. It's gonna piss me off to do what Santa says, but...
Don't worry about me either. There's still something I have to take care of.
No, no! You can't! Ace, Lotus, don't come over! Don't worry about me! Please!
June was almost crying. Junpei walked around behind Ace and Lotus. He gently placed a hand on each of their shoulders and pushed them towards the door. They almost stumbled and righted themselves and took another step and another. They turned around and Junpei nodded.
All right.
Fine.
Ace and Lotus turned around again and walked slowly towards the door where Santa was waiting for them. After what seemed like an eternity, they stopped in front of the door marked 9. Santa smiled.
All right. Now let's get those hands on the scanner panel. What's the holdup? What? You think I'm fucking around here? I don't give a shit about this girl. The red doesn't need a person, you know? All I need is the bracelet. You get it? Good. Now put your fucking hands on the scanner. I'm not gonna say it again.
He shoved the revolver harder against June's head and she
Fine.
winced. Ace sighed defeated and placed his hand on the scanner panel. Lotus went next. Lotus glared at Santa and slammed her hand onto the scanner panel. The fourth asterisk blinked on.
Good job. Now, Lotus, pull that lever. Soon as the door opens, you get your ass in there. Try anything stupid, and you know what happens, right?
Damn it.
Junpei could almost hear Lotus' teeth grind. The door slid open. Door number 9 opened at last. It opened with a low, powerful rumble, a drum roll to welcome the chosen few.
Good. Go.
Lotus and Ace walked through the door, their eyes furious but defeated. Santa waited until they were all the way inside, then hauled himself and June across the threshold as well.
Later.
After exactly 9 seconds, the door swung shut. The gust of air it created caused the candles on the altar to flicker and die. The room fell silent. Junpei, Clover, and Seven had been left behind. Clover looked down at her hand and traced it with her finger to the faint blue veins that crisscrossed them. Seven shoved his arms into the front of his overalls and scratched his stomach. No one spoke. Silence made the air feel thick and oppressive. Just desperate for something, anything to occupy his mind, Junpei walked to the larger of the two 9 doors. He stood in front of it and looked at the red. And it read engaged. He moved to the smaller door. The red read vacant. The digital rear of the remaining people was 7. There was no possible way for them to open the door with the 9 on it. Junpei touched the surface of the door.
June.
He thought about June, about Akane Kurashiki. Was she safe? That was all that mattered to him. If she was alive, if she had escaped this horrible boat, that was what Junpei prayed for. Seven came up next to him. He pulled off his hat, scratched his head and sighed.
So, what do you want to do, Junpei?
What do you mean, what do I want to do? What can we do?
Seven opened his mouth to respond when a noise echoed through the room. Someone was pounding on something vigorously. It wasn't mechanical, it was certainly human. Junpei and Seven looked at one another.
What the hell is that?
Shh, quiet!
Clover motioned to Seven to be quiet. She put one finger on her lips and closed her eyes in concentration. Three of them listened, trying to determine where the sound was coming from.
Where is it coming from? Could it be?
Hey, I think it's coming from this coffin.
You're right.
Let's open it.
But how?
What are those muscles for show?
You're telling me to force it open?
Just shut up and try!
Junpei and Seven grabbed a hold of the coffin. They tried to get a good grip with what little purchase they could find. Pulled with all their strength.
Damn it!
It won't even budge.
There was some sort of keypad attached to the coffin. Its purpose would not have been difficult to determine. Their eyes were almost immediately drawn to it.
Another one?
Yeah, looks like it.
Do you think we have to put in the right password or it won't open?
I think so.
The noise wasn't stopping. In fact, it was getting louder.
Whoever or whatever's inside this thing wants out. And now.
I know that, but how?
Without a passcode, I don't think there's much we can do.
Couldn't even tell how many numbers the passcode needed to be.
Isn't there a hint somewhere?
Well, let's look for one.
Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be anything near the coffin. Clover ran to examine the pews and Seven investigated the desk, but they turned up nothing.
There's nothing here.
Not making this easy, are they?
The sound still wouldn't stop. It wasn't a noise that belonged in this room.
What's the passcode? What am I supposed to do? How can we figure it out? I need...
Well, that was one ending. Alright, let's... That was one of the bad endings, I believe. 1 second here. I don't think we are quite done tonight. I want to keep going. This game is just so fucking good, dude. I want to keep going. Okay, so let's see. What are we doing now? Let's take a look. Yes, that was a bad ending, yes. So okay. And this is what the flow chart's for. This is why doing one ending makes this so. Oh yes, that's right.
I thought we were finished with that topic.
Hang on. Since now, yeah, we got to go back to the title screen. So here's a benefit here. We could do. I think if we do skip text, we can skip things that we've already read. So if we hit continue here, it should only skip the text that we've already seen.
Come on now, don't be selfish.
Call me whatever the hell you want. I'm not going in there. If I'm going to have to walk through all that blood, then I'd rather stay here.
If you're going through that door, then I'm going with.
No, you can't. I can't take you with me.
Why?
Well, you know what's in there, don't you? Are you sure you want to see that?
Well.
Please, let me go into door 5.
Man, now we're right back where we started. You know that?
Junpei's bracelet is number 5, right? If we are going to add Junpei, then we must subtract 5 from the rest of us. Ace, please, take good care of Clover.
Oh, all right. That's fine.
Don't go away!
You need to listen to me, Clover. Go to door 4 with the others.
No!
Don't be so selfish.
Why?
You'll be fine. Just relax.
What did he tell her?
Okay, I understand.
Let's make sure we've got this straight. Those going to door 5 are me, 7, and Snake. 7 plus 2 plus 5 equals 14, and the digital root of 14, 1 plus 4, is 5. And those going to door 4 are Lotus, Santa, June, Ace, and Clover. 8 plus 3 plus 6 plus 1 plus 4 is 22, and the digital root of 22 is 2 plus 2, 4. We're okay with this.
No problems here.
Yes. Let's do it.
All right, then.
We get to go in the bloody room this time. 7, Snake, and Junpei scanned their numbered bracelets in quick succession. The screen of the red showed 3 asterisks.
The lever's all that's left. Okay. All right, then. Let's go.
Okay. Please be careful.
We will.
Junpei looked her in the eyes and gave her what he hoped was a reassuring nod. Pulled the lever. The sharp clack of a lock releasing the door swung open.
And it's open.
Ahead of them, in the small hallway, were the pitiful remains of the 9th man.
Oh.
That's messed up.
That was the 9th man.
For a moment, Junpei froze. Try as he might, his eyes would not leave the corpse, and his feet would not leave the floor. 7 too seemed paralyzed. Snake, on the other hand, seemed unconcerned. Walked calmly down the bloody hallway and only stopped when he realized his companions were not following.
Oh.
How can you...
Well, do you intend to kill me? I assume you haven't forgotten the door only remains open for 9 seconds, have...
He hadn't even bothered to turn around. His head was, at most, slightly cocked towards one shoulder.
Sorry.
Let's go!
Junpei and Seven looked at one another, nodded, and threw themselves through the door. And they did. The cold tone sounded from the left wrist of all 3 men. Seven and Junpei looked down at their bracelets on both of them, and Snake's red skull had flickered to life.
The countdown started!
He had scarcely processed this information when... When a metallic slam, the numbered door behind them swung shut.
Shit! The door!
There's no turning back now. And if we don't manage to find the deactivation device...
Hey, where is the dead?
Fear and urgency in Seven's face reflected what all 3 of them
How
felt.
the hell should I know?
Stay calm. Look around you.
Okay, I get it.
Junpei spun around, searching desperately for the dead.
Ah!
He found it easily enough. It was on the wall next to the closed door labeled 5.
Right?
As he yelled, he stuck the scanner with his hand. The other 2 scrambled to follow suit. As soon as they finished, Snake threw the lever down.
Well, it looks like it stopped.
As he spoke, Junpei wiped the sweat from his forehead with a trembling hand.
Goddamn thing's gonna give me a heart attack.
A muscle stood out in Seven's neck, and the corners of his mouth were twitching.
Jumpy, are you all right? Are you guys okay?
He could hear anxious voices, muffled but distinct, from the other side of the door.
Yeah, we're fine.
The detonators have been deactivated.
Heard relief sighs, and even through the door, the 3 men could feel the tension disperse.
All right, we're moving on. Be careful, okay?
Okay.
Sure thing.
Damn, Santa's got his own little harem going on over there.
And they're gone.
I heard footsteps moving away, and before long, they were alone again.
Now.
Junpei looked around.
Doesn't look like we can go any further this way.
Hallway ended roughly 20 to 30 feet away from where they stood.
Maybe this wall can be moved. Or not. It's not budging.
Hey, there's a door over there.
To the left, however, was a wooden door that looked positively inviting by comparison. B-53, first class.
First class cabin, huh?
Well, it seems like it.
Let's have a look then, shall we? All right then, let's go.
Yeah.
Seven followed closely behind him. Junpei moved to follow them as well, but he stopped just short of the threshold and looked back, not knowing why.
I don't want to look, but...
Lying in the small hallway was a man's body, or at least what was left of it. He tried hard to avoid looking at the grisly scene, but it just wouldn't leave his mind.
It's so horrible. I can't even tell what's...
What had once been a man's internal organs now looked so much like vomit, as though something had chewed up and spit out the better part of his torso. It was hideous, but worse still, it was cruel. It was hard to believe that thing on the floor had once been human. The black pool of thick blood, the lumps of glistening flesh spread across the floor, the awkward, twisted tangle of shredded intestines, the head wrenched to some grotesque, unnatural position. I am so sorry if this, if you're watching the stream, you clearly understand what you're getting into, but...
Been wearing these.
The man's glasses lay next to his head. The lenses were cracked and the frame bent and distorted. And next to the glasses lay a bracelet, the number 9 still displayed on its face.
Bracelet's off. Oh, wait. Zero did say.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are much.
Yeah, you escape and your heart
The
reaches
bracelet
0.
comes off when you're dead. Oh, but what the hell's the point of getting it off when you end up like this? Oh, just imagining how it must have happened. This was a human. Oh,
Suddenly, Junpei felt his stomach convulse and a knot of muscle gripped his throat.
oh god. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna puke. Oh, I gotta get out of here.
He clapped his hands over his mouth and ran to the first-class cabin. The atmosphere changed immediately. The room was gorgeous, and despite the apparent age of the ship, none the worse for wear.
Huh. Where did they...
Yeah, it's got to be, like, instantaneous, right? Snake and Seven and Snake were nowhere to be seen. 2 doors on the right side of the room. He opened the one on his right and went through.
Through here?
On the other side of the door was a short hallway. He jogged down the hallway, opened the door on the other end, and peeked through. There they were, to his right, busy examining something.
What's up?
Stepped through the door and walked towards them.
Check this out. We found this thing here on the door.
The red light's on. Does that mean it's locked?
So I would assume.
Is there any other way out?
We looked around a little. Other than this door, we didn't find anything.
So you're telling me that unless we can open this door...
Yes. We won't be going anywhere.
Junpei stepped away from the door and looked around the room.
This looks like a bedroom.
Then the other room is probably a living room. Or the closest you can get to one on a ship.
All right, let's find a way to open this door. Come on, guys.
All right. Took Junpei by surprise. Snake, usually so calm and collected, suddenly began to move. He stared about the room almost frantically, clearly looking for something. No, Junpei, they're not staring. After all, he's blind. Blind or not, Snake was clearly attempting to do something. At last, Junpei could no longer contain his curiosity.
What's wrong? You got weird all of a sudden.
Snake waited a moment before answering.
I heard something strange.
Something strange?
Ah, well, never mind. It doesn't seem to be anything suspicious. I don't wish to toot my own horn, but my auditory senses are considerably more advanced than those of most humans. I notice even the slightest of noises.
Right. Are you gonna tell me you can hear a needle drop from a mile away?
No, such a thing would be impossible. However, by listening to the sound of footsteps and breathing, as well as sound echoing off the environment, I can locate most objects.
Oh yeah, that's right. When Clover fell on the big staircase a little while ago, you were at her side immediately. So that was...
Yes, I could hear it happening. In fact, I can run quite fast. Certainly as fast as you. And should someone attempt to start a fight with me, I am quite confident that I could defeat them.
Oh, really?
Junpei was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. He stared at Snake skeptical. I would have thrown a punch right then and there.
You don't believe me, do you? Care to give it a try?
Oh, I definitely would have thrown a punch at that point.
I must warn you, you'll no doubt regret it.
And then maybe I wouldn't have done it then.
Well, I suppose that's enough playing around. Let's resume our search, shall we?
Small self-satisfied smile, Snake turned and walked away from Junpei. Safe is locked. It's one of those dial locks. It doesn't have a key. We just need to get the dials in the right place and it'll open. Did you find anything, Seven? Nope. How about you, Snake? I also found nothing. Look at the suitcase. There's something inside. I can tell by the weight and it makes no noise when shaken. Okay. I have a piece of paper that's been folded in half. It's a score printed on the front of it. Score? That's gotta be a musical score. If that's true, the score we just found was probably in here, at least at some point. I get it. You're gonna use his face, right? That's pretty clever, Junpei. We just gotta fill this thing with water. What? What are you talking about? Oh man, you don't get it? Just grab the vase and take a look around. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on with my model? Ah, Vignon, what are you doing? No, Vignon's working fine. Oh, okay. I guess it just had a hiccup for a moment. Yep, it just hiccuped for a moment. We're good. The score sheets. That's just full of gross cloudy water. Yeah, if we fill the vase up, we can toss it, huh? Not really sure what he's saying. Whatever, let's just get this vase full of water. Plug in the end of this chain. Alright, why don't we just drain this water? Yeah, good plan. Alright, where's that thing? A good tug ought to be enough. Toilet. Doesn't seem to be anything in the toilet or the tank. Something. There's some toilet paper on the wall here. Nothing that looks suspicious. Useless room. Oh. Alright, time to put this fire out. Another success. The fire didn't stand a chance. I want to get burned, so let's pull down the sleeves. Or plates. Junpei tucked the plate in his pocket. Seven cried out and stumbled at his balance lost. He threw out a hand and caught the wall in time to steady himself and avoid the floor, but his face was flushed and he looked startled.
Hey, Seven. What the hell was that? Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just felt a little dizzy, that's all.
Seven rubbed a couple fingers across his brow and then he shook his head as if to clear it.
What the hell is wrong with me? First memory loss, now I'm getting dizzy for no reason.
Memory loss?
Junpei couldn't hide the surprise in his voice. Seven, for his part, seemed unconcerned.
Oh, yeah, I guess I didn't tell you, huh? I told the rest of them before we ran into you on the stairs. I told them I couldn't remember a damn thing from before I woke up. Didn't realize I hadn't told you.
Whoa, wait a minute. You're talking about amnesia, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, why are you an amnesiac? What happened to you?
If I knew that, I wouldn't really be one.
What a stupid fucking question. Oh, you're an amnesiac? How come you became an amnesiac? How'd that happen? How did you lose your memory? Junpei? I question your questions.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true.
Junpei paused for a moment and stared at Seven.
Are you telling the truth?
Huh?
Well, you look pretty calm for somebody who doesn't remember anything. If you've really got amnesia, shouldn't you be, like, upset or confused or something?
Well, sure. I mean, I was pretty confused when I woke up down on D-Deck, but that was a while ago. I've had some time to get used to it. After a while, I figured it wasn't worth the trouble of worrying about it. After all, why worry about something I can't change? Well, people usually don't stay amnesiacs forever. I figure it'll work itself out eventually.
But that's it?
That's it.
Right, I'll remember. All right, I appreciate you being along for the ride. So yeah, just remember, it was about the 8-hour mark when you stopped. So yeah, so have yourself a good night, and I appreciate you being here for pretty much the entire stream. I really appreciate it. So have a good one.
All right, that's enough talking for now. Let's get back to work.
Seven gave Junpei a look the younger man wasn't sure how to interpret and turned to walk away.
How are you fine with something like that?
Somehow, though, Junpei didn't find his reassurances very reassuring. No escorts, map of the ship, blah blah blah. Junpei, would you be so kind as to play the piano? I'm unable to, you see. Sure, I needed to tell you, but the keys on the piano are not what you might expect them to be. C won't be C, D won't be D, and so forth. Must listen carefully to determine which keys to strike. You understand? Alright, let's give this a shot. Shit. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 3, 2, 1. And it's whew, okay. No, music is not my forte. Wait, what was that noise? Junpei, we did it. Looks like it worked. Heard something unlock over by the exit. Let's go. Let's get the fuck out of here. Came out of the door and into a long straight
Another hallway? Hmm?
Pause for a moment, turn back to look behind him.
That should do it.
7 was bent over, apparently doing something to the door.
What's he up to?
Junpei had spoke more or less to himself, but apparently 7 had heard anyway. Large man stood up and turned to Junpei.
I was just putting one of those plates in there. It ought to keep the door from locking again. Now we can come back here anytime we want, right?
Ah, why would you want to come back here?
Snake was a reasonable one. 7 thought about it for a moment before he
I
answered.
might like to play a little piano.
Piano?
Come on, let's get moving. We aren't out of this yet.
Not waiting for an answer, 7 started off down the hallway.
Well then.
Snake shrugged, sighed, and quietly followed 7. That's a lie, Junpei thought to himself.
Can't say I could ever imagine 7 playing the piano. He couldn't use the piano in there anyway. The keyboard's a mess. But why would he want to leave the door unlocked then? I have no clue.
Hey, wait for me!
Junpei frowned, took one last look at the door, and then walked away toward his companions. After some time in the hallway, they emerged in a larger, more open area.
Whoa, a metal grate?
A large metal grate, like the door of a jail, divided it in half.
Why is this...
Shook it for a while, but as they had expected, it did not
Figures.
Are those elevators over there?
No way to know if they're working or not from here.
Oh, there's a door just to the left of this grate.
Unfortunately, however, it was locked and refused to open.
Sounds like it's locked.
Yep.
It took
Stairs
a moment
leading
to examine
down.
the left side of the room.
They're blocked by the grate, though.
But this here seems accessible.
So we can open it?
Nah, I think it's locked too. Look.
In the center of the door was a small keyhole. Next to the keyhole, a small symbol had been carved into the metal.
What's this mark? The female symbol.
He wasn't quite sure what to make of it. Snake, naturally, was somewhat more sure.
Ah, the Venus symbol, I imagine. Do you recall the similar symbols near the large central stairway? They reference many of the solar bodies.
Oh, that's right. The sun, Saturn and Earth.
So, as you can see, that one is likely.
Not the woman symbol, but a Venus symbol.
So I assume.
Hold on. Where's 7?
While they had been discussing the symbols, Junpei just now realized 7 had slipped away. His absence now felt, Snake and Junpei turned to look for their
There
missing
he is.
companion.
Down that.
7 had left them to head down the hallway extending to the right of the stairs.
This way, Snake.
Junpei grabbed Snake to lead him to the right direction, and they both headed off after 7. Before long, the 3 of them stood in front of a door.
I wonder if this door will...
It was a French door.
How about that? It opens.
Junpei tested the door and realized that, unlike so many others they had encountered, it was unlocked. Almost as though he was afraid it would suddenly lock itself, Junpei threw the door open.
Oh, wow.
It only took a moment for Junpei to take in his new surroundings.
Is this some kind of casino?
Sure looks like one.
Snake was shaking the door they had just come through.
Well, this is troubling.
As 7 and Junpei watched, he threw up his hands in frustration. I kicked the door open for good measure.
It seems we are once again locked in.
Well, there's no reason to panic, however.
Even if that door was open, it's not like we had anywhere to go that way.
So we must find another exit then.
All right, guys, let's split up and search this room. Come on, no dawdling. Let's go. Quickly now.
Spurred to action by 7's word, Junpei and Snake began to examine the room. Junpei, I found this on the counter. It feels like a playing card. Oh, would you look at that? Someone left a bottle of booze here. Don't mind if I do. Oh, that hits the spot. Feels like my throat's burning. Damn, he really drank it. We don't even know how long it's been there. Playing card. Look at that stained glass. How beautiful. What? Huh? Stained glass is a colored piece of glass placed together in a frame. As I've said many times before, I only need to touch it to know. And at least discern the basic structure. Square table looks like a mahjong table. Did you play mahjong, 7? Maybe. I don't remember exactly, but I do remember a couple of hands and some of the rules. So I figured I must have played it at some point. Excellent. Once we've vacated this vessel, I should like to play a game with you. Can you, play? So long as you tell me which tiles I am eliminating, yes, I believe I have at least enough skill to defeat an amateur. However, I must ask you to remove the red tiles when we play. Chair. What am I missing here? Wait, those two lights turned on. I heard something fall on the bottom of the fireplace. What was that? Huh? Didn't think I'd find a card here. Something in the fireplace. Coin bags. So, club, diamond, and heart get the casino coins, which we just got. Let's see. Well, this seems like be a slot machine. There's a slot for coins to the upper left side of the face. Perhaps we should put the coins we were prescribed in there. Heard an odd noise. Well, to be honest, I don't know. I pressed some of the buttons and smacked the machine once or twice, but nothing happened. Who said the coin got stuck? Alright, let's shut the coin in the coin slot. Come on, you little bastards. Only need one of you. What? Yeah, there we go. And I think I heard something unlocking here. Impressive, Jumpy. It appears to be unlocked now. There's something akin to a drawer at the bottom part of this machine, yes? Another playing card. Playing card and a key with the Venus symbol on it. Now we'll be able to open the gate, and we just need to figure out how to get out of the room. Playing card and a Venus key. Better put that as a card. This looks super amazing. What's this place for? Probably for playing Baccarat. It looks a little off though. Yeah, look in the middle of the table. There's something mounted on it, see? Suddenly, Seven began to speak.
Ah, Baccarat. You ever played Junpei?
He shook his head. He'd barely even heard of the game.
No, never.
Alright then, how about I explain the rules to you a bit? See, Baccarat is kind of an unusual game. You've got the banker and the player. The whole point is that you guess which one's gonna win. And whether the banker or the player wins, it all depends on their hand. The way each hand works is different from other games too. See, you take the number from the ones place after you add up the value of all your cards. Whoever gets the number closest to 9 wins. If your number is smaller than your opponent's, you lose. And that's it. That's the explanation. Well, actually, there's a lot more to it. Strategy, details, that sort of stuff. But what I just told you sums up the core of the game pretty well. The single digit of the sum of all the cards you have. The strongest hand is a 9, and the weakest hand is a 0. You just ignore the number in the 10 spot. Do you get it?
Yeah.
He hadn't been asked for it, but Seven's explanation, rushed though it had been, was helpful.
Well, maybe half of it. Enough. I got a chance at winning the game if I played now.
However, we have no way of knowing if the puzzle in the Baccarat table makes use of those rules, and if it does, in what manner.
Then I guess we try everything.
Feeling more confident, if only slightly, Junpei approached the Baccarat table. Okay, so they have an 8. So we probably need a 9 then. Yes, I don't need to read the rules again, thank you. Okay. A card slot. Looks like you need to put a playing card in here. Huh, I wonder what card I could possibly need. Seems we have another device to contend with, and we only have 3 cards, so... Alright. All the cards we had left in the slots. And that should be it. I don't think there's anything else. Let's get the fuck out of here. Yeah, that's probably the easiest puzzle room in the entire game. At least it's the easiest one that we've done so far. Junpei and his companions ran out of the casino into a large open room. A room, in fact, that they had been in once before. There was little to surprise them there. They already knew what their next step had to be.
The keyhole with the Venus symbol. The Venus key should work here.
He turned it with the distinctive sound of metal on metal. He felt the lock click open.
It sounds like it did. All right, let's get this thing open.
No problem. Let me help with this one.
Junpei grabbed the handle on the left side and Seven took the handle on the right. On Junpei's signal, they both pushed and the gate creaked open.
It sounds as though you have opened it. We should be able to reach C deck now, I imagine.
Snake, are you gonna be all right? I mean, the stairs.
Please, do not do yourself the embarrassment of underestimating me. I would be unlikely to trip even if I were running backwards.
Good to hear. Let's move.
At Seven's words, they leapt into the stairs and jogged quickly down them. In no time at all, they found themselves on C deck.
Everything looks okay here.
We should check the next deck down, just in case.
When he reached the water, he called back up to Snake and Seven.
Just what I thought. D-deck is completely underwater.
Just like the bottom of the central staircase.
The surface of the water below them was flat like a mirror.
I'm just glad the water level hasn't changed much.
Back to the C deck then.
Now, how about we check out what's here?
They began searching around and taking stock of what was on C deck.
There are 2 elevators over there, which means it's probably the same upstairs.
There's a card reader between them, and another weird mark.
Hey, check it out. It's the symbol for Lotus.
What?
See? It's got the woman symbol, and then it's got the devil horns, right?
Yeah, I see it. No 2 ways about it. That was a pretty good one, kid.
Seven tousled Junpei's hair in what it was likely thought to be a friendly manner. Junpei feared his neck might break, even though it was clear Seven had kept his strength in check.
Oh, would you watch it, man? Whew, that hurts. You're gonna break my neck.
What are you talking about? The human body ain't that weak. Maybe this'll toughen you up, huh?
If we were looking for a devil, we've got one right here.
Thankfully, Snake interrupted. After Junpei's observation, he'd gone over to examine the card reader.
This is a Mercury symbol. The marks you mistook for horns are a stylized version of the wings and staff of Hermes.
Wings and a staff. So then, she beats you with the staff until you die and go to heaven. Sounds like Lotus, all right.
Seven shook Junpei's head even more vigorously, and the younger man began to feel as though his brain was being jostled about the inside of his skull.
Seven! Oh, that's too much! Oh, my head!
Junpei's stomach began churning uncomfortably.
Oh, I think I'm gonna puke.
Unless we can activate this device, I doubt the elevator will function.
In other words, we gotta find a key card with a Mercury symbol on it.
So I would assume.
Let's forget the elevators for right now. How about that hallway to the left?
Whoa, there's a bunch of doors.
There were a great many doors lining both sides of the hallway. They seemed to stretch on forever, and all 3 men suddenly felt very small.
Ah, shit. We're not gonna have enough time to check all these, are we?
Maybe we can come back here later. We should check out the other side. Let's head back.
To the right of the stairs, another hallway stretched out, reaching deep into the bowels of the ship.
To the right this time.
After a few moments of moving briskly down the hallway, they emerged into an area roughly the same size and shape as the one at the top of the stairs. One on the left side of the room were 4 French doors.
There are doors here too. Well, I guess it's just 4 this time.
Let's open them up, starting with the closest one there.
Okay, I'm on it.
Junpei nodded, grabbed the one closest to him. He gave it a small tug and felt it move.
It isn't locked. I'm going to open it.
Thrilled to have finally found another unlocked door, he threw it open. Junpei didn't know what to make of what he saw.
What?
Yeah, we don't need to see this because it's just them reacting to the stuff we've already read. So we can go ahead and we can skip this stuff. Yeah, this is stuff we already know. That's why I'm skipping it. Yeah, and this should be the same basically all this conversation should be stuff we've already this is like backstory that we already know. That's why I'm skipping it. Yeah, we're gonna be going through going through a door we didn't go through last time. Gotcha. Yeah, this is the part, like, if you weren't here for the first route, this is the part where Snake gets lost, and we aren't able to find him. Like, we go and we search through all these fucking things to try to find the reds, the missing red piece, and now they're here, but Snake is gone. That's basically the whole, like, summary of everything that happened and everything that I'm skipping. You know, it'd probably be quicker to skip if I actually switched it over to the adventure screen. Yeah, so basically at this point we're just looking for Snake. This happens on the other route that we just did. That's, again, like I said, that's why we're skipping this stuff. Yeah, we'll go ahead and leave her alone this time. Yeah, let Ace handle it. First class cabin. Casino, that should be where Lotus is standing. We'll just go ahead and ignore her for this time. Back to large hospital room. We're gonna see Santa. Walk away without saying anything, and then finish searching. Okay, cool. So basically, we're gonna skip everything up until, yep, sure, she was right, until they decide what doors we want to go through. And then once we decide we want to go through door 8 is when we're gonna stop skipping. Because all this stuff is stuff we've already read. And then Ace takes a vial of Sopril Beta and injects himself with an aesthetic. That way he forces us to leave him behind. Which is what he's doing now. I think I did a pretty decent job summing up what we did on the first route. Yeah, we want door 8.
Alright then. That means June's gotta go through 7.
What? Why?
What?
If the 6 of us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind, there are only 3 ways we can do it. Have 3.
And then he explains why June has to go through door 7.
There are no other combinations. In other words, 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 can never go through the same door. You get it now?
Oh no, you're saying we aren't gonna see each other again for a long time.
In order for the 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. So this is basically the same thing, except we're gonna go through different doors. But I don't want to skip this because I don't want to miss anything.
You're making it sound like we're never gonna see each other again. We gotta split up, but only for a while. This is just like when we went into the 4 and 5 doors. We got split up then too, but we all met back up. I'll bet 7 and 8 are just like that.
You mean they're connected somewhere?
Yeah, probably.
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 Yeah. Didn't sound very hopeful. It was 7 that interjected.
I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere.
Why? What makes you think so?
If they don't, then neither team can get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right here. Zero's been on top of his shit so far. I don't think he'd blow it now. I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end this game until we get through the 9 door.
Tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as they looked up at Junpei. He met them, and with reassurance he could manage, laid his hand gently on her shoulder.
Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again. I promise.
Yes. Promise?
Voice was barely above a whisper. Santa's voice shattered the moment.
You guys are done, right?
Stretching
Anyway,
it in-
that's
anyway,
pretty much it.
yeah.
Clover and I will both go into separate groups.
He was talking. I'm so
I
fucking
figure
tired.
I'll take 7 and Clover can take 8. Any problems with that, Clover?
Whatever.
More of a dismissal than an agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care.
All right, we're ready to go then. Let's move.
Where's the give a
81
full
seconds
electronic
left.
beat? Yep, we know.
Ugh.
Yeah, because this, if I remember correctly, this room is very small. Shaking head, she wiped a few beads of sweat from her forehead. Clover, however, was calm, aloof perhaps. She muttered to herself without emotion and began to walk down the hallway, leaving behind a confused Junpei and Lotus. Lotus watched the girls receding back with a mix of frustration and curiosity.
What an unpleasant girl. I bet she's not very popular with the boys.
Her sarcasm seemed a little more biting than was perhaps necessary, but she sighed and started after the younger girl.
Maybe pairing these two together was a mistake. Too late now. I better catch up to them.
After taking a moment to catch his breath, Junpei followed.
Oh, it's a dead end.
Hallway made a number of turns before at last coming to a dead
There's
end.
a door on the left, though.
A few minutes, they stood in front of the door examining it. Laboratory was engraved on
A
it.
laboratory?
Oh, that doesn't sound very pleasant. I don't like the look of it.
Me either. But there aren't any other doors. It's not like we have a lot of choices.
Junpei,
Huh?
please, you first.
Junpei suspected her politeness was motivated by something other than respect.
Fine.
First steps inside were tentative and careful, but as he examined the room, it became clear there was no imminent danger. Lotus followed him in, and Clovers brought up the rear. The room they found themselves in was divided into 2 separate areas by a curved wall. A thick glass window built into that wall made it possible to seek into the other side of the division.
You know, I think the window looks into another room.
Maybe it's for monitoring something.
Junpei walked into the window and looked through.
What the hell?
He wasn't sure what else to say. In the center of a room lay a quarter circle, and a mannequin lay on what looked like a medical exam table.
It looks so creepy.
Junpei jumped a little. He hadn't noticed Lotus come up next to
It's
him.
kind of like that doll is waiting for surgery.
This is a laboratory, right? I'd say it's more like it's waiting to be experimented on.
Ooh,
It's creepy either way. You don't think that thing's gonna suddenly sit up or something, do you?
Well, I don't know. I mean, look at all those cables sticking out of it. If we press the wrong button, I don't know.
Stop it. Just thinking about it is terrifying.
She was gripping her arms, the knuckles on her hands white.
Wait, where's Clover?
She was still standing near the entrance of the room. Her face had the appearance of calm, but it was drawn and somehow sad.
What is she?
There was something almost pitiful about her. Junpei walked over to her and as kindly as he could spoke.
Are you okay?
Clover looked away.
What are you talking about?
What? I'm just worried about you. You've been real quiet.
What? I can't be quiet if I want to?
Well, I mean, of course you can. I just...
Okay then. If I can be quiet if I want, just leave me alone, okay?
Come on, you know I can't do that. We gotta work together.
Clover bit her lip and was silent for a moment.
Junpei, you just don't get it!
Her cry took Junpei by surprise and he stumbled backwards a few steps alarmed.
My brother's not the kind of person who'd just leave me behind! Something happened to him! Something bad.
Yeah.
Junpei had nothing to say. Lotus, jolted from her mannequin nightmares by Clover's voice, turned toward them.
What happened?
Clover's eyes slid to Lotus and back to Junpei.
Look, just don't bother me, okay? Leave me alone.
Finished, she turned around. Before Junpei or Lotus could say anything, Clover had begun to walk quickly away.
Wait, hold on! That way is...
I told you to leave me alone!
You might as well have been talking to a wall for all the notice she took of his cries. Not even slowing down, she made for a doorway cut in the wall in front of her. Without even slowing down, she passed through the doorway.
Clover, watch out above you!
And without warning, an iron gate fell from the ceiling like a portcullis. What the fuck does that mean? Portcullis, sealing Clover in.
What the heck? What's going on here?
Clover grabbed hold of the iron bars and shook them as hard as she could.
Hang on! I'll get it open.
Oh, for crying out. You'll never do it on your own.
Junpei grabbed the bars and pulled. In a moment, Lotus joined him. The three of them pulled as hard as they could, but...
Damn it! It's not moving.
Wait! Are you gonna give up? Just like that?
No, I'm not giving up. This has got to be another one of Zero's puzzles.
If it is, then there's gotta be a way to open it.
Junpei
Just
nodded.
what I was thinking. Now all we gotta do is find it. Lotus and I can look around out here. Clover, you're gonna have to see if you can find anything in there.
Oh, yes, I'm on it.
Alright, that's gonna do it for this this stream of 999. Well, we're gonna try to do more of it tomorrow, but rain code I think will drop at 9 p.m. PST. So if that's the case, we're gonna end up playing rain code for probably 12 hours straight. So I'm gonna be sending you guys over to Nia Asuka. She's currently playing Daydream Forgotten Sorrow. She is absolutely wonderful, so make sure you guys go say hi to her, and I will see you guys on the next stream. Have a great night.